I'm selfish, impatient and a little insecure. I make mistakes. I am out of control and at times hard to handle. But if you can't handle me at my worst, then you sure as hell don't deserve me at my best. You've gotta dance like there's nobody watching, love like you'll never be hurt, sing like there's nobody listening, and live like it's heaven on earth. You know you're in love when you can't fall asleep because reality is finally better than your dreams. A friend is someone who knows all about you and still loves you. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. We accept the love we think we deserve. It is better to be hated for what you are than to be loved for what you are not. As he read, I fell in love the way you fall asleep, slowly, and then all at once. The opposite of love is not hate. It's indifference. The opposite of art is not ugliness. It's indifference. The opposite of faith is not heresy. It's indifference. And the opposite of life is not death. It's indifference. It is not a lack of love, but a lack of friendship that makes unhappy marriages. I love you without knowing how, or when, or from where. I love you simply, without problems or pride. I love you in this way because I do not know any other way of loving but this, in which there is no I or you. So intimate that your hand upon my chest is my hand. So intimate that when I fall asleep your eyes close. Love all, trust a few, do wrong to none. Have you ever been in love? Horrible, isn't it? It makes you so vulnerable. It opens your chest and it opens up your heart and it means that someone can get inside you and mess you up. Being deeply loved by someone gives you strength, while loving someone deeply gives you courage. There is never a time or place for true love. It happens accidentally, in a heartbeat, in a single flashing, throbbing moment. Love is that condition in which the happiness of another person is essential to your own. You love me. Real or not real? I tell him, real. I am nothing special. Of this I am sure. I am a common man with common thoughts and I've led a common life. There are no monuments dedicated to me and my name will soon be forgotten. But I've loved another with all my heart and soul. And to me, this has always been enough. I'm in love with you, he said quietly. Augustus, I said. I am, he said. He was staring at me, and I could see the corners of his eyes crinkling. I'm in love with you. And I'm not in the business of denying myself the simple pleasure of saying true things. I'm in love with you. And I know that love is just a shout into the void. And that oblivion is inevitable. And that we're all doomed and that there will come a day when all our labor has been returned to dust. And I know the sun will swallow the only earth we'll ever have. And I am in love with you. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind, and therefore is winged Cupid painted blind. Love is like the wind, you can't see it but you can feel it. If you can make a woman laugh, you can make her do anything. You don't love someone because they're perfect, you love them in spite of the fact that they're not. We're all a little weird. And life is a little weird. And when we find someone whose weirdness is compatible with ours, we join up with them and fall into mutually satisfying weirdness. And call it love, true love. Love never dies a natural death. It dies because we don't know how to replenish its source. It dies of blindness and errors and betrayals. It dies of illness and wounds. It dies of weariness, of witherings, of tarnishings. There is nothing I would not do for those who are really my friends. I have no notion of loving people by halves. It is not my nature. The real lover is the man who can thrill you by kissing your forehead or smiling into your eyes or just staring into space. If I had a flower for every time I thought of you, I could walk through my garden forever. To love at all is to be vulnerable. Love anything and your heart will be wrung and possibly broken. If you want to make sure of keeping it intact, you must give it to no one. Not even an animal. Wrap it carefully round with hobbies and little luxuries. Avoid all entanglements. Lock it up safe in the casket or coffin of your selfishness. But in that casket, safe, dark, motionless, airless, it will change. It will not be broken. It will become unbreakable, impenetrable, irredeemable. To love is to be vulnerable. When someone loves you, the way they talk about you is different. You feel safe and comfortable. Dumbledore watched her fly away, and as her silvery glow faded, he turned back to Snape, and his eyes were full of tears. After all this time? Always, said Snape. I've been making a list of the things they don't teach you at school. They don't teach you how to love somebody. They don't teach you how to be famous. They don't teach you how to be rich or how to be poor. They don't teach you how to walk away from someone you don't love any longer. They don't teach you how to know what's going on in someone else's mind. They don't teach you what to say to someone who's dying. They don't teach you anything worth knowing. To die will be an awfully big adventure. A lady's imagination is very rapid. It jumps from admiration to love, from love to matrimony in a moment. So it's not gonna be easy. It's going to be really hard. We're gonna have to work at this every day. But I want to do that because I want you. I want all of you. Forever. Every day. You and me. Every day. Just when you think it can't get any worse, it can. And just when you think it can't get any better, it can. 'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. I love you as certain dark things are to be loved, in secret, between the shadow and the soul. The one you love and the one who loves you are never, ever the same person. Some people don't understand the promises they're making when they make them, I said. Right. Of course. But you keep the promise anyway. That's what love is. Love is keeping the promise anyway. I no longer believed in the idea of soulmates, or love at first sight, but I was beginning to believe that a very few times in your life, if you were lucky, you might meet someone who was exactly right for you. Not because he was perfect, or because you were, but because your combined flaws were arranged in a way that allowed two separate beings to hinge together. Love is needing someone. Love is putting up with someone's bad qualities because they somehow complete you. When I despair, I remember that all through history the way of truth and love have always won. There have been tyrants and murderers, and for a time, they can seem invincible, but in the end, they always fall. Think of it, always. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It is not rude. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. One is loved because one is loved. No reason is needed for loving. When we love, we always strive to become better than we are. When we strive to become better than we are, everything around us becomes better too. We love the things we love for what they are. I would die for you, but I won't live for you. In vain have I struggled. It will not do. My feelings will not be repressed. You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you. Perhaps all the dragons in our lives are princesses who are only waiting to see us act. Just once. With beauty and courage. Perhaps everything that frightens us is, in its deepest essence, something helpless that wants our love. You are, and always have been, my dream. You are my best friend as well as my lover. And I do not know which side of you I enjoy the most. I treasure each side. Just as I have treasured our life together. The only thing worse than a boy who hates you, a boy that loves you. So, I love you because the entire universe conspired to help me find you. And now I'm looking at you, he said. And you're asking me if I still want you. As if I could stop loving you. As if I would want to give up the thing that makes me stronger than anything else ever has. I never dared give much of myself to anyone before, bits of myself to the Lightwoods. To Isabel and Alec, but it took years to do it, but, Clary, since the first time I saw you, I have belonged to you completely. I still do, if you want me. Where there is love there is life. Never love anyone who treats you like you're ordinary. I would always rather be happy than dignified. Life will break you. Nobody can protect you from that. And living alone won't either. For solitude will also break you with its yearning. You have to love. You have to feel. It is the reason you are here on earth. You are here to risk your heart. You are here to be swallowed up. And when it happens that you are broken, or betrayed, or left, or hurt, or death brushes near, let yourself sit by an apple tree and listen to the apples falling all around you in heaps, wasting their sweetness. Tell yourself you tasted as many as you could. Once upon a time there was a boy who loved a girl. And her laughter was a question he wanted to spend his whole life answering. Nobody has ever measured, not even poets, how much the heart can hold. The best love is the kind that awakens the soul and makes us reach for more. That plants a fire in our hearts and brings peace to our minds. And that's what you've given me. That's what I'd hope to give you forever. There are two basic motivating forces: fear and love. When we are afraid, we pull back from life. When we are in love, we open to all that life has to offer with passion, excitement, and acceptance. We need to learn to love ourselves first, in all our glory and our imperfections. If we cannot love ourselves, we cannot fully open to our ability to love others or our potential to create. Evolution and all hopes for a better world rest in the fearlessness and open-hearted vision of people who embrace life. We fell in love, despite our differences. And once we did, something rare and beautiful was created. For me, love like that has only happened once. And that's why every minute we spent together has been seared in my memory. I'll never forget a single moment of it. Some women choose to follow men. And some women choose to follow their dreams. If you're wondering which way to go, remember that your career will never wake up and tell you that it doesn't love you anymore. I think you still love me. But we can't escape the fact that I'm not enough for you. I knew this was going to happen. So I'm not blaming you for falling in love with another woman. I'm not angry, either. I should be. But I'm not. I just feel pain. A lot of pain. I thought I could imagine how much this would hurt. But I was wrong. We loved with a love that was more than love. And so the lion fell in love with the lamb. He murmured. I looked away, hiding my eyes as I thrilled to the word. What a stupid lamb, I sighed. What a sick, masochistic lion. This is a good sign, having a broken heart. It means we have tried for something. Every heart sings a song, incomplete, until another heart whispers back. Those who wish to sing always find a song. At the touch of a lover, everyone becomes a poet. I heard what you said. I'm not the silly romantic you think. I don't want the heavens or the shooting stars. I don't want gemstones or gold. I have those things already. I want a steady hand, a kind soul. I want to fall asleep and wake, knowing my heart is safe. I want to love and be loved. A guy and a girl can be just friends. But at one point or another, they will fall for each other. Maybe temporarily. Maybe at the wrong time. Maybe too late. Or maybe forever. The more I know of the world, the more I am convinced that I shall never see a man whom I can really love. I require so much. Eleanor was right. She never looked nice. She looked like art. And art wasn't supposed to look nice. It was supposed to make you feel something. He's more myself than I am. Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same. I have decided to stick to love. Hate is too great a burden to bear. What's meant to be will always find a way. Above all, don't lie to yourself. The man who lies to himself and listens to his own lie comes to a point that he cannot distinguish the truth within him or around him, and so loses all respect for himself and for others. And having no respect, he ceases to love. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right-doing there is a field. I'll meet you there. When the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about. Everyone, at some point in their lives, wakes up in the middle of the night with the feeling that they are all alone in the world. And that nobody loves them now, and that nobody will ever love them. And that they will never have a decent night's sleep again and will spend their lives wandering blearily around a loveless landscape, hoping desperately that their circumstances will improve, but suspecting, in their heart of hearts, that they will remain unloved forever. The best thing to do in these circumstances is to wake somebody else up, so that they can feel this way, too. They say a person needs just 3 things to be truly happy in this world. Someone to love, something to do, and something to hope for. 2 people in love, alone, isolated from the world, that's beautiful. No relationship is perfect, ever. There are always some ways you have to bend, to compromise, to give something up in order to gain something greater. The love we have for each other is bigger than these small differences. And that's the key. It's like a big pie chart. And the love in a relationship has to be the biggest piece. Love can make up for a lot. The heart was made to be broken. Love is always patient and kind. It is never jealous. Love is never boastful or conceited. It is never rude or selfish. It does not take offense and is not resentful. Love takes no pleasure in other people's sins, but delights in the truth. It is always ready to excuse, to trust, to hope, and to endure whatever comes. I have a history of making decisions very quickly about men. I have always fallen in love fast and without measuring risks. I have a tendency not only to see the best in everyone, but to assume that everyone is emotionally capable of reaching his highest potential. I have fallen in love more times than I care to count with the highest potential of a man, rather than with the man himself. And I have hung on to the relationship for a long time. Sometimes far too long, waiting for the man to ascend to his own greatness. Many times in romance I have been a victim of my own optimism. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. For the two of us, home isn't a place. It is a person, and we are finally home. They didn't agree on much. In fact, they didn't agree on anything. They fought all the time and challenged each other every day. But despite their differences, they had one important thing in common. They were crazy about each other. You could have had anything else in the world. And you asked for me. She smiled up at him. Filthy as he was, covered in blood and dirt, he was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. But I don't want anything else in the world. I think if I've learned anything about friendship, it's to hang in, stay connected, fight for them, and let them fight for you. Don't walk away. Don't be distracted. Don't be too busy or tired. Don't take them for granted. Friends are part of the glue that holds life and faith together. Powerful stuff. Love is so short, forgetting is so long. To douchebags, he said, gesturing to Brad, and to girls that break your heart, he bowed his head to me. His eyes lost focus. And to the absolute fucking horror of losing your best friend because you were stupid enough to fall in love with her. The world is indeed full of peril, and in it there are many dark places. But still there is much that is fair. And though in all lands love is now mingled with grief, it grows perhaps the greater. The very essence of romance is uncertainty. What I want is to be needed. What I need is to be indispensable to somebody. Who I need is somebody that will eat up all my free time, my ego, my attention. Somebody addicted to me. A mutual addiction. There is always some madness in love, but there is also always some reason in madness. My daddy said that the first time you fall in love, it changes you forever, and no matter how hard you try, that feeling just never goes away. If all else perished, and he remained, I should still continue to be. And if all else remained, and he were annihilated, the universe would turn to a mighty stranger. Man may have discovered fire, but women discovered how to play with it. And in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make. What I need is the dandelion in the spring. The bright yellow that means rebirth instead of destruction. The promise that life can go on, no matter how bad our losses. That it can be good again. It hurts to let go. Sometimes it seems the harder you try to hold on to something or someone, the more it wants to get away. You feel like some kind of criminal for having felt, for having wanted to be wanted. It confuses you, because you think that your feelings were wrong, and it makes you feel so small because it's so hard to keep it inside when you let it out and it doesn't come back. You're left so alone that you can't explain. Damn, there's nothing like that, is there? I've been there and you have too. You're nodding your head. Love does not consist of gazing at each other, but in looking outward together in the same direction. I am not sure exactly what heaven will be like, but I know that when we die and it comes time for God to judge us, He will not ask, "How many good things have you done in your life?" Rather, he will ask, "How much love did you put into what you did?" If he's not calling you, it's because you are not on his mind. If he creates expectations for you, and then doesn't follow through on little things, he will do same for big things. Be aware of this and realize that he's okay with disappointing you. Don't be with someone who doesn't do what they say they're going to do. If he's choosing not to make a simple effort that would put you at ease and bring harmony to a recurring fight, then he doesn't respect your feelings and needs. Busy is another word for asshole. Asshole is another word for the guy you're dating. You deserve a FC King phone call. Love is a fire, but whether it is going to warm your hearth or burn down your house, you can never tell. "I have something I need to tell you," he says. I run my fingers along the tendons in his hands and look back at him. "I might be in love with you." He smiles a little. "I'm waiting until I'm sure to tell you." "Though, that's sensible of you," I say, smiling too. "We should find some paper so you can make a list or a chart or something." I feel his laughter against my side, his nose sliding along my jaw, his lips pressing my ear. "Maybe I'm already sure," he says. "And I just don't want to frighten you." I laugh a little. "Then you should know better." "Fine," he says. "Then I love you. You are the answer to every prayer I've offered. You are a song, a dream, a whisper, and I don't know how I could have lived without you for as long as I have." I can feel Peter press his forehead into my temple and he asks, "So now that you've got me, what are you going to do with me?" I turn into him. "Put you somewhere you can't get hurt. If you remember me, then I don't care if everyone else forgets." I don't trust people who don't love themselves and tell me, "I love you." There is an African saying which is, "Be careful when a naked person offers you a shirt." It was love at first sight, at last sight, at ever and ever sight. Love doesn't just sit there, like a stone. It has to be made, like bread, remade all the time, made new. And now these three remain: faith, hope and love. But the greatest of these is love. My dear, find what you love and let it kill you. Let it drain you of your all. Let it cling onto your back and weigh you down into eventual nothingness. Let it kill you and let it devour your remains. For all things will kill you, both slowly and fastly. But it's much better to be killed by a lover, falsely yours. If you like her, if she makes you happy, and if you feel like you know her, then don't let her go. How many slams in an old screen door? Depends how loud you shut it. How many slices in a bread? Depends how thin you cut it. How much good inside a day? Depends how good you live 'em. How much love inside a friend? Depends how much you give 'em. If pain must come, may it come quickly, because I have a life to live, and I need to live it in the best way possible. If he has to make a choice, may he make it now. Then I will either wait for him or forget him. Be careful of love. It'll twist your brain around and leave you thinking up is down and right is wrong. If you love somebody, let them go, for if they return, they were always yours. If they don't, they never were. I love you. Remember, they cannot take it. Do you think I'm pretty? I think you're beautiful. Beautiful? You are so beautiful. It hurts sometimes. I love you more than there are stars in the sky and fish in the sea. When love is not madness, it is not love. Love does not begin and end the way we seem to think it does. Love is a battle. Love is a war. Love is a growing up. A woman's heart should be so hidden in God that a man has to seek him just to find her. Declarations of love amuse me, especially when unrequited. I cannot fix on the hour, or the spot, or the look or the words, which laid the foundation. It is too long ago. I was in the middle before I knew that I had begun. True love is rare, and it's the only thing that gives life real meaning. What's this? He demanded, looking from Clary to his companions, as if they might know what she was doing there. It's a girl, Jace said, recovering his composure. Surely you've seen girls before. Alec, your sister Isabel is one. Well, it seems to me that the best relationships, the ones that last, are frequently the ones that are rooted in friendship. You know, one day you look at the person and you see something more than you did the night before. Like a switch has been flicked somewhere. And the person who was just a friend is suddenly the only person you can ever imagine yourself with. Love is an irresistible desire to be irresistibly desired. I was smiling yesterday, I am smiling today, and I will smile tomorrow, simply because life is too short to cry for anything. It is good to love many things, for therein lies the true strength. And whosoever loves much performs much, and can accomplish much, and what is done in love is well done. I love you also means I love you more than anyone loves you, or has loved you, or will love you, and also, I love you in a way that no one loves you, or has loved you, or will love you, and also, I love you in a way that I love no one else, and never have loved anyone else, and never will love anyone else. If I can stop one heart from breaking, I shall not live in vain. When the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. I think, if it is true that there are as many minds as there are heads, then there are as many kinds of love as there are hearts. It is a curious thought, but it is only when you see people looking ridiculous that you realize just how much you love them. The greater the love, the greater the tragedy when it's over. Hate the sin, love the sinner. Of all forms of caution, caution in love is perhaps the most fatal to true happiness. One love, one heart, one destiny. I loved her against reason, against promise, against peace, against hope, against happiness, against all discouragement that could be. I fell in love with her courage, her sincerity, and her flaming self-respect. And it's these things I'd believe in, even if the whole world indulged in wild suspicions that she wasn't all she should be. I love her, and it is the beginning of everything. If you gave someone your heart and they died, did they take it with them? Did you spend the rest of forever with a hole inside you that couldn't be filled? It's not the face, but the expressions on it. It's not the voice, but what you say. It's not how you look in that body, but the thing you do with it. You are beautiful. Well, now if little by little you stop loving me, shall stop loving you little by little if suddenly you forget me, do not look for me, for I shall already have forgotten you if you think it long and mad the wind of banners that passes through my life and you decide to leave me at the shore of the heart, where I have roots. Remember that on that day, at that hour, I shall lift my arms and my roots will set off to seek another land. You know, when it works, love is pretty amazing. It's not overrated. There's a reason for all those songs. What is love? I have met in the streets a very poor young man who was in love. His hat was old, his coat worn, the water passed through his shoes and the stars through his soul. All I ever wanted was to reach out and touch another human being, not just with my hands but with my heart. To me, fearless is not the absence of fear. It's not being completely unafraid. To me, fearless is having fears. Fearless is having doubts. Lots of them. To me, fearless is living in spite of those things that scare you to death. I love you like a fat kid loves cake. If she's amazing, she won't be easy. If she's easy, she won't be amazing. If she's worth it, you won't give up. If you give up, you're not worthy. Truth is, everybody is going to hurt you. You just gotta find the ones worth suffering for. It isn't possible to love in part. You will wish that it was. You can transmute love, ignore it, muddle it, but you can never pull it out of you. I know by experience that the poets are right. Love is eternal. We have to allow ourselves to be loved by the people who really love us. The people who really matter. Too much of the time, we are blinded by our own pursuits of people to love us. People that don't even matter. While all that time we waste and the people who do love us have to stand on the sidewalk and watch us beg in the streets. It's time to put an end to this. It's time for us to let ourselves be loved. Gravitation is not responsible for people falling in love. We waste time looking for the perfect lover instead of creating the perfect love. They say when you are missing someone that they are probably feeling the same. But I don't think it's possible for you to miss me as much as I'm missing you right now. And when her lips met mine, I knew that I could live to be 100 and visit every country in the world. But nothing would ever compare to that single moment when I first kissed the girl of my dreams and knew that my love would last forever. Any fool can be happy. It takes a man with real heart to make beauty out of the stuff that makes us weep. Welcome to the wonderful world of jealousy, he thought. For the price of admission, you get a splitting headache, a nearly irresistible urge to commit murder, and an inferiority complex. Yippee! You couldn't relive your life, skipping the awful parts, without losing what made it worthwhile. You had to accept it as a whole, like the world, or the person you loved. What is hell? I maintain that it is the suffering of being unable to love. Never close your lips to those whom you have already opened your heart. Love is not affectionate feeling, but a steady wish for the loved person's ultimate good as far as it can be obtained. The most painful thing is losing yourself in the process of loving someone too much, and forgetting that you are special too. Life, he realized, was much like a song. In the beginning there is mystery. In the end there is confirmation. But it's in the middle where all the emotion resides to make the whole thing worthwhile. Find what you love and let it kill you. It's probably not just by chance that I'm alone. It would be very hard for a man to live with me. Unless he's terribly strong. And if he's stronger than I'm the one who can't live with him. I'm neither smart nor stupid. But I don't think I'm a run-of-the-mill person. I've been in business without being a businesswoman. I've loved without being a woman made only for love. The two men I've loved I think, will remember me, on earth or in heaven. Because men always remember a woman who caused them concern and uneasiness. I've done my best, in regard to people and to life, without precepts, but with a taste for justice. Love is an untamed force. When we try to control it, it destroys us. When we try to imprison it, it enslaves us. When we try to understand it, it leaves us feeling lost and confused. The man of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies but also to hate his friends. Look after my heart, I've left it with you. Things we lose have a way of coming back to us in the end, if not always in the way we expect. One cannot think well, love well, sleep well, if one has not dined well. I would like to be the air that inhabits you for a moment only. I would like to be that unnoticed and that necessary. And then he gives me a smile that just seems so genuinely sweet with just the right touch of shyness that unexpected warmth rushes through me. He does something to me. That boy, every time. It's his only detriment. He steps on my heart. He makes me cry. I want to do with you what spring does with the cherry trees. Have enough courage to trust love one more time and always one more time. You can't measure the mutual affection of two human beings by the number of words they exchange. Before you, Bella, my life was like a moonless night, very dark, but there were stars, points of light and reason. And then you shot across my sky like a meteor. Suddenly everything was on fire. There was brilliancy. There was beauty. When you were gone, when the meteor had fallen over the horizon, everything went black. Nothing had changed, but my eyes were blinded by the light. I couldn't see the stars anymore. And there was no more reason for anything. Sometimes it's a form of love just to talk to somebody that you have nothing in common with and still be fascinated by their presence. How do you spell love? Piglet, you don't spell it, you feel it. Pooh. Tonight I can write the saddest lines. I loved her, and sometimes she loved me too. I crave your mouth, your voice, your hair, silent and starving. I prowl through the streets. Bread does not nourish me. Dawn disrupts me. All day I hunt for the liquid measure of your steps. I hunger for your sleek laugh. Your hands the color of a savage harvest. Hunger for the pale stones of your fingernails. I want to eat your skin like a whole almond. I want to eat the sunbeam flaring in your lovely body. The sovereign nose of your arrogant face. I want to eat the fleeting shade of your lashes. And I pace around hungry, sniffing the twilight, hunting for you, for your hot heart, like a puma in the barrens of Quitrachu. Happiness is only real when shared. A definition not found in the dictionary. Not leaving. An act of trust and love, often deciphered by children. One day you will kiss a man you can't breathe without, and find that breath is of little consequence. Maybe you'll fall in love with me all over again. Hell, I said. I love you enough now. What do you want to do? Ruin me? Yes. I want to ruin you. Good, I said. That's what I want too. Was it hard? I asked, letting go. Not as hard as holding on to something that wasn't real. I'm saying that I'm a moody, insecure, narrow-minded, jealous, borderline homicidal bitch. And I want you to promise me that you're okay with that. Because it's who I am. And you're what I need. Then I realize what it is. It's him. Something about him makes me feel like I am about to fall. Or turn to liquid. Or burst into flames. Art and love are the same thing. It's the process of seeing yourself in things that are not you. Letting go doesn't mean that you don't care about someone anymore. It's just realizing that the only person you really have control over is yourself. As if you were on fire from within. The moon lives in the lining of your skin. The beginning of love is the will to let those we love be perfectly themselves. The resolution not to twist them to fit our own image. If in loving them we do not love what they are, but only their potential likeness to ourselves, then we do not love them. We only love the reflection of ourselves we find in them. Promise me you'll never forget me, because if I thought you would, I'd never leave. Anyone who falls in love is searching for the missing pieces of themselves. So anyone who's in love gets sad when they think of their lover. It's like stepping back inside a room you have fond memories of. One you haven't seen in a long time. I could not tell you if I loved you the first moment I saw you. Or if it was the second or third or fourth. But I remember the first moment I looked at you walking toward me and realized that somehow the rest of the world seemed to vanish when I was with you. I wasn't actually in love, but I felt a sort of tender curiosity. When I am with you, we stay up all night. When you're not here, I can't go to sleep. Praise God for those two insomnias. And the difference between them. I loved you like a man loves a woman he never touches, only writes to, keeps little photographs of. You yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. Tears shed for another person are not a sign of weakness. They are a sign of a pure heart. The saddest people I've ever met in life are the ones who don't care deeply about anything at all. Passion and satisfaction go hand in hand. And without them, any happiness is only temporary. Because there's nothing to make it last. She leaned down and looked at his lifeless face, and Liesel kissed her best friend. Rudy Steiner. Soft and true on his lips. He tasted dusty and sweet. He tasted like regret in the shadows of trees and in the glow of the anarchist suit collection. She kissed him long and soft. And when she pulled herself away, she touched his mouth with her fingers. She did not say goodbye. She was incapable. And after a few more minutes at his side, she was able to tear herself from the ground. It amazes me what humans can do, even when streams are flowing down their faces and they stagger on. If conversation was the lyrics, laughter was the music, making time spent together a melody that could be replayed over and over without getting stale. You could have fooled me. Every time I called you, Luke said you were sick. I figured you were avoiding me. Again, I wasn't. I did want to talk to you. I've been thinking about you all the time. I've been thinking about you too. I really was sick. I swear. I almost died back there on the ship. You know, I know. Every time you almost die, I almost die myself. We are all alone. Born alone. Die alone. And, in spite of true romance magazines, we shall all someday look back on our lives and see that, in spite of our company, we were alone the whole way. I do not say lonely. At least, not all the time, but essentially, and finally, alone. This is what makes your self-respect so important. And I don't see how you can respect yourself if you must look in the hearts and minds of others for your happiness. It is the time you have wasted for your rose that makes your rose so important. I fell in love with him. But I don't just stay with him by default as if there's no one else available to me. I stay with him because I choose to. Every day that I wake up. Every day that we fight or lie to each other or disappoint each other. I choose him over and over again. And he chooses me. In time, the hurt began to fade and it was easier to just let it go. At least I thought it was. But in every boy I met in the next few years, I found myself looking for you. And when the feelings got too strong, I'd write you another letter. But I never sent them for fear of what I might find. By then, you'd gone on with your life and I didn't want to think about you loving someone else. I wanted to remember us like we were that summer. I didn't ever want to lose that. There is only one page left to write on. I will fill it with words of only one syllable. I love. I have loved. I will love. Happiness is holding someone in your arms and knowing you hold the whole world. Sometimes when I look at you, I feel I'm gazing at a distant star. It's dazzling, but the light is from tens of thousands of years ago. Maybe the star doesn't even exist anymore. Yet sometimes that light seems more real to me than anything. A half-read book is a half-finished love affair. To love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. I like flaws. I think they make things interesting. Someone I loved once gave me a box full of darkness. It took me years to understand that this, too, was a gift. I'm oxygen and he's dying to breathe. Who, being loved, is poor. Lost love is still love. It takes a different form. That's all. You can't see their smile or bring them food or tousle their hair or move them around a dance floor. But when those senses weaken, another heightens. Memory. Memory becomes your partner. You nurture it. You hold it. You dance with it. I read once that the ancient Egyptians had 50 words for sand and the Eskimos had 100 words for snow. I wish I had 1,000 words for love. But all that comes to mind is the way you move against me while you sleep, and there are no words for that. Every one of us is, in the cosmic perspective, precious. If a human disagrees with you, let him live. In 100 billion galaxies, you will not find another. I'm not sentimental, I'm as romantic as you are. The idea, you know, is that the sentimental person thinks things will last, the romantic person has a desperate confidence that they won't. I'm on Aslan's side even if there isn't any Aslan to lead it. I'm going to live as like a Narnian as I can even if there isn't any Narnia. PETA. How come I never know when you're having a nightmare? I say, I don't know. I don't think I cry out or thrash around or anything. I just come to. Paralyzed with terror, he says. You should wake me, I say. Thinking about how I can interrupt his sleep 2 or 3 times on a bad night. About how long it can take to calm me down. It's not necessary. My nightmares are usually about losing you, he says. I'm okay once I realize you're here. A purpose of human life, no matter who is controlling it, is to love whoever is around to be loved. It is easy to love people in memory. The hard thing is to love them when they are there in front of you. The reason it hurts so much to separate is because our souls are connected. Maybe they always have been and will be. Maybe we've lived 1,000 lives before this one and in each of them we've found each other. And maybe each time, we've been forced apart for the same reasons. That means that this goodbye is both a goodbye for the past 10,000 years and a prelude to what will come. Love can change a person the way a parent can change a baby awkwardly. and often with a great deal of mess. When I saw you, I fell in love, and you smiled because you knew. You know how they say you only hurt the ones you love? Well, it works both ways. Be with me always, take any form, drive me mad. Only do not leave me in this abyss, where I cannot find you. Oh, God, it is unutterable. I cannot live without my life. I cannot live without my soul. I fell in love with her when we were together, then fell deeper in love with her in the years we were apart. What she had realized was that love was that moment when your heart was about to burst. I know we're fucked up. Alright? I'm impulsive and hot-tempered, and you get under my skin like no one else. You act like you hate me one minute, and then need me the next. I never get anything right, and I don't deserve you, but I fucking love you. Abby, I love you more than I loved anyone or anything ever. When you're around, I don't need booze, or money, or the fighting, or the one-night stands. Sorrow is how we learn to love. Your heart isn't breaking. It hurts because it's getting larger. The larger it gets, the more love it holds. Friendship marks a life even more deeply than love. Love risks degenerating into obsession. Friendship is never anything but sharing. One word frees us of all the weight and pain of life. That word is love. Yes, I was infatuated with you. I am still. No one has ever heightened such a keen capacity of physical sensation in me. I cut you out because I couldn't stand being a passing fancy. Before I give my body, I must give my thoughts, my mind, my dreams, and you weren't having any of those. Respect was invented to cover the empty place where love should be. It takes courage to love. But pain through love is the purifying fire which those who love generously know. We all know people who are so much afraid of pain that they shut themselves up like clams in a shell and, giving out nothing, receive nothing, and therefore shrink until life is a mere living death. I guess that's just part of loving people. You have to give things up. Sometimes you even have to give them up. I will love you always. When this red hair is white, I will still love you. When the smooth softness of youth is replaced by the delicate softness of age, I will still want to touch your skin. When your face is full of the lines of every smile you have ever smiled, of every surprise I have seen flash through your eyes, when every tear you have ever cried has left its mark upon your face, I will treasure you all the more. Because I was there to see it all. I will share your life with you, Meredith, and I will love you until the last breath leaves your body or mine. The more one judges, the less one loves. The heart has its reasons which reason knows not. The emotion that can break your heart is sometimes the very one that heals it. Time was passing like a hand waving from a train I wanted to be on. I hope you never have to think about anything as much as I think about you. Do not fall in love with people like me. I will take you to museums, and parks, and monuments, and kiss you in every beautiful place, so that you can never go back to them without tasting me like blood in your mouth. I will destroy you in the most beautiful way possible. And when I leave, you will finally understand why storms are named after people. Sometimes love means letting go when you want to hold on tighter. Holding Eleanor's hand was like holding a butterfly, or a heartbeat, like holding something complete, and completely alive. Trust your heart if the seas catch fire, live by love though the stars walk backward. The love of learning, the sequestered nooks, and all the sweet serenity of books. If someone were to harm my family or a friend or somebody I love, I would eat them. I might end up in jail for 500 years. But I would eat them. From childhood's hour I have not been. As others were, I have not seen. As others saw, I could not awaken my heart to joy at the same tone. And all I loved alone. Come sleep with me. We won't make love, love will make us. People have forgotten this truth, the fox said. But you mustn't forget it. You become responsible forever for what you've tamed. You're responsible for your rose. If you stay, I'll do whatever you want. I'll quit the band, go with you to New York. But if you need me to go away, I'll do that, too. I was talking to Liz and she said maybe coming back to your old life would be too painful. That maybe it'd be easier for you to erase us. And that would suck. But I'd do it. I can lose you like that if I don't lose you today. I'll let you go, if you stay. Nothing takes the taste out of peanut butter quite like unrequited love. When someone is in your heart, they're never truly gone. They can come back to you, even at unlikely times. Ever has it been that love knows not its own depth until the hour of separation. Don't cry over someone who wouldn't cry over you. Absence diminishes small loves and increases great ones. As the wind blows out the candle and fans the bonfire. Being with you never felt wrong. It's the one thing I did right. You're the one thing I did right. I wonder how many people don't get the one they want, but end up with the one they're supposed to be with. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach. When you trip over love, it is easy to get up, but when you fall in love, it is impossible to stand again. This is where it all begins. Everything starts here, today. To love life. To love it even when you have no stomach for it, and everything you've held dear crumbles like burnt paper in your hands, your throat filled with the silt of it, when grief sits with you. Its tropical heat thickening the air, heavy as water more fit for gills than lungs. When grief weights you like your own flesh, only more of it. An obesity of grief, you think. How can a body withstand this? Then you hold life like a face between your palms. A plain face, no charming smile, no violet eyes, and you say, yes, I will take you, I will love you. Again. Without you in my arms, I feel an emptiness in my soul. I find myself searching the crowds for your face. I know it's an impossibility, but I cannot help myself. To be fully seen by somebody, then, and be loved anyhow, this is a human offering that can border on miraculous. I've been fighting to be who I am all my life. What's the point of being who I am, if I can't have the person who was worth all the fighting for? I want to be in a relationship where you telling me you love me is just a ceremonious validation of what you already show me. In your light I learn how to love. In your beauty, how to make poems you dance inside my chest where no one sees you. But sometimes I do, and that sight becomes this art. The power of a glance has been so much abused in love stories that it has come to be disbelieved in. Few people dare now to say that two beings have fallen in love because they have looked at each other. Yet it is in this way that love begins. And in this way only. True love is usually the most inconvenient kind. You'll get over it. It's the clichés that cause the trouble. To lose someone you love is to alter your life forever. You don't get over it because it is the person you loved. The pain stops. There are new people, but the gap never closes. How could it? The particularness of someone who mattered enough to grieve over is not made anodyne by death. This hole in my heart is in the shape of you and no one else can fit it. Why would I want them to? Watch out for intellect, because it knows so much it knows nothing and leaves you hanging upside down, mouthing knowledge as your heart falls out of your mouth. We're staying together, he promised. You're not getting away from me. Never again. The sunlight claps the earth, and the moonbeams kiss the sea. What are all these kissings worth, if thou kiss not me? Even after all this time the sun never says to the earth, you owe me. Look what happens with a love like that, it lights the whole sky. When I say it's you I like, I'm talking about that part of you that knows that life is far more than anything you can ever see, or hear or touch. That deep part of you that allows you to stand for those things without which humankind cannot survive. Love that conquers hate, peace that rises triumphant over war, and justice that proves more powerful than greed. To lose balance sometimes for love is part of living a balanced life. You know it's never 50-50 in a marriage. It's always 70-30, or 60-40. Someone falls in love first, someone puts someone else up on a pedestal. Someone works very hard to keep things rolling smoothly. Someone else sails along for the ride. If you love something, set it free, but don't be surprised if it comes back with herpes. My wish is that you may be loved to the point of madness. The things we love destroy us every time, lad. Remember that. Throw your dreams into space like a kite, and you do not know what it will bring back. A new life, a new friend, a new love, a new country. I sought to hear the voice of God and climbed the topmost steeple. But God declared, go down again, I dwell among the people. The bond forged between us was not one that could be broken by absence, distance, or time. And no matter how much more special or beautiful or brilliant or perfect than me he might be, he was as irreversibly altered as I was. As I would always belong to him, so would he always be mine. If we have no peace, it is because we have forgotten that we belong to each other. Sometimes you don't need a goal in life. You don't need to know the big picture. You just need to know what you're going to do next. We are who we are, because of those we choose to love and because of those who love us. I won't ever leave you, even though you're always leaving me. This is what we call love. When you are loved, you can do anything in creation. When you are loved, there's no need at all to understand what's happening, because everything happens within you. I love you as certain dark things are loved, secretly, between the shadow and the soul. The only calibration that counts is how much heart people invest, how much they ignore their fears of being hurt or caught out or humiliated. And the only thing people regret is that they didn't live boldly enough, that they didn't invest enough heart, didn't love enough. Nothing else really counts at all. We are not trapped or locked up in these bones. No, we are free to change. And love changes us. And if we can love one another, we can break open the sky. Sometimes when I'm alone, I take the pearl from where it lives in my pocket and try to remember the boy with the bread. The strong arms that warded off nightmares on the train. The kisses in the arena. Okay, you fuck me. Then snub me. You love me. You hate me. You show me a sensitive side. Then you turn into a total asshole. Is this a pretty accurate description of our relationship? You have to kiss a lot of frogs before you find your prince. I'm about to make a wild, extreme and severe relationship rule. The word busy is a load of crap and is most often used by assholes. The word busy is the relationship weapon of mass destruction. It seems like a good excuse. But in fact, in every silo you uncover, all you're going to find is a man who didn't care enough to call. Remember, men are never too busy to get what they want. About all you can do in life is be who you are. Some people will love you for you. Most will love you for what you can do for them. And some won't like you at all. For my part, I prefer my heart to be broken. It is so lovely, dawn kaleidoscopic within the crack. The world was collapsing, and the only thing that really mattered to me was that she was alive. When I look in the mirror, I know I'm looking at someone who isn't sure she deserves to be loved at all. I was always hungry for love. Just once. I wanted to know what it was like to get my fill of it, to be fed so much love I couldn't take anymore. Just once. The course of true love never did run smooth. Romance is the glamour which turns the dust of everyday life into a golden haze. If there is no love in the world, we will make a new world, and we will give it walls, and we will furnish it with soft, red interiors, from the inside out, and give it a knocker that resonates like a diamond falling to a jeweler's felt so that we should never hear it. Love me, because love doesn't exist, and I have tried everything that does. In a perfect world, you could fuck people without giving them a piece of your heart. And every glittering kiss and every touch of flesh is another shard of heart you'll never see again. The human heart is a strange vessel. Love and hatred can exist side by side. For where all love is, the speaking is unnecessary. Someday you're gonna look back on this moment of your life as such a sweet time of grieving. You'll see that you were in mourning and your heart was broken. But your life was changing. When we meet someone and fall in love, we have a sense that the whole universe is on our side. And yet if something goes wrong, there is nothing left. How is it possible for the beauty that was there only minutes before to vanish so quickly? Life moves very fast. It rushes from heaven to hell in a matter of seconds. Spending time with you showed me what I've been missing in my life. In the moment when I truly understand my enemy, understand him well enough to defeat him, then in that very moment I also love him. I think it's impossible to really understand somebody, what they want, what they believe, and not love them the way they love themselves. And then, in that very moment when I love them, I destroy them. Sex is the consolation you have when you can't have love. It is possible to be in love with you just because of who you are. The music in his laughter had a way of rounding off the missing notes in her soul. If he loved with all the powers of his puny being, he couldn't love as much in 80 years as I could in a day. O Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father, refuse thy name. Thou art thyself, thou not a Montague. What is Montague? 'Tis nor hand nor foot nor any other part belonging to a man what is in a name. That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called, retain such dear perfection to which he owes without that title. Romeo, doth thy name, and for that name which is no part of thee, take all thyself. Even more, I had never meant to love him. One thing I truly knew it in the pit of my stomach, in the center of my bones, knew it from the crown of my head to the soles of my feet, knew it deep in my empty chest, was how love gave someone the power to break you. I bet you could sometimes find all the mysteries of the universe in someone's hand. More smiling, less worrying, more compassion, less judgment, more blessed, less stressed, more love, less hate. Each of us is born with a box of matches inside us, but we can't strike them all by ourselves. Yet each man kills the thing he loves by each let this be heard, some do it with a bitter look, some with a flattering word, the coward does it with a kiss, the brave man with a sword. I know that's what people say, you'll get over it. I'd say it, too, but I know it's not true. Oh, you'll be happy again, never fear, but you won't forget. Every time you fall in love it will be because something in the man reminds you of him. Love is a decision. It is a judgment. It is a promise. If love were only a feeling, there would be no basis for the promise to love each other forever. A feeling comes and it may go. How can I judge that it will stay forever, when my act does not involve judgment and decision? But love is always new. Regardless of whether we love once, twice, or a dozen times in our life, we always face a brand new situation. Love can consign us to hell or to paradise, but it always takes us somewhere. We simply have to accept it, because it is what nourishes our existence. If we reject it, we die of hunger, because we lack the courage to stretch out a hand and pluck the fruit from the branches of the tree of life. We have to take love where we find it, even if that means hours, days, weeks of disappointment and sadness. The moment we begin to seek love, love begins to seek us, and to save us. I almost wish we were butterflies and lived but 3 summer days, 3 such days with you I could fill with more delight than 50 common years could ever contain. I'd learned that some things are best kept secret. You're in a car with a beautiful boy, and he won't tell you that he loves you. But he loves you, and you feel like you've done something terrible, like robbed a liquor store, or swallowed pills, or shoveled yourself a grave in the dirt, and you're tired. You're in a car with a beautiful boy, and you're trying not to tell him that you love him, and you're trying to choke down the feeling, and you're trembling, but he reaches over and he touches you, like a prayer for which no words exist, and you feel your heart taking root in your body, like you've discovered something you didn't even have a name for. Don't waste your love on somebody who doesn't value it. And next time you're planning to injure yourself to get me attention, just remember that a little sweet talk works wonders. Love is how you stay alive, even after you are gone. If only she could be so oblivious again, to feel such love without knowing it, mistaking it for laughter. I am not an angel, I asserted, and I will not be one till I die. I will be myself. Mr. Rochester, you must neither expect nor exact anything celestial of me, for you will not get it, any more than I shall get it of you, which I do not at all anticipate. Love, I've come to understand, is more than 3 words mumbled before bedtime. It's not how much we give but how much love we put into giving. The highest function of love is that it makes the loved one a unique and irreplaceable being. I know enough to know that no woman should ever marry a man who hated his mother. We are told that people stay in love because of chemistry, or because they remain intrigued with each other, because of many kindnesses, because of luck, but part of it has got to be forgiveness and gratefulness. And what would humans be without love? Rare, said Death. I have feelings too. I am still human. All I want is to be loved, for myself and for my talent. Afterward, I had the last laugh. I made an air bubble at the bottom of the lake. Our friends kept waiting for us to come up. But hey, when you are the son of Poseidon, you don't have to hurry. And it was pretty much the best underwater kiss of all time. Love is not the absence of logic but logic examined and recalculated, heated and curved to fit inside the contours of the heart. True love is not so much a matter of romance as it is a matter of anxious concern for the well-being of one's companion. Hearts are breakable, Isabel said. And I think even when you heal, you're never what you were before. Just because you're beautiful and perfect, it's made you conceited. Sometimes God allows what he hates to accomplish what he loves. You are the one girl that made me risk everything for a future worth having. By the time you swear you're his, shivering and sighing, and he vows his passion is infinite, undying. Lady, make note of this, one of you is lying. Anxiety is love's greatest killer. It makes others feel as you might when a drowning man holds on to you. You want to save him, but you know he will strangle you with his panic. I'll fight it. I'll fight it for you. Don't you worry about me. Hazel Grace. I'm okay. I'll find a way to hang around and annoy you for a long time. That's what people do who love you. They put their arms around you and love you when you're not so lovable. Let yourself be drawn by the stronger pull of that which you truly love. The heart is the toughest part of the body. Tenderness is in the hands. Good night, good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow, that I shall say good night till it be morrow. She was my dream. She made me who I am. And holding her in my arms was more natural to me than my own heartbeat. I think about her all the time. Even now, when I'm sitting here, I think about her. There could never have been another. The soul is healed by being with children. People like to say love is unconditional, but it's not, and even if it was unconditional, it's still never free. There's always an expectation attached. They always want something in return. Like they want you to be happy or whatever, and that makes you automatically responsible for their happiness because they won't be happy unless you are. I just don't want that responsibility. Love has nothing to do with what you are expecting to get, only with what you are expecting to give, which is everything. I wondered what happened when you offered yourself to someone, and they opened you, only to discover you were not the gift they expected, and they had to smile and nod and say thank you all the same. When it's gone, you'll know what a gift love was. You'll suffer like this, so go back and fight to keep it. Romance is thinking about your significant other, when you are supposed to be thinking about something else. If you're a bird, I'm a bird. I told you. You don't love someone because of their looks or their clothes or their car. You love them because they sing a song only your heart can understand. True love comes quietly, without banners or flashing lights. If you hear bells, get your ears checked. The really important kind of freedom involves attention, and awareness, and discipline, and effort, and being able truly to care about other people and to sacrifice for them. Over and over, in myriad petty little unsexy ways. Every day. Catherine Earnshaw. May you not rest as long as I am living. You said I killed you, haunt me then. The murdered do haunt their murderers. I believe, I know that ghosts have wandered the earth. Be with me always, take any form, drive me mad. Only do not leave me in this abyss, where I cannot find you. Oh, God, it is unutterable. I cannot live without my life. I cannot live without my soul. If you can love someone with your whole heart, even one person, then there's salvation in life, even if you can't get together with that person. Do you think, because I am poor, obscure, plain and little, I am soulless and heartless? You think wrong. I have as much soul as you, and full as much heart. And if God had gifted me with some beauty and much wealth, I should have made it as hard for you to leave me, as it is now for me to leave you. In youth, it was a way I had to do my best to please, and change with every passing lad to suit his theories, but now I know the things I know and do the things I do, and if you do not like me so, to hell, my love, with you. I was blind and heartbroken and didn't want to do anything, and Gus burst into my room and shouted, I have wonderful news. And I was like, I don't really want to hear wonderful news right now, and Gus said, this is wonderful news you want to hear, and I asked him, fine, what is it? And he said, you are going to live a good and long life filled with great and terrible moments that you cannot even imagine yet. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, it is an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. You can search throughout the entire universe for someone who is more deserving of your love and affection than you are yourself. And that person is not to be found anywhere. You, yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. Love is the extremely difficult realization that something other than oneself is real. I belong to my beloved, and my beloved is mine. Well? Ron said finally, looking up at Harry. How was it? Harry considered it for a moment. Wet, he said truthfully. Ron made a noise that might have indicated jubilation or disgust. It was hard to tell, because she was crying. Harry continued heavily. Oh, said Ron. His smile faded slightly. Are you that bad at kissing? Dunno, said Harry, who hadn't considered this, and immediately felt rather worried. Maybe I am. Is it possible, in the final analysis, for one human being to achieve perfect understanding of another? We can invest enormous time and energy in serious efforts to know another person. But in the end, how close can we come to that person's essence? We convince ourselves that we know the other person well. But do we really know anything important about anyone? Someday you'll find someone special again. People who've been in love once usually do. It's in their nature. Yours is the light by which my spirit's born. You are my sun, my moon, and all my stars. It's bullshit to think of friendship and romance as being different. They're not. They're just variations of the same love. Variations of the same desire to be close. If my love were an ocean, there would be no more land. If my love were a desert, you would see only sand. If my love were a star late at night, only light. And if my love could grow wings, I'd be soaring in flight. Love. It never dies. It never goes away. It never fades. So long as you hang on to it, love can make you immortal. It's hard being left behind. Opening parenthesis ... closing parenthesis. It's hard to be the one who stays. Making love with a woman and sleeping with a woman are two separate passions. Not merely different but opposite. Love does not make itself felt in the desire for copulation, a desire that extends to an infinite number of women, but in the desire for shared sleep, a desire limited to one woman. Why are old lovers able to become friends? 2 reasons. They never truly loved each other. Or they love each other still. And he suddenly knew that if she killed herself, he would die. Maybe not immediately. Maybe not with the same blinding rush of pain. But it would happen. You couldn't live for very long without a heart. She wanted something else. Something different. Something more. Passion and romance. Perhaps. Or maybe quiet conversations in candlelit rooms. Or perhaps something as simple as not being second. I think I fell in love with her. A little bit. Isn't that dumb? But it was like I knew her. Like she was my oldest, dearest friend. The kind of person you can tell anything to, no matter how bad, and they'll still love you. Because they know you. I wanted to go with her. I wanted her to notice me. And then she stopped walking. Under the moon. She stopped. And looked at us. She looked at me. Maybe she was trying to tell me something. I don't know. She probably didn't even know I was there. But I'll always love her. All my life. Moments, when lost, can't be found again. They're just gone. Here she is. All mine. Trying her best to give me all she can. How could I ever hurt her? But I didn't understand then. That I could hurt somebody so badly she would never recover. That a person can, just by living, damage another human being beyond repair. I like not only to be loved, but also to be told that I am loved. I am not sure that you are of the same mind. But the realm of silence is large enough beyond the grave. This is the world of light and speech. And I shall take leave to tell you that you are very dear. What are the chances you'd ever meet someone like that? He wondered. Someone you could love forever. Someone who would forever love you back. And what did you do when that person was born half a world away? The math seemed impossible. That's what real love amounts to. Letting a person be what he really is. Most people love you for who you pretend to be. To keep their love, you keep pretending, performing. You get to love your pretense. It's true. We're locked in an image. An act, and the sad thing is, people get so used to their image. They grow attached to their masks. They love their chains. They forget all about who they really are. And if you try to remind them, they hate you for it. They feel like you're trying to steal their most precious possession. I wonder if fears ever really go away, or if they just lose their power over us. In desperate love, we always invent the characters of our partners, demanding they be what we need of them. and then feeling devastated when they refuse to perform the role we created in the first place. Trust no friend without faults, and love a woman but no angel. There is always something left to love. We must love one another or die. You say you love rain, but you use an umbrella to walk under it. You say you love sun, but you seek shelter when it is shining. You say you love wind, but when it comes you close your windows. So that's why I'm scared when you say you love me. If a thing loves, it is infinite. I'm lonely. Why do you think I had to learn to act so independent? I also get mad too quickly. And I hog the covers. And my second toe is longer than my big one. My hair has its own zip code. Plus, I get certifiably crazy when I've got PMS. You don't love someone because they're perfect. You love them in spite of the fact that they're not. Be the reason someone smiles. Be the reason someone feels loved and believes in the goodness in people. Love is a better master than duty. Mama, Mama, help me get home. I'm out in the woods. I am out on my own. I found me a werewolf. A nasty old mutt. It showed me its teeth and went straight for my gut. Mama, Mama, help me get home. I'm out in the woods. I am out on my own. I was stopped by a vampire. A rotting old wreck. It showed me its teeth and went straight for my neck. Mama, Mama, put me to bed. He won't make it home. I'm already half dead. I met an invalid and fell for his art. He showed me his smile and went straight for my heart. From A Child's Walk Home, Nursery Rhymes and Folktales. It doesn't matter who you are or what you look like, so long as somebody loves you. You are like nobody since I love you. After all this time, always. There is nothing more truly artistic than to love people. In love, no question is ever preposterous. Love, N. A temporary insanity curable by marriage. I like my body when it is with your body. It is so quite new a thing. Muscles better and nerves more. I like your body. I like what it does. I like its house. I like to feel the spine of your body and its bones. And the trembling firm smoothness and which I will again and again and again kiss. I like kissing this and that of you. I like slowly stroking the shocking fuzz of your electric fur. And what is it comes over parting flesh and eyes big love crumbs, and possibly I like the thrill of under me you so quite new. No woman wants to be in submission to a man who isn't in submission to God. I love mankind, he said, but I find to my amazement that the more I love mankind as a whole, the less I love man in particular. You only need one man to love you, but him to love you free like a wildfire, crazy like the moon, always like tomorrow, sudden like an inhale and overcoming like the tides. Only one man and all of this. Despite your best efforts, people are going to be hurt when it's time for them to be hurt. The greatest happiness of life is the conviction that we are loved, loved for ourselves. Or rather, loved in spite of ourselves. Your mother died to save you. If there is one thing Voldemort cannot understand, it is love. Love as powerful as your mother's for you leaves its own mark. To have been loved so deeply, even though the person who loved us is gone, will give us some protection forever. No matter how much you think you love somebody, you'll step back when the pool of their blood edges up too close. Of course I'll hurt you. Of course you'll hurt me. Of course we will hurt each other. But this is the very condition of existence. To become spring means accepting the risk of winter. To become presence means accepting the risk of absence. They say a good love is one that sits you down, gives you a drink of water, and pats you on top of the head. But I say a good love is one that casts you into the wind, sets you ablaze, makes you burn through the skies and ignite the night like a phoenix. The kind that cuts you loose like a wildfire and you can't stop running simply because you keep on burning everything that you touch. I say that's a good love. One that burns and flies. And you run with it. He made a sound like a choked laugh before he reached out and pulled her into her arms. She was aware of Luke watching them from the window, but she shut her eyes resolutely and buried her face against Jace's shoulder. He smelled of salt and blood, and only when his mouth came close to her ear did she understand what he was saying. And it was the simplest litany of all. Her name. Just her name. People always fall in love with the most perfect aspects of each other's personalities. Who wouldn't? Anybody can love the most wonderful parts of another person. But that's not the clever trick. The really clever trick is this. Can you accept the flaws? Can you look at your partner's faults honestly and say, I can work around that. I can make something out of it. Because the good stuff is always going to be there. And it's always going to pretty and sparkly. But the crap underneath can ruin you. Happily ever after, or even just together ever after, is not cheesy, Ren said. It's the noblest, like, the most courageous thing two people can shoot for. No, Dmitri interrupted gently. He moved his face toward mine, our foreheads nearly touching. It won't happen to you. You're too strong. You'll fight it, just like you did this time. I only did because you were here. He wrapped his arms around me, and I buried my face in his chest. I can't do it by myself, I whispered. You can, he said. There was a tremulous note in his voice. You're strong. You're so strong. It's why I love you. What greater gift than the love of a cat? We are all worthy of one another. Love is an abstract noun, something nebulous, and yet love turns out to be the only part of us that is solid. As the world turns upside down and the screen goes black. If someone thinks that peace and love are just a cliché that must have been left behind in the 60s, that's a problem. Peace and love are eternal. Love cannot be reduced to a catalog of reasons why, and a catalog of reasons cannot be put together into love. The fate of your heart is your choice and no one else gets a vote. The damage was permanent. There would always be scars. But even the angriest scars faded over time until it was difficult to see them written on the skin at all. And the only thing that remained was the memory of how painful it had been. If there's a thing I've learned in my life, it's to not be afraid of the responsibility that comes with caring for other people. What we do for love, those things endure, even if the people you do them for don't. He stared at her, knowing with certainty that he was falling in love. He pulled her close and kissed her beneath a blanket of stars, wondering how on earth he'd been lucky enough to find her. The scariest thing about distance is that you don't know whether they'll miss you or forget you. You're beautiful, but you're empty. One couldn't die for you. Of course, an ordinary passerby would think my Rose looked just like you. But my Rose, all on her own, is more important than all of you together. Since she's the one I've watered. Since she's the one I put under glass. Since she's the one I sheltered behind the screen. Since she's the one for whom I killed the caterpillars. except the 2 or 3 butterflies. Since she's the one I listened to when she complained, or when she boasted, or even sometimes when she said nothing at all. Since she's my rose. To say that one waits a lifetime for his soulmate to come around is a paradox. People eventually get sick of waiting, take a chance on someone, and by the art of commitment become soulmates, which takes a lifetime to perfect. Lovers alone wear sunlight. Oh no, don't smile, you'll kill me. I stop breathing when you smile. The greatest disease in the West today is not TB or leprosy. It is being unwanted, unloved, and uncared for. We can cure physical diseases with medicine, but the only cure for loneliness, despair, and hopelessness is love. There are many in the world who are dying for a piece of bread, but there are many more dying for a little love. The poverty in the West is a different kind of poverty. It is not only a poverty of loneliness, but also of spirituality. There's a hunger for love, as there is a hunger for God. Because, if you could love someone, and keep loving them, without being loved back, then that love had to be real. It hurt too much to be anything else. The great tragedy of life is not that men perish, but that they cease to love. Do I love you? My God, if your love were a grain of sand, mine would be a universe of beaches. In real life, love has to be possible, even if it is not returned right away. Love can only survive when the hope exists that you will be able to win over the person you desire. I think it is all a matter of love. The more you love a memory, the stronger and stranger it becomes.
There's a difference between really loving someone and loving the idea of her. He is beauty, inside and out. He is the silver lining in a world of darkness. He is my light. Anyone who loves in the expectation of being loved in return is wasting their time. Nothing ever happens like you imagine it will. When you love someone, you say their name different, like it's safe inside your mouth. I don't want to lose you. His voice almost a whisper. Seeing his haggard expression, she took his hand and squeezed it, then reluctantly let it go. She could feel the tears again, and she fought them back. But you don't want to keep me either, do you? To that, he had no response. If a girl starts out all casual with a guy and she doesn't tell him that she wants a relationship, it will never become a relationship. If you give the guy the impression that casual is okay with you, that's all he'll ever want. Be straight with him from the start. If he gets scared and runs away, he wasn't right for you. I think we ought to live happily ever after. Unless you love someone, nothing else makes sense. I want morning and noon and nightfall with you. I want your tears, your smiles, your kisses, the smell of your hair, the taste of your skin, the touch of your breath on my face. I want to see you in the final hour of my life, to lie in your arms as I take my last breath. With him, life was routine. Without him, life was unbearable. Snape's Patronus was a doe, said Harry. The same as my mother's, because he loved her for nearly all of his life. From when they were children. Wherever you will go, I will let you down, but this lullaby goes on. Love and compassion are necessities, not luxuries. Without them, humanity cannot survive. If you can capture a woman's imagination, then you will have her. But imagination is a strange creature. It needs time and distance to function properly. It's dark now and I am very tired. I love you, always. Time is nothing. Every atom of your flesh is as dear to me as my own. In pain and sickness it would still be dear. IDING How you really feel in trying to make everyone happy doesn't make you nice. It just makes you a liar. Part of the problem with the word disabilities is that it immediately suggests an inability to see or hear or walk or do other things that many of us take for granted. But what of people who can't feel, or talk about their feelings, or manage their feelings in constructive ways? What of people who aren't able to form close and strong relationships? And people who cannot find fulfillment in their lives? Or those who have lost hope, who live in disappointment and bitterness and find in life no joy, no love? These, it seems to me, are the real disabilities. It's so curious. One can resist tears and behave very well in the hardest hours of grief. But then someone makes you a friendly sign behind a window. Or one notices that a flower that was in bud only yesterday has suddenly blossomed. Or a letter slips from a drawer. And everything collapses. You are like a song that I heard when I was a little kid but forgot I knew until I heard it again. I will find you, he whispered in my ear. I promise. If I must endure 200 years of purgatory, 200 years without you, then that is my punishment, which I have earned for my crimes. For I have lied, and killed, and stolen, betrayed and broken trust, but there is the one thing that shall lie in the balance. When I shall stand before God, I shall have one thing to say. To weigh against the rest, his voice dropped, nearly to a whisper, and his arms tightened around me. Lord, ye gave me a rare woman. And God, I loved her well. If I were to live 1,000 years, I would belong to you for all of them. If we were to live 1,000 lives, I would want to make you mine in each one. I don't know what they are called, the spaces between seconds, but I think of you always in those intervals. Owning our story can be hard but not nearly as difficult as spending our lives running from it. Embracing our vulnerabilities is risky but not nearly as dangerous as giving up on love and belonging and joy, the experiences that make us the most vulnerable. Only when we are brave enough to explore the darkness will we discover the infinite power of our light. Love sucks. Sometimes it feels good. Sometimes it's just another way to bleed. I had not intended to love him. The reader knows I had wrought hard to extirpate from my soul the germs of love there detected. And now, at the first renewed view of him, they spontaneously revived, great and strong. He made me love him without looking at me. To him she seemed so beautiful, so seductive, so different from ordinary people, that he could not understand why no one was as disturbed as he by the clicking of her heels on paving stones, why no one else's heart was wild with the breeze stirred by the sighs of her wails. Why everyone did not go mad with the movements of her braid, the flight of her hands, the gold of her laughter. He had not missed a single one of her gestures, not one of the indications of her character. But he did not dare approach her for fear of destroying the spell. I'm not sure this is a world I belong in anymore. I'm not sure that I want to wake up. Heaven would never be heaven without you. I have never found anybody who could stand to accept the daily demonstrative love I feel in me and give back as good as I give. I'm saying I'm in love with you. I've been in love with you this whole bleeding year. I know my heart will never be the same, but I'm telling myself I'll be okay. What would you do if I kissed you right now? I stared at his beautiful face and his beautiful mouth, and I wanted nothing more than to taste it. I would kiss you back. Love recognizes no barriers. It jumps hurdles, leaps fences, penetrates walls to arrive at its destination full of hope. Top 15 things money can't buy: time, happiness, inner peace, integrity, love, character, manners, health, respect, morals, trust, patience, class, common sense, dignity. Perhaps, after all, romance did not come into one's life with pomp and blare, like a gay knight riding down. Perhaps it crept to one's side like an old friend through quiet ways. Perhaps it revealed itself in seeming prose, until some sudden shaft of illumination flung athwart its pages betrayed the rhythm and the music. Perhaps, love unfolded naturally out of a beautiful friendship, as a golden-hearted rose slipping from its green sheath. "You really love her, don't you?" she said. "With all my heart." She looked as sad as I'd ever seen her. "What's your heart telling you to do?" "I don't know, maybe," she said gently. "You are trying too hard to hear it. You have a remarkable memory. I remember everything about you. You are the one who wasn't paying attention." We always see our worst selves, our most vulnerable selves. We need someone else to get close enough to tell us we're wrong. Someone we trust. Poets often describe love as an emotion that we can't control, one that overwhelms logic and common sense. That's what it was like for me. I didn't plan on falling in love with you. And I doubt if you planned on falling in love with me. But once we met, it was clear that neither of us could control what was happening to us. We fell in love, despite our differences. And once we did, something rare and beautiful was created. For me, love like that has happened only once. And that's why every minute we spent together has been seared in my memory. I'll never forget a single moment of it. The moment you stop to think about whether you love someone, you've already stopped loving that person forever. Do what you love what you do, and with all your heart give yourself to it. The best things in life make you sweaty. So it's true, when all is said and done, grief is the price we pay for love. Goodbyes are only for those who love with their eyes. Because for those who love with heart and soul, there is no such thing as separation. When in a relationship, a real man doesn't make his woman jealous of others. He makes others jealous of his woman. The day the power of love overrules the love of power, the world will know peace. Anyone who is in love is making love the whole time. Even when they're not. When two bodies meet, it is just the cup overflowing. They can stay together for hours, even days. They begin the dance one day and finish it the next. Or, such is the pleasure they experience, they may never finish it. No 11 minutes for them. Those sweet lips. My, oh my, I could kiss those lips all night long. Good things come to those who wait. Love is the ultimate outlaw. It just won't adhere to any rules. The most any of us can do is to sign on as its accomplice. Instead of vowing to honor and obey, maybe we should swear to aid and abet. That would mean that security is out of the question. The words, make, and stay, become inappropriate. My love for you has no strings attached. I love you for free. My mother. She is beautiful, softened at the edges and tempered with a spine of steel. I want to grow old and be like her. Believe in a love that is being stored up for you like an inheritance. And have faith that in this love there is a strength and a blessing so large that you can travel as far as you wish without having to step outside it. We're all a little weird. And life is a little weird. And when we find someone whose weirdness is compatible with ours, we join up with them and fall into mutually satisfying weirdness. And call it love, true love. We could do it. You know what? Leave the district, run off, live in the woods. You and I, we could make it. It's funny how you can forget everything except people loving you. Maybe that's why humans find it so hard getting over love affairs. It's not the pain they're getting over. It's the love. My sister will die over and over again for the rest of my life. Grief is forever. It doesn't go away. It becomes a part of you. Step for step, breath for breath. I will never stop grieving Bailey because I will never stop loving her. That's just how it is. Grief and love are conjoined. You don't get one without the other. All I can do is love her. And love the world. Emulate her by living with daring and spirit and joy. This is what love does. It makes you want to rewrite the world. It makes you want to choose the characters, build the scenery, guide the plot. The person you love sits across from you. And you want to do everything in your power to make it possible. Endlessly possible. And when it's just the two of you, alone in a room, you can pretend that this is how it is. This is how it will be. Parents were the only ones obligated to love you. From the rest of the world you had to earn it. Even if you cannot change all the people around you, you can change the people you choose to be around. Life is too short to waste your time on people who don't respect, appreciate, and value you. Spend your life with people who make you smile, laugh, and feel loved. To fear love is to fear life, and those who fear life are already 3 parts dead. There ain't no way you can hold on to something that wants to go. You understand? You can only love what you got while you got it. Whenever you are confronted with an opponent, conquer him with love. This is not a goodbye, my darling. This is a thank you. Thank you for coming into my life and giving me joy. Thank you for loving me and receiving my love in return. Thank you for the memories I will cherish forever. But most of all, thank you for showing me that there will come a time when I can eventually let you go. I love you. T. It's not that you should never love something so much that it can control you. It's that you need to love something that much so you can never be controlled. It's not a weakness. It's your best strength. You are my life now. And it came to me then that we were wonderful traveling companions, but in the end no more than lonely lumps of metal in their own separate orbits. From far off they look like beautiful shooting stars. But in reality they're nothing more than prisons, where each of us is locked up alone, going nowhere. When the orbits of these 2 satellites of ours happened to cross paths, we could be together, maybe even open our hearts to each other. But that was only for the briefest moment. In the next instant we'd be in absolute solitude. Until we burned up and became nothing. What was love, really? Flowers, chocolate, and poetry? Or was it something else? Was it being able to finish someone's jokes? Was it having absolute faith that someone was there at your back? Was it knowing someone so well that they instantly understood why you did the things you did? And shared those same beliefs? Every true love and friendship is a story of unexpected transformation. If we are the same person before and after we loved, that means we haven't loved enough. If I die, I will wait for you. Do you understand? No matter how long, I will watch from beyond to make sure you live every year you have to its fullest. And then we'll have so much to talk about when I see you again. Bones. Please, Mia, he implores. Don't make me write a song. The only thing more unthinkable than leaving was staying. The only thing more impossible than staying. The only thing more impossible than staying was leaving. G was leaving. We are all the pieces of what we remember. We hold in ourselves the hopes and fears of those who love us. As long as there is love and memory, there is no true loss. I may not always be with you, but when we're far apart, remember you will be with me right inside my heart. Guinea, listen, I can't be involved with you anymore. We've got to stop seeing each other. We can't be together. It's for some stupid noble reason, isn't it? It's been like something out of someone else's life these last few weeks with you. But I can't, we can't, I've got to do things alone now. Voldemort uses people his enemies are close to. He's already used you as bait once. And that was just because you were my best friend's sister. Think how much danger you'll be in if we keep this up. He'll know. He'll find out. He'll try and get me through you. What if I don't care? I care. How do you think I'd feel if this was your funeral, and it was my fault? Morning without you is a dwindled dawn. The Bible tells us to love our neighbors. And also to love our enemies. Probably because generally they are the same people. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May. And summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometimes too hot the eye of heaven shines. And too often is his gold complexion dimmed. And every fair from fair sometimes declines. By chance or nature's changing course entrimmed. By thy eternal summer shall not fade. Nor lose possession of that fair thou owest. Nor shall death brag thou wandered in his shade. When in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see. So long lives this and this gives life to thee. I know that the whole point, the only point, is to find the things that matter. And hold on to them. And fight for them. And refuse to let them go. How can I be reasonable? To me our love was everything and you were my whole life. It is not very pleasant to realize that to you it was only an episode. We cultivate love when we allow our most vulnerable and powerful selves to be deeply seen and known. And when we honor the spiritual connection that grows from that offering with trust, respect, kindness and affection. Love is not something we give or get. It is something that we nurture and grow. A connection that can only be cultivated between two people when it exists within each one of them. We can only love others as much as we love ourselves. Shame, blame, disrespect, betrayal, and the withholding of affection damage the roots from which love grows. Love can only survive these injuries if they are acknowledged, healed and rare. Let us begin this letter, this prelude to an encounter, formally, as a declaration, in the old-fashioned way. I love you. You do not know me. Although you have seen me, smiled at me, I know you, although not so well as I would like. I want to be there when your eyes flutter open in the morning. And you see me, and you smile. Surely this would be paradise enough? So I do declare myself to you now. With pen set to paper. I declare it again. I love you. It's the imperfections that make things beautiful. Remember that the best relationship is one in which your love for each other exceeds your need for each other. When you have seen as much of life as I have, you will not underestimate the power of obsessive love. Love is a form of prejudice. You love what you need. You love what makes you feel good. You love what is convenient. How can you say you love one person when there are 10,000 people in the world that you would love more if you ever met them? But you'll never meet them. All right. So we do the best we can. Granted. But we must still realize that love is just the result of a chance encounter. Most people make too much of it. On these grounds, a good fuck is not to be entirely scorned. But that's the result of a chance meeting too. You're damned right. Drink up. We'll have another. I don't care if you're black, white, straight, bisexual, gay, lesbian, short, tall, fat, skinny, rich or poor. If you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. Simple as that. One day spent with someone you love can change everything. His heart danced upon her movements like a cork upon a tide. He heard what her eyes said to him from beneath their cowl and knew that in some dim past, whether in life or reverie, he had heard their tale before. She didn't belong anywhere and she never really belonged to anyone. And everyone else belonged somewhere and to someone. People thought she was too wonderful. But she only wanted to belong to someone. People always thought she was too wonderful to belong to them or that something too wonderful would hurt too much to lose. And that's why she liked him, because he just thought she was crazy. There is no love sincerer than the love of food. Love is like a brick. You can build a house, or you can sink a dead body. Sleep my little baby, oh sleep until you waken. When you wake you'll see the world if I'm not mistaken. Kiss a lover, dance a measure, find your name in buried treasure. Face your life, its pain, its pleasure, leave no path untaken. Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. She wasn't doing a thing that I could see, except standing there leaning on the balcony railing, holding the universe together. Then, one stupid person, no different from any other stupid person, wanders into your stupid life. You give them a piece of you. They don't ask for it. They do something dumb one day like kiss you or smile at you. And then your life isn't your own anymore. I will not try to convince you to love me, to respect me, to commit to me. I deserve better than that. I am better than that. Goodbye. I envy people that know love, that have someone who takes them as they are. I don't care what you say to me. I care what you share with me. Some people feel like they don't deserve love. They walk away quietly into empty spaces, trying to close the gaps of the past. The great thing to remember is that though our feelings come and go, God's love for us does not. Keep your best wishes close to your heart and watch what happens. Ye are blood of my blood, and bone of my bone, I give ye my body, that we two might be one, I give ye my spirit, till our life shall be done. If you ever looked at me once with what I know is in you, I would be your slave. I care, he said in a trembling voice. I care so much that I do not know how to tell you without it seeming inconsequential compared to how I feel, even if I am distant at times and seem as if I do not want to be with you. It is only because this scares me, too. He's not your Prince Charming if he doesn't make sure you know that you're his princess. Now very much against her will, she thought of the way Jace had looked at her then. The blaze of faith in his eyes. His belief in her. He had always thought she was strong. He had showed it in everything he did. In every look and every touch. Simon had faith in her too. Yet when he'd held her, it had been as if she were something fragile. Something made of delicate glass. But Jace had held her with all the strength he had. Never wondering if she could take it, he'd known she was as strong as he was. In this world, it is too common for people to search for someone to lose themselves in. But I am already lost, I will look for someone to find myself in. Her heart was a secret garden and the walls were very high. If you want some advice, which I'm sure you don't, you guys should lay off on the magic. Christian still thinks you're moving in on Lisa. What? He asked in mock astonishment. Doesn't he know my heart belongs to you? It does not. And no, he's still worried about it. Despite what I've told him, you know. I bet if we started making out right now, it would make him feel better. If you touch me, I said pleasantly, I'll provide you with the opportunity to see if you can heal yourself. Then we'd see how badass you really are. I love you more than I think I should. The voice of love seemed to call to me, but it was a wrong number. I met an old lady once, almost 100 years old, and she told me, there are only two questions that human beings have ever fought over. All through history. How much do you love me? And who's in charge? Friends are the family you choose, Tilda Anyong, Ithilnan, Elvin Rogue. I belong to the people I love. And they belong to me, they. And the love and loyalty I give them form my identity far more than any word or group ever could. Here's something else to think about. Calling when you say you are going to is the very first brick in the house you are building of love. And trust, if he can't lay this one stupid brick down, you ain't never gonna have a house, baby. And it's cold outside. When you love someone, you let them take care of you. I'm in love with you. And I know that love is just a shout into the void. And that oblivion is inevitable. And that we're all doomed, and that there will come a day when all our labor has been returned to dust. And I know the sun will swallow the only earth we'll ever have. And I am in love with you. Don't leave a piece of jewelry at his house so you can go back and get it later. He may be with his real girlfriend. Love, the poet said, is woman's whole existence. Falling for him would be like cliff diving. It would be either the most exhilarating thing that ever happened to me or the stupidest mistake I'd ever make. When you are old and grey and full of sleep, and nodding by the fire, take down this book, and slowly read, and dream of the soft look your eyes had once, and of their shadows deep. How many loved your moments of glad grace, and loved your beauty with love false or true. But one man loved the pilgrim soul in you, and loved the sorrows of your changing face, and bending down beside the glowing bars, murmur, a little sadly, how love fled and paced upon the mountains overhead and hid his face amid a crowd of stars. After all, what is happiness? Love, they tell me. But love doesn't bring and never has brought happiness. On the contrary, it's a constant state of anxiety, a battlefield. It's sleepless nights, asking ourselves all the time if we're doing the right thing. Real love is composed of ecstasy and agony. One day, when I am a braver man, I will tell her these things. And then I will look her in the eye, tell her I love her and ask her to be only mine. But until that day, we're just friends. This is love, to fly toward a secret sky, to cause 100 whales to fall each moment. First to let go of life. Finally, to take a step without feet. In secret we met, in silence I grieve, that thy heart could forget, thy spirit deceive. If I should meet thee after long years, how should I greet thee? With silence and tears. I dreamed I spoke in another's language, I dreamed I lived in another's skin, I dreamed I was my own beloved, I dreamed I was a tiger skin, I dreamed that Eden lived inside me, and when I breathed the garden came, I dreamed I knew all of creation, I dreamed I knew the Creator's name. I dreamed, and this dream was the finest, that all I dreamed was real and true, and we would live in joy forever, you in me, and me in you. The strongest love is the love that can demonstrate its fragility. Eventually something you love is going to be taken away. And then you will fall to the floor crying. And then, however much later, it is finally happening to you. You are falling to the floor crying thinking, I am falling to the floor crying, but there's an element of the ridiculous to it. You knew it would happen, and even worse, while you're on the floor crying you look at the place where the wall meets the floor and you realize you didn't paint it very well. Love. The reason I dislike that word is that it means too much for me. Far more than you can understand. Anna Karenina, Anna Karenina. Nothing in this world was more difficult than love. Unrequited love does not die. It's only beaten down to a secret place where it hides, curled and wounded. For some unfortunates, it turns bitter and mean. And those who come after pay the price for the hurt done by the one who came before. There is no pretending, Jace said with absolute clarity. I love you, and I will love you until I die, and if there's a life after that, I'll love you then. She caught her breath. He had said it, hey. Words there was no going back from. If I am to be fallen into love, I will, and if as a result I will appear to be stupid, disillusioned, and of poor judgment, I will, and I would be damned if I cared what other people think. For I would rather be thought of as all of these things than not love. If in loving, I become the naked woman on the horse, I will ride that horse with my head held high. This is my spirit. I am unbreakable. Someday, We'll run into each other again. I know it. Maybe I'll be older and smarter and just plain better. 1,000 half loves must be forsaken to take one whole heart home. Promise to give me a kiss on my brow when I am dead. I shall feel it. She dropped her head again on Marius' knees. And her eyelids closed. He thought the poor soul had departed. Apolline remained motionless. All at once, at the very moment when Marius fancied her asleep forever, she slowly opened her eyes in which appeared the somber profundity of death, and said to him in a tone whose sweetness seemed already to proceed from another world, "And by the way, Monsieur Marius, I believe that I was a little bit in love with you. I know you are tired, but come, this is the way. To love is to suffer. To avoid suffering one must not love. But then one suffers from not loving. Therefore, to love is to suffer. Not to love is to suffer. To suffer is to suffer. To be happy is to love. To be happy, then, is to suffer. But suffering makes one unhappy. Therefore, to be happy one must love or love to suffer or suffer from too much happiness. She is a friend of my mind. She gather me, man, the pieces I am. She gather them and give them back to me in all the right order. All my heart is yours, sir. It belongs to you, and with you it would remain, were fate to exile the rest of me from your presence forever. If I love you, what business is it of yours? You can build walls all the way to the sky and I will find a way to fly above them. You can try to pin me down with 100,000 arms. But I will find a way to resist, and there are many of us out there. More than you think. People who refuse to stop believing. People who refuse to come to earth. People who love in a world without walls. People who love into hate, into refusal, against hope, and without fear. I love you. Remember, they cannot take it. There is love in holding and there is love in letting go. Love is heavy and light, bright and dark, hot and cold, sick and healthy, asleep and awake. It's everything except what it is. Act 1, Scene 1. Being with you and not being with you is the only way I have to measure time. He could totally be your boyfriend. Angel went on with annoying persistence. You guys could get married. I could be like a junior bridesmaid. Total could be your flower dog. I'm only a kid. I shrieked. I can't get married. You could in New Hampshire. Maybe the first time you saw her you were 10. She was standing in the sun scratching her legs, or tracing letters in the dirt with a stick. Her hair was being pulled, or she was pulling someone's hair, and a part of you was drawn to her, and a part of you resisted, wanting to ride off on your bicycle. Kick a stone, remain uncomplicated. In the same breath you felt the strength of a man, and a self-pity that made you feel small and hurt. Part of you thought, please don't look at me. If you don't, I can still turn away. And part of you thought, look at me. We kiss all the time. I clear my throat, then add, we just do it in private. A smug expression crosses his face. I don't buy it for a second. 'Cause if you were my girlfriend and a stud like me was livin' in your house, I'd kiss you in front of the guy every chance I got as a reminder. A reminder of what? That you were mine. Why is love intensified by absence? The love that moves the sun and the other stars. They do not love that do not show their love. I've always loved you. And when you love someone, you love the whole person, just as he or she is, and not as you would like them to be. After all these years, I see that I was mistaken about Eve in the beginning. It is better to live outside the garden with her than inside it without her. Gentle reader, may you never feel what I then felt. May your eyes never shed such stormy, scalding, heart-wrung tears as poured from mine. May you never appeal to heaven in prayers so hopeless and so ageist as in that hour left my lips. For never may you, like me, dread to be the instrument of evil to what you wholly love. If you love a flower that lives on a star, it is sweet to look at the sky at night. All the stars are abloom with flowers. Love is a luxury, number. Love is an element, like air to breathe, earth to stand on. Because I can't help doing it, he said with a shrug. And hey, if I keep loving you, maybe you'll eventually crack and love me too. Hell, I'm pretty sure you're already half in love with me. I am not. And everything you just said is ridiculous. That's terrible logic. Adrian returned to his crossword puzzle. Well, you can think what you want. So long as you remember, no matter how ordinary things seem between us, I'm still here. Still in love with you. And care about you more than any other guy. Evil or otherwise. Ever will. I don't think you're evil, see? Things are already looking promising. How far should a person go in the name of true love? I have little left in myself. I must have you. The world may laugh, may call me absurd, selfish, but it does not signify. My very soul demands you. It will be satisfied, or it will take deadly vengeance on its frame. Let's start with this statistic. You are delicious. Be brave, my sweet. I know you can get lonely. I know you can crave companionship and sex and love so badly that it physically hurts. But I truly believe that the only way you can find out that there's something better out there is to first believe there's something better out there. What other choice is there? The future for me is already a thing of the past. You were my first love and you will be my last. I'm gonna fight for you, until your heart stops beating. No human relation gives one possession in another. Every two souls are absolutely different. In friendship or in love, the two side by side raise hands together to find what one cannot reach alone. If you spend your time hoping someone will suffer the consequences for what they did to your heart, then you are allowing them to hurt you a second time in your mind. One ought to hold on to one's heart, for if one lets it go, one soon loses control of the head too. Life is a series of pulls back and forth. A tension of opposites, like a pull on a rubber band. Most of us live somewhere in the middle. A wrestling match. Which side win? Love wins. Love always wins. Jealousy is a disease. Love is a healthy condition. The immature mind often mistakes one for the other, or assumes that the greater the love, the greater the jealousy. In fact, they are almost incompatible. One emotion hardly leaves room for the other. If I could but know his heart, everything would become easy. Since feeling is first, who pays any attention to the syntax of things will never wholly kiss you. Wholly to be a fool while spring is in the world my blood approves, and kisses are a far better. Fatate and wisdom lady, I swear by all flowers. Don't cry, the best gesture of my brain is less than your eyelids flutter which say we are for each other. Then laugh. Leaning back in my arms, for life's not a paragraph and death I think is no parenthesis. I love you, he whispered. And that was the moment he knew what he was going to do. When you loved someone, you put their needs before your own. No matter how inconceivable those needs were. No matter how fucked up. No matter how much it made you feel like you were ripping yourself into pieces. Yes, I decided. A man can truly change. The events of the past year have taught me much about myself. And a few universal truths. I learned, for instance, that while wounds can be inflicted easily upon those we love, it's often much more difficult to heal them. Yet the process of healing those wounds provided the richest experience of my life. Leading me to believe that while I've often overestimated what I could accomplish in a day, I had underestimated what I could do in a year. But most of all, I learned that it's possible for two people to fall in love all over again, even when there's been a lifetime of disappointment between them. I mean, at the end of the day, what the hell does it matter who I end up with if it can't be you? She was beautiful, but not like those girls in the magazines. She was beautiful for the way she thought. She was beautiful for the sparkle in her eyes when she talked about something she loved. She was beautiful for her ability to make other people smile, even if she was sad. No, she wasn't beautiful for something as temporary as her looks. She was beautiful deep down to her soul. She is beautiful. Kissing, and I mean like yummy, smacking kissing, is the most delicious, most beautiful and passionate thing that two people can do. Bar none. Better than sex, hands down. I want to try making things right because picking up the pieces is way better than leaving them the way they are. Each relationship between two persons is absolutely unique. That is why you cannot love two people the same. It simply is not possible. You love each person differently because of who they are and the uniqueness that they draw out of you. But if I hadn't fallen, I wouldn't have met you. Let me die the moment my love dies. Let me not outlive my own capacity to love. Let me die still loving. And so, never die. And all I loved alone. Yelena, you've driven me crazy. You've caused me considerable trouble and I've contemplated ending your life twice since I've known you. Valek's warm breath in my ear sent a shiver down my spine. But you've slipped under my skin, invaded my blood and seized my heart. That sounds more like a poison than a person, was all I could say. His confession had both shocked and thrilled me. Exactly, Valek replied. You have poisoned me. The power of finding beauty in the humblest things makes home happy and life lovely. Love makes you want to be a better man. Right. But maybe love, real love, also gives you permission to just be the man you are. You know the reason the Beatles made it so big? I Wanna Hold Your Hand. First single. Fucking brilliant. Perhaps the most fucking brilliant song ever written. Because they nailed it. That's what everyone wants. Not 24/7 hot wet sex. Not a marriage that lasts 100 years. Not a Porsche or $1 million crib. No, they wanna hold your hand. They have such a feeling that they can't hide. Every single successful song of the past 50 years can be traced back to I Wanna Hold Your Hand. And every single successful love story has those unbearable and unbearably exciting moments of hand-holding. I have a million things to talk to you about. All I want in this world is you. I want to see you and talk. I want the two of us to begin everything from the beginning. Stephen kissed me in the spring, Robin in the fall, but Colin only looked at me and never kissed at all. Stephen's kiss was lost in jest, Robin's lost in play, but the kiss in Colin's eyes haunts me night and day. I've never forgotten him. Dare I say I miss him? I do. I miss him. I still see him in my dreams. They are nightmares mostly, but nightmares tinged with love. Such is the strangeness of the human heart. I still cannot understand how he could abandon me so unceremoniously, without any sort of goodbye, without looking back even once. The pain is like an axe that chops my heart. I'm a little pencil in the hand of a writing god, who is sending a love letter to the world. Moving on is easy. It's staying moved on that's trickier. Though lovers be lost, love shall not, and death shall have no dominion. Loving someone and having them love you back is the most precious thing in the world. Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take action towards your dreams. Walk your talk. Dance and sing to your music. Embrace your blessings. Make today worth remembering. I don't know if anyone's ever told you this. He begins. He doesn't blush. And his eyes don't dart away. Instead, I find myself staring into a pair of oceans, one perfect, the other blemished by that tiny ripple. You're very attractive. Catches me off guard. But it startles me so much that without thinking I blurt out, I could say the same about you. I pause. In case you didn't know, a slow grin spreads across his face. Oh, trust me, I know. Be the things I am wiser to know. Idleness, sorrow, a friend, and a foe. 4 be the things I'd been better without. Love, curiosity, freckles, and doubt. 3 be the things I shall never attain. Envy, content, and sufficient champagne. 3 be the things I shall have till I die. Laughter and hope and a sock in the eye. Dusk is just an illusion because the sun is either above the horizon or below it. And that means that day and night are linked in a way that few things are. There cannot be one without the other, yet they cannot exist at the same time. How would it feel? I remember wondering to be always together yet forever apart. Okay, then, I can talk. Ask me something, okay? He laughs shakily in my ear. Why is your heart racing, Tris? I cringe and say, well, I barely know you. I barely know you and I'm crammed up against you in a box. 4. What do you think? Maybe you were cut out for candor, he says. Because you're a terrible liar. Forever and ever, kid, until you're sick and tired of seeing me. To love is to destroy, and that to be loved is to be the one destroyed. Maybe there isn't such a thing as fate. Maybe it's just the opportunities we are given, and what we do with them. I'm beginning to think that may be great. Epic romances don't just happen. We have to make them ourselves. I miss him in so many ways. But right now I miss him in the way you always miss someone when you're single among a room full of couples. There are some things, after all, that Sally Owens knows for certain. Always throw spilled salt over your left shoulder. Keep rosemary by your garden gate. Add pepper to your mashed potatoes. Plant roses and lavender. For luck, fall in love whenever you can. I'd love to, she finally said, on one condition. I steadied myself, hoping it wasn't something too awful. Yes? You have to promise that you won't fall in love with me. I knew she was kidding me by the way she laughed, and I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sometimes I had to admit, Jamie had a pretty good sense of humor. I smiled and gave her my word. Love is our true destiny. We do not find the meaning of life by ourselves alone, we find it with another. How we need another soul to cling to, another body to keep us warm, to rest and trust, to give your soul in confidence. I need this. I need someone to pour myself into. She wasn't exactly sure when it happened, or even when it started. All she knew for sure was that right here and now, she was falling hard and she could only pray that he was feeling the same way. If I were a tree, I would have no reason to love a human. The story of life is quicker than the wink of an eye. The story of love is hello and goodbye, until we meet again. Christian, you are the state lottery, the cure for cancer, and the 3 wishes from Aladdin's lamp all rolled into one. Each day brings new opportunities, allowing you to constantly live with love, be there for others, bring a little light into someone's day, be grateful and live each day to the fullest. I knew they would kill me when they found out. But, he struggled for words, releasing a sharp breath. I think I realized that I would rather die because I betrayed them than live because I betrayed you. He suddenly recalled from Plato's Symposium. People were hermaphrodites until God split them in two. And now all the halves wander the world over seeking one another. Love is the longing for the half of ourselves we have lost. If I know what love is, it is because of you. Don't sacrifice yourself too much. Because if you sacrifice too much, there's nothing else you can give and nobody will care for you. To love someone means to see them as God intended them. Where there is great love, there are always miracles. Did I really want to stay on this road longer, knowing it was only going to end in devastation? You never knew the last time you were seeing someone. You didn't know when the last argument happened, or the last time you had sex, or the last time you looked into their eyes and thanked God they were in your life. After they were gone, that was all you thought about, day and night. I have seen the best of you, and the worst of you, and I choose both. One of the things that makes me who I am is the loyalty I have to people I hold close to my heart. There are memories that time does not erase. Forever does not make loss forgettable, only bearable. Love is the strangest, most illogical thing in the world. I don't love you anymore, she whispered. I don't love you at all. His throat closed. It's all right, sweetheart. I love you enough for both of us. As mothers and daughters, we are connected with one another. My mother is the bones of my spine, keeping me straight and true. She is my blood, making sure it runs rich and strong. She is the beating of my heart. I cannot now imagine a life without her. Weeping is not the same thing as crying. It takes your whole body to weep. And when it's over, you feel like you don't have any bones left to hold you up. In the darkness, two shadows, reaching through the hopeless, heavy dusk, their hands meet, and light spills in a flood like 100 golden urns pouring out of the sun. My parents danced together, her head on his chest, both had their eyes closed. They seemed so perfectly content. If you can find someone like that, someone who you can hold and close your eyes to the world with, then you're lucky, even if it only lasts for a minute or a day. The image of them gently swaying to the music is how I picture love in my mind even after all these years. And now I know why they invented words for love. Why they had to. It's the only thing that can come close to describing what I feel in that moment. The baffling mixture of pain and pleasure and fear and joy, all running sharply through me at once. Sometimes it takes a heartbreak to shake us awake and help us see we are worth so much more than we're settling for. To love means loving the unlovable. To forgive means pardoning the unpardonable. Faith means believing the unbelievable. Hope means hoping when everything seems hopeless. Yeah, well, I say, I left abnegation because I wasn't selfless enough. No matter how hard I tried to be. That's not entirely true. He smiles at me. That girl who let someone throw knives at her to spare a friend. Who hit my dad with a belt to protect me, that selfless girl. That's not you. You've been paying close attention. Haven't you? I like to observe people. Maybe you were cut out for candor. 4. Because you're a terrible liar. They're in love. Fuck the war. Love is the voice under all silences. The hope which has no opposite in fear. The strength so strong mere force is feebleness. The truth more first than sun. More last than star. How far would you go to keep the hope of love alive? I wish you could be kissed. Jane, he said, because I would beg just one of you. Under all this, he flailed an arm toward the stars. You'll never be able to find yourself if you're lost in someone else. Do not swear by the moon, for she changes constantly. Then your love would also change. It's the kind of kiss that inspires stars to climb into the sky and light up the world. In this part of the story, I am the one who dies. The only one. And I will die of love because I love you, because I love you. Love. In fire and in blood. You are my heart, my life, my entire existence. Ash. True love is the best thing in the world, except for cough drops. Maybe I was destined to forever fall in love with people I couldn't have. Maybe there's a whole assortment of impossible people waiting for me to find them. Waiting to make me feel the same impossibility over and over again. Woman is sacred, the woman one loves is holy. There is no intensity of love or feeling that does not involve the risk of crippling hurt. It is a duty to take this risk. To love and feel without defense or reserve. People should fall in love with their eyes closed. Actually, that's my secret. I can't even talk about you to anybody because I don't want any more people to know how wonderful you are. If you don't receive love from the ones who are meant to love you, you will never stop looking for it. You are just another story I can't tell anymore. There is nothing that is going to make people hate you more and love you more than telling the truth. A fit, healthy body, that is the best fashion statement. Only love of a good woman will make a man question every choice, every action. Only love makes a warrior hesitate for fear that his lady will find him cruel. Only love makes a man both the best he will ever be and the weakest, sometimes all in the same moment. Wicked. When you forgive, you love. And when you love, God's light shines upon you. But when I do feel all the strength go out of me, and I fall to my knees beside the table and I think I cry, then, or at least I want to, and everything inside me screams for just one more kiss, one more word, one more glance, one more. You've changed me forever, and I'll never forget you. Are you upset, little friend? Have you been lying awake worrying? Well, don't worry, I'm here. The flood waters will recede. The famine will end. The sun will shine tomorrow. And I will always be here to take care of you. And I've fallen so hard, I've hit the ground. Gone right through it. Never in my life have I felt this. Nothing like this. I've felt shame and cowardice, weakness and strength. I've known terror and indifference, self-hate and general disgust. I've seen things that cannot be unseen, and yet I've known nothing like this terrible, horrible, paralyzing feeling. I feel crippled, desperate and out of control. And it keeps getting worse. Every day I feel sick, empty and somehow aching. Love is a heartless bastard. The only creatures that are evolved enough to convey pure love are dogs and infants. My heart only ever had one thought, one want, one need. Despite all, in spite of all my heart has ever wanted is you. Choose your love. Love your choice. The only love that I really believe in is a mother's love for her children. As lovers, the difference between men and women is that women can love all day long, but men only at times. Love is scary. It changes, it can go away. That's the part of the risk. I don't want to be scared anymore. Then I discovered that being related is no guarantee of love. Damn you, spoilt creature. I shan't make you love me any the more by giving myself away like this. Love is a serious mental disease. Life is funny. Things change. People change. But you will always be you. So stay true to yourself and never sacrifice who you are for anyone. Some moments are nice, some are nicer, some are even worth writing about. I've never minded it, he went on. Being lost. That is, I had always thought one could not truly be lost if one knew one's own heart. But I fear I may be lost without knowing yours. There could have been no two hearts so open, no tastes so similar, no feelings so in unison. You are gorgeous, you old hag, and if I could give you just one gift ever for the rest of your life, it would be this. Confidence. It would be the gift of confidence. Either that or a scented candle. Fear doesn't shut you down. It wakes you up. I've seen it. It's fascinating. He releases me but doesn't pull away. His hand grazing my jaw, my neck. Sometimes I just want to see it again. Want to see you awake. Don't go far off. Not even for a day, because I don't know how to say it. A day is long and I will be waiting for you. As in an empty station when the trains are parked off somewhere else. Asleep. Don't leave me. Even for an hour. Because then the little drops of anguish will all run together, the smoke that roams looking for a home will drift to me, choking my lost heart. Oh, may your silhouette never dissolve on the beach. May your eyelids never flutter into the empty distance. Don't leave me for a second, my dearest, because in that moment you'll have gone so far I'll wander mazily over all the earth, asking, will you come back? Will you leave me here, dying? Do I love you because you're beautiful, or are you beautiful because I love you? For one human being to love another human being, that is perhaps the most difficult task that has been given to us. The ultimate, the final problem and proof. The work for which all other work is merely preparation. It does good to no woman to be flattered by a man who does not intend to marry her, and it is madness in all women to let a secret love kindle within them, which, if unreturned and unknown, must devour the life that feeds it, and, if discovered and responded to, must lead, ignis fatuus like, into miry wilds whence there is no extrication. In my rush, I hadn't tied my shoelaces. Noah was now tying them for me. He looked up at me through his dark fringe of lashes and smiled. The expression on his face melted me completely. I knew I had the goofiest grin plastered on my lips. And didn't care. There, he said as he finished tying the laces on my left shoe. Now you won't fall, too late. Everything with me is either worship and passion or pity and understanding. I hate really, though when I hate murderously. For example now, I hate the bank and everything connected with it. I also hate Dutch paintings, penis sucking, parties, and cold rainy weather, but I am much more preoccupied with loving. If you truly want to be respected by people you love, you must prove to them that you can survive without them. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no. It is an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. I felt like an animal, and animals don't know sin, do they? When two people meet and fall in love, there's a sudden rush of magic. Magic is just naturally present then. We tend to feed on that gratuitous magic without striving to make any more. One day we wake up and find that the magic is gone. We hustle to get it back. But by then it's usually too late. We've used it up. What we have to do is work like hell at making additional magic right from the start. It's hard work, but if we can remember to do it, we greatly improve our chances of making love stay. You don't take away my choices. You are my choice. My soul sees its equal in you. Love is being honest with yourself at all times, being honest with the other person at all times, telling, listening, respecting the truth and never pretending. Love is the source of reality. I can't set my hopes too high, 'cause every hello ends with a goodbye. True love begins when nothing is looked for in return. When you love someone, it's never over. You move on, because you have to, but you take them with you in your heart. Forgiveness is the name of love practiced among people who love poorly. The hard truth is that all people love poorly. We need to forgive and be forgiven every day. Every hour increasingly. That is the great work of love among the fellowship of the weak, that is the human family. A kiss is a lovely trick designed by nature to stop speech when words become superfluous. Augustus, I said. Really? You don't have to do this. Sure I do, he said. I found my wish. God. You are the best, I told him. I bet you say that to all the boys who finance your international travel, he answered. I want love to conquer all. But love can't conquer anything. It can't do anything on its own. It relies on us to do the conquering on its behalf. Isn't it funny how the memories you cherish before a breakup can become your worst enemies? Afterwards, the thoughts you loved to think about, the memories you wanted to hold up to the light and view from every angle, it suddenly seems a lot safer to lock them in a box, far from the light of day, and throw away the key. It's not an act of bitterness. It's an act of self-preservation. It's not always a bad idea to stay behind the window and look out at life instead. Is it? I find the best way to love someone is not to change them, but instead, help them reveal the greatest version of themselves. I am certain of nothing but the holiness of the heart's affections and the truth of the imagination. Had I the heavens' embroidered clothes, unwrought with golden and silver light, the blue and the dim, and the dark clothes of night and light and the half-light, I would spread the clothes under your feet. But I, being poor, have only my dreams. I have spread my dreams under your feet. Tread softly, because you tread on my dreams. Of all our games, love's play is the only one which threatens to unsettle the soul. I wish you to know that you have been the last dream of my soul. This is what happened in Lao. One of you cried a lot and then both of you grew sarcastic. Ah, she cried. You look so cool. Their eyes met, and they stared together at each other. Alone in space. With an effort she glanced down at the table. You always look so cool, she repeated. She had told him that she loved him. And Tom Buchanan saw limitless undying love which shines around me like a million suns. It calls me on and on across the universe. Every woman wants a man who'll fall in love with her soul as well as her body. You're an expert at in keeping the lines blurry. It's the same with people who say, whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Even people who say this must realize that the exact opposite is true. What doesn't kill you maims you, cripples you, leaves you weak, makes you whiny and full of yourself at the same time. The more pain, the more pompous you get. Whatever doesn't kill you makes you incredibly annoying. I love her, and that's the beginning and end of everything. What about when someone doesn't need a shoulder? What if they need the arms? It's all right, said Wolf. You loved her. I would feel the same if someone wanted to erase Scarlett's identity and give it to Leviner's army. Scarlett stiffened, heat rushing into her cheeks. He certainly wasn't insinuating. Ow, squealed Echo. Did Wolf just say that he loves Scarlett? That's so cute. Scarlett cringed. He did not, that wasn't. She balled her fists against her sides. Can we get back to these soldiers that are being rounded up? Please? Is she blushing? She sounds like she's blushing. She's blushing, Thorne confirmed. Shuffling the cards. Actually, Wolf is also looking a little flustered. If you love something so much, let it go. If it comes back, it was meant to be. I want everything with you. America. I want the holidays and the birthdays. The busy season and lazy weekends. I want peanut butter fingertips on my desk. I want inside jokes and fights and everything. I want a life with you. I will follow you to the ends of the world. He did not care if she was heartless, vicious and vulgar, stupid and grasping. He loved her. He would rather have misery with one than happiness with the other. She craved a presence beside her. Solid, fingertips light at the nape of her neck and a voice meeting hers in the dark. Someone who would wait with an umbrella to walk her home in the rain. And smile like sunshine when he saw her coming. Who would dance with her on her balcony. Keep his promises and know her secrets. And make a tiny world wherever he was. With just her and his arms and his whisper and her trust. And I wondered if love was too weak a word for what he felt. What he'd done for me. For what I felt for him. I love you, he whispered, and kissed my brow. Thorns and all. It scares me how hard it is to remember life before you. I can't even make the comparisons anymore. Because my memories of that time have all the depth of a photograph. It seems foolish to play games of better and worse. It's simply a matter of us and is no longer. The saddest thing about love, Joe, is that not only the love cannot last forever, but even the heartbreak is soon forgotten. I love you enough to never make you choose. Wait, you think I'm going to die? That's why you slept with me? But I have to confess, I'm glad you two had at least a few months of happiness together. I'm not glad, says Peter. I wish we had waited until the whole thing was done officially. The stakes even Cesar are back. Surely even a brief time is better than no time? Maybe I'd think that, too, Cesar, says Peter bitterly. If it weren't for the baby. Most of us must learn to love people and use things rather than loving things and using people. For it was not into my ear you whispered, but into my heart. It was not my lips you kissed, but my soul. Then love knew it was called love. And when I lifted my eyes to your name, suddenly your heart showed me my way. I have been astonished that men could die martyrs for their religion. I have shuddered at it. I shudder no more. I could be martyred for my religion. Love is my religion on I could die for that. I could die for you. My creed is love and you are its only tenet. It is an absolute human certainty that no one can know his own beauty or perceive a sense of his own worth until it has been reflected back to him in the mirror of another loving, caring human being. Until one has loved an animal, a part of one's soul remains unawakened. But grief makes a monster out of us sometimes. And sometimes you say and do things to the people you love that you can't forgive yourself for. Maybe mistakes are what make our fate. Without them, what would shape our lives? Maybe if we had never veered off course, we wouldn't fall in love, have babies, or be who we are. After all, things change. So do cities. People come into your life and they go. But it's comforting to know that the ones you love are always in your heart. And if you're very lucky, a plane ride away. Last night I wept. I wept because the process by which I have become woman was painful. I wept because I was no longer a child with a child's blind faith. I wept because my eyes were opened to reality. I wept because I could not believe anymore and I loved to believe. I can still love passionately without believing. That means I love humanly. I wept because I have lost my pain and I am not yet accustomed to its absence. Love meant jumping off a cliff and trusting that a certain person would be there to catch you at the bottom. If you didn't love him, this never would have happened. But you did. And accepting that love and everything that followed it is part of letting it go. You may choose to look the other way, but you can never say again that you did not know. I don't want to hurt you or anybody, so please forget about me. Just try. Find yourself a better friend. I'll be looking for you. Will. Every moment. Every single moment. And when we do find each other again, we'll cling together so tight that nothing and no one'll ever tear us apart. Every atom of me and every atom of you. We'll live in birds and flowers and dragonflies and pine trees and in clouds and in those little specks of light you see floating in sunbeams. And when they use our atoms to make new lives, they won't just be able to take one. They'll have to take two. One of you and one of me. We'll be joined so tight. Of course he loves me. I'm his sister. Blood isn't love, said Magnus, and his voice was bitter. As your lover describes you, so you are. So don't you worry your pretty little mind because people throw rocks at things that shine. Ours. That which God said to the rose, and caused it to laugh in full-blown beauty, he said to my heart, and made it 100 times more beautiful. And yet, to say the truth, reason and love keep little company together nowadays. Sometimes we love with nothing more than hope. Sometimes we cry with everything except tears. Be the one who nurtures and builds. Be the one who has an understanding and a forgiving heart, one who looks for the best in people. Leave people better than you found them. At the end of the day, it's about how much you can bear. How much you can endure. Being together, we harm nobody. Being apart, we extinguish ourselves. When you love someone, you don't have a choice. Love takes your choices away. Clary Frey. We'd met at a carefree time. A moment full of promise. In its place now were the harsh lessons of the real world. Nobody sees anybody truly but all through the flaws of their own egos. That is the way we all see each other in life. Vanity, fear, desire, competition, all such distortions within our own egos, condition our vision of those in relation to us. Add to those distortions to our own egos the corresponding distortions in the egos of others. And you see how cloudy the glass must become through which we look at each other. That's how it is in all living relationships, except when there is that rare case of two people who love intensely enough to burn through all those layers of opacity and see each other's naked hearts. Looking at him now, even if she hadn't been in love with him. That part of her that was her mother's daughter, that loved every beautiful thing for its beauty alone, would still have wanted him. First best is falling in love. Second best is being in love. Least best is falling out of love. But any of it is better than never having been in love. Until this moment, I had not realized that someone could break your heart twice, along the very same fault lines. To the world you may be one person, but to one person you may be the world. When is a monster not a monster? Oh, when you love it. If you could only love enough, you could be the most powerful person in the world. I drive around the streets an inch away from weeping, ashamed of my sentimentality and possible love. You picked a lemon. Throw it away, lemonade is overrated. Freaks should remain at the circus. Not in your apartment. You already have one asshole. You don't need another. Make a space in your life for the glorious things you deserve. Have faith. This life is yours. Take the power to choose what you want to do and do it well. Take the power to love what you want in life and love it honestly. Take the power to walk in the forest and be a part of nature. Take the power to control your own life. No one else can do it for you. Take the power to make your life happy. In bed that night, I invented a special drain that would be underneath every pillow in New York and would connect to the reservoir. Whenever people cried themselves to sleep, the tears would all go to the same place. And in the morning, the weatherman could report if the water level of the reservoir of tears had gone up or down. And you could know if New York is in heavy boots. Would you destroy something perfect in order to make it beautiful? Don't ever think I fell for you, or fell over you. I didn't fall in love, I rose in it. Amor fati, love your fate, which is in fact your life. Dare to love yourself as if you were a rainbow with gold at both ends. He loved her, of course, but better than that, he chose her, day after day. Choice, that was the thing. Oh Jake, Brett said. We could have had such a damned good time together. Ahead was a mounted policeman in khaki, directing traffic. He raised his baton. The car slowed suddenly, pressing Brett against me. Yes, I said. Isn't it pretty to think so? One should always be in love. That's the reason one should never marry. Living with him is like being told a perpetual story. His mind is the biggest, most imaginative I have ever met. I could live in its growing countries forever. I don't care if you danced naked on the roof of the little palace with him. I love you, Elena, even the part of you that loved him. Missing someone, they say, is self-centered. I self-center you more than ever. The way you walk, way you talk, way you say my name. It's beautiful, wonderful. Don't you ever change. Neither love nor evil conquers all, but evil cheats more. When people fall in love, they burst into flames. Colpo di fulmine, the thunderbolt, as Italians call it, when love strikes someone like lightning. So powerful and intense it can't be denied. It's beautiful and messy, cracking a chest open and spilling their soul out for the world to see. It turns a person inside out. And there's no going back from it. Once the thunderbolt hits, your life is irrevocably changed. So I placed my heart under lock and key to take some time and take care of me, but I turn around and you're standing here. Love is not a maybe thing, you know when you love someone. I love you, I say, I love you, too, he says. I'll see you soon. Did you think you could stop me? I'll burn the world down to save her. He knew one of the women well, and had shared his universe with her. They had seen the same mountains, and the same trees, although each of them had seen them differently. She knew his weaknesses, his moments of hatred, of despair, yet she was there at his side. They shared the same universe. If I have learned anything in this long life of mine, it is this: in love we find out who we want to be. In war we find out who we are. I am no longer in love with her. That's certain. But maybe I love her. Love is so short. Forgetting is so long. His hands are holding my cheeks, and he pulls back just to look me in the eye, and his chest is heaving, and he says, I think, he says, my heart is going to explode, and I wish, more than ever, that I knew how to capture moments like these and revisit them forever. Because this is everything. Even on my weakest days I get a little bit stronger. Would he find her? Without question. Would he save her? Always. To fall in love with God is the greatest romance. To seek Him the greatest adventure. To find Him, the greatest human achievement. I don't think we get a choice in who we fall for, Ian whispers. I think we just do. Such short little lives our pets have to spend with us. And they spend most of it waiting for us to come home each day. It is amazing how much love and laughter they bring into our lives, and even how much closer we become with each other because of them. Love Joe all your days, if you choose, but don't let it spoil you. For it's wicked to throw away so many good gifts because you can't have the one you want. You were you, and I was I. We were two before our time. I was yours before I knew, and you have always been mine too. A heart filled with anger has no room for love. I know you don't want this. Cats. But I can't help myself. The moment you came barreling into my life I was lost. I'm afraid to tell you what I wished for. For fear you'll, oh, I don't know, throw me into the fire. Or more likely, refuse me. Or worst of all, despise me, he said. His voice breaking and his eyes dropping from her face. His face dropping into his hands. I love you, he said. You're more dear to my heart than I ever knew anyone could be. And I've made you cry. And there I'll stop. I didn't want to kiss you goodbye. That was the trouble. I wanted to kiss you good night. And there's a lot of difference. A man can be happy with any woman as long as he does not love her. Ronan said, I'm always straight. Adam replied, oh, man, that's the biggest lie you've ever told. Love wins, love always wins. When he died, all things soft and beautiful and bright would be buried with him. V-Day. If you need this one day in a year to show everyone else you truly care for your loved one, I think it's quite stupid. I hate this commercialism. It's all artificial, and has nothing to do with real love. Failed relationships can be described as so much wasted makeup. To be brave is to love someone unconditionally, without expecting anything in return. To just give, that takes courage. Because we don't want to fall on our faces or leave ourselves open to hurt. There are so many things that demand to be said. Where did you go? Do you ever think about me? You've ruined me. Are you okay? But of course, I can't say any of that. She was right about something else too, Dmitri said after a long pause. My back was to him. But there was a strange quality to his voice that made me turn around. What's that? I asked. That I do still love you, with that one sentence. Everything in the universe changed. You can't turn love on and off like a light switch. No matter how hard you try. All you can do is wall it off. One brick at a time. Until you've created an impenetrable fortress around your emotions. And once that fortress is built, you camouflage it so well that even you can't see it anymore. 640 fish later. The only thing I know is everything you love will die. The first time you meet someone special, you can count on them one day being dead and in the ground. It doesn't have to be on Valentine's Day. It doesn't have to be by the time you turn 18 or 33 or 59. It doesn't have to conform to whatever is usual. It doesn't have to be kismet at once. Or rhapsody by the third date. It just has to be. In time. In place. In spirit. It just has to be. You cannot be with someone just because you don't want to hurt him. You have your own happiness to think about. I don't like it when I outweigh my men. I'll find you. There is no place in this world you can hide from me. I'm watching. Love, Dmitri. It's important that what thoughts you are feeding into your mind, because your thoughts create your belief and experiences. You have positive thoughts and you have negative ones too. Nurture your mind with positive thoughts. Kindness, empathy, compassion, peace, love, joy, humility, generosity, etc. The more you feed your mind with positive thoughts, the more you can attract great things into your life. Last time I saw you, I said that it hurt too much to love you. But I was wrong about that. The truth is, it hurts too much not to love you. To love is to recognize yourself in another. Yes, it wasn't over, it still isn't over. I had rather hear my dog bark at a crow than a man swear he loves me. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach. When feeling out of sight for the ends of being an ideal grace, I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need. By sun and candle light, I love thee freely. As men strive for right, I love thee purely. As they turn from praise, I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs. And with my childhood's faith, I love thee with the love I seemed to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life. And, if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. You can live your whole life not realizing that what you're looking for is right in front of you. It does not matter how long you are spending on the earth, how much money you have gathered, or how much attention you have received. It is the amount of positive vibration you have radiated in life that matters. To be rejected by someone doesn't mean you should also reject yourself, or that you should think of yourself as a lesser person. It doesn't mean that nobody will ever love you anymore. Remember that only one person has rejected you at the moment. And it only hurts so much because to you, that person's opinion symbolized the opinion of the whole world, of God. When you love, you wish to do things for. You wish to sacrifice for. You wish to serve. That's when I finally got it. I finally understood. It wasn't the thought that counted. It was the actual execution that mattered. The showing up for somebody. The intent behind it wasn't enough. Not for me. Not anymore. It wasn't enough to know that deep down. He loved me. You had to actually say it to somebody. Show them you cared. And he just didn't. Not enough. Oh, love isn't there to make us happy. I believe it exists to show us how much we can endure. You had to know a person well to make them laugh like that. Desiring another person is perhaps the most risky endeavor of all. As soon as you want somebody, really want him, it is as though you have taken a surgical needle and sutured your happiness to the skin of that person, so that any separation will now cause a lacerating injury. A busy, vibrant, goal-oriented woman is so much more attractive than a woman who waits around for a man to validate her existence. How do you know when it's over? Maybe when you feel more in love with your memories than with the person standing in front of you. And you can't love, not fully, unless you are loved in return. If two people love each other, there can be no happy end to it. Down on the lake, rosy reflections of celestial vapor appeared. And I said, God, I love you, and looked to the sky and really meant it. I have fallen in love with you. God, take care of us all. One way or the other. To the children and the innocent, it's all the same. You made me confess the fears that I have. But I will tell you also what I do not fear. I do not fear to be alone or to be spurned for another or to leave whatever I have to leave. And I am not afraid to make a mistake. Even a great mistake. A lifelong mistake, and perhaps as long as eternity too. And I can fight only for something that I love. Love only what I respect. And respect only what I at least know. The truest form of love is how you behave towards someone, not how you feel about them. I go to sleep alone. And wake up alone. I take walks. I work until I'm tired. I watch the wind play with the trash that's been under the snow all winter. Everything seems simple until you think about it. Why is love intensified by absence? The fact is, I'm in love with you, and I have been for some time. He sighed and then focused his eyes right on me. It was like drowning in seas of green. There was nothing in the world except for those eyes. I want to kiss you, Rose, he said softly. And I want you to want me too. Annie laughed. I don't want sunbursts or marble halls, I just want you. There's always a moment when you start to fall out of love. Whether it's with a person or an idea or a cause. Even if it's one you only narrate to yourself years after the event. A tiny thing, a wrong word, a false note, which means that things can never be quite the same again. If I love you, I will carry for you all your pain. I will assume for you all your debts. In every definition of the word. I will protect you from your own insecurity. I will protect upon you all sorts of good qualities that you have never actually cultivated in yourself, and I will buy Christmas presents for your entire family. I will give you the sun and the rain. And if they are not available, I will give you a sun check and a rain check. I will give you all this and more. Until I get so exhausted and depleted that the only way I can recover my energy is by becoming infatuated with someone else. I guess what I'm trying to say is that you are there. In everything I am. In everything I've ever done. And looking back, I know that I should have told you how much you've always meant to me. I'm the kind of boy that can fall in love with any girl because I love with the heart, not the eyes. I want you any way I can get you. Not because you're beautiful or clever or kind or adorable. Although devil knows you're all those things. I want you because there's no one else like you. And I don't ever want to start a day without seeing you. Any happiness, no matter how brief, seemed better than the long, simmering torture of waking up day after day, knowing I could never have him. But maybe you never really had someone. She thought now, maybe, no matter how much you loved them, they could slip through your fingers like water, and there was nothing you could do about it. If having a soul means being able to feel love and loyalty and gratitude, then animals are better off than a lot of humans. Keep love in your heart. A life without it is like a sunless garden when the flowers are dead. The consciousness of loving and being loved brings a warmth and a richness to life that nothing else can bring. So much of the language of love was like that. You devoured someone with your eyes. You drank in the sight of him. You swallowed him whole. Love was substance, broken down and beating through your bloodstream. Oh, Lizzie, do anything rather than marry without affection. Just because I'm not forever by your side doesn't mean that's not precisely where I want to be. Can officially confirm that the way to a man's heart these days is not through beauty, food, sex, or alluringness of character, but merely the ability to seem not very interested in him. If a man hasn't what's necessary to make a woman love him, it's his fault, not hers. She's my kitten, and no one else's. Work without love is slavery. Love is where you find it. I think it is foolish to go around looking for it. And I think it can be poisonous. I wish that people who are conventionally supposed to love each other would say to each other, when they fight, please, a little less love, and a little more common decency. I love you more than I hate everything else. Then he made one last effort to search in his heart for the place where his affection had rotted away, and he could not find it. Love, like fire, goes out without fuel. One thing, you have to walk, and create the way by your walking. You will not find a ready-made path. It is not so cheap. To reach to the ultimate realization of truth, you will have to create the path by walking yourself. The path is not ready-made, lying there and waiting for you. It is just like the sky. The birds fly, but they don't leave any footprints. You cannot follow them. There are no footprints left behind. Lao, when spelled backwards and read phonetically, reads evil. I threw myself into that fire, threw myself into it, into him, and let myself burn. If somebody says, I love you, to me, I feel as though I had a pistol pointed at my head. What can anybody reply under such conditions but that which the pistol holder requires? I love you, too. But you're the only one, Scarlett. You'll always be the only one. I do not think I ever opened a book in my life which had not something to say upon woman's inconstancy, songs and proverbs, All talk of woman's fickleness. But perhaps you will say, these were all written by men, perhaps I shall. Yes, yes, if you please. No reference to examples in books. Men have had every advantage of us in telling their own story. Education has been theirs in so much higher a degree. The pen has been in their hands. I will not allow books to prove anything. The simple path: silence is prayer, prayer is faith, faith is love, love is service, the fruit of service is peace. If you love deeply, you are going to get hurt badly. But it's still worth it. Statistically speaking, there is a 65% chance that the love of your life is having an affair. Be very suspicious. Through my love for you, I want to express my love for the whole cosmos, the whole of humanity, and all beings. By living with you, I want to learn to love everyone and all species. If I succeed in loving you, I will be able to love everyone and all species on earth. This is the real message of love. There is the heat of love, the pulsing rush of longing, the lover's whisper, irresistible, magic to make the sanest man go mad. There can be no deep disappointment where there is not deep love. Lovers and madmen have such seething brains, such shaping fantasies, that apprehend more than cool reason ever comprehends. The lunatic, the lover and the poet are of imagination all compact. One sees more devils than vast hell can hold, that is. The madman, the lover, all as frantic, sees Helen's beauty in a brow of Egypt. The poet's eye, in fine frenzy rolling, doth glance from heaven to earth, from earth to heaven, and as imagination bodies forth the forms of things unknown, the poet's pen turns them to shapes and gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name. Why is there ever this perverse cruelty in humankind, that makes us hurt most those we love best? There comes a time in your life when you have to choose to turn the page. Write another book or simply close it. Transformation is my favorite game, and in my experience, anger and frustration are the result of you not being authentic somewhere in your life or with someone in your life. Being fake about anything creates a block inside of you. Life can't work for you if you don't show up as you. And yet I have had the weakness, and have still the weakness, to wish you to know with what a sudden mastery you kindled me. Heap of ashes that I am, into fire. The only obsession everyone wants. Love. People think that in falling in love they make themselves whole. The platonic union of souls. I think otherwise. I think you're whole before you begin. And the love fractures you. You're whole. And then you're cracked open. Often it is the most deserving people who cannot help loving those who destroy them. Love, like rain, can nourish from above, drenching couples with soaking joy. But sometimes, under the angry heat of life, love dries on the surface and must nourish from below, tending to its roots, keeping itself alive. You know that place between sleep and awake? That place where you still remember dreaming? That's where I'll always love you. That's where I'll be waiting. Now I'd rather be infected with love for the tiniest sliver of a second than live 100 years smothered by a lie. After all, damn it, what does being in love mean if you can't trust a person? If you're smart, you care. And if you care, you love. Love is the strongest force the world possesses, and yet it is the humblest imaginable. Love consists of not looking each other in the eye, but of looking outwardly in the same direction. If you send out goodness from yourself, or if you share that which is happy or good within you, it will all come back to you multiplied 10,000 times. In the kingdom of love there is no competition. There is no possessiveness or control. The more love you give away, the more love you will have. And in the end, we were all just humans, drunk on the idea that love, only love, could heal our brokenness. Never give all the heart, for love will hardly seem worth thinking of to passionate women if it seems certain. And they never dream that it fades out from kiss to kiss. For everything that's lovely is but a brief, dreamy, kind delight. Oh, never give the heart outright, for they, for all smooth lips can say, have given their hearts up to the play, and who could play it well? Enough if deaf and dumb and blind with love, he that made this knows all the cost, for he gave all his heart and lost. You can obsess and obsess over how things ended, what you did wrong or could have done differently, but there's not much of a point. It's not like it'll change anything. So really, why worry? You asked why I couldn't forgive you, Nick said, very quietly, and I jumped a little. It was because you were the love of my life, Harper, and you didn't want to be. That's hard to let go. The problem, often not discovered until late in life, is that when you look for things in life like love, meaning, motivation, it implies they are sitting behind a tree or under a rock. The most successful people in life recognize that in life they create their own law. They manufacture their own meaning. They generate their own motivation. For me, I am driven by two main philosophies. Know more today about the world than I knew yesterday, and lessen the suffering of others. You'd be surprised how far that gets you. Do you want me to tell you something really subversive? Love is everything it's cracked up to be. That's why people are so cynical about it. It really is worth fighting for, being brave for, risking everything for. And the trouble is, if you don't risk anything, you risk even more. Sex without love is a meaningless experience. But as far as meaningless experiences go, it's pretty damn good. There is nothing on earth more beautiful to me than your smile. No sound sweeter than your laughter. No pleasure greater than holding you in my arms. I realized today that I could never live without you. Stubborn little hellion that you are. In this life and the next, you are my only hope of happiness. Tell me, Lillian, dearest love, how can you have reached so far inside my heart? I carry your heart with me, I carry it in my heart. His breath hitched, and he regarded me hungrily. You are playing with fire. You know that? That's weird, considering you're an ice prin. I didn't get any further, as Ash leaned in and kissed me. Blood of my blood, he whispered, and bone of my bone. You carry me within ye, Claire, and ye canna leave me now. No matter what happens, you are mine, always, if ye will it or no, if ye want me or nay, mine, and I will na let ye go. Love is always open arms. If you close your arms about love, you will find that you are left holding only yourself. She hardly ever thought of him. He had won a place for himself in some corner of her heart. As a seashell, always boring against the rock, might do. The making of the place had been her pain. But now the shell was safely in the rock. It was lodged, and ground no longer. Being with her I feel a pain. Like a frozen knife stuck in my chest, an awful pain. But the funny thing is I'm thankful for it. It's like that frozen pain and my very existence are one. Love is a promise, love is a souvenir, once given never forgotten, never let it disappear. I don't care if you say we can't be together. I don't care if you think I'm the most evil, unnatural creature walking on earth. You can think whatever you want. Go whatever you want. I'm going to just go on loving you. Even if it's hopeless. You're a hero and a gentleman. You're kind and honest. But more than that, you're the first man I ever truly loved. And no matter what the future brings, you always will be. And I know that my life is better for it. You made me feel alive again. I have learned that you can go anywhere you want to go and do anything you want to do and buy all the things that you want to buy and meet all the people that you want to meet and learn all the things that you desire to learn, and if you do all these things but are not madly in love, you have still not begun to live. And now, Eric yelled into his microphone. We're going to sing a new song, one we just wrote. This one's for my girlfriend. We've been going out for 3 weeks. And, damn, our love is true. We're gonna be together forever. Baby. This one's called, Bang You Like a Drum. It is a defect of God's humor that He directs our hearts everywhere but to those who have a right to them. That's why I loved being with you. We could do the simplest things. Like toss starfish into the ocean and share a burger and talk, and even then I knew that I was fortunate. Because you were the first guy who wasn't constantly trying to impress me. You accepted who you were. But more than that, you accepted me for me. And nothing else mattered, not my family or your family or anyone else in the world. It was just us. The minute I stopped trying to find the right girl and started trying to become the right guy, the girl came. Don't go looking for boys in the dark, they will say pretty things then leave you with scars. Do go looking for boys in the park, for that is where the true gentlemen are. Every normal man must be tempted, at times, to spit on his hands, hoist the black flag, and begin slitting throats. Don't worry about hurting me. If that's what you're afraid of, I want to get hurt. At least I'll feel something for a change. To love is to suffer, and there can be no love otherwise. Everybody is a main character to someone. He was not my boyfriend. On the other hand, he wasn't just a friend either. Instead, our relationship was elastic, stretching between those two extremes depending on who else was around, how much either of us had to drink, and other varying factors. This was exactly what I wanted, as commitments had never really been my thing. And it wasn't like it was hard either. The only trick was never giving more than you were willing to lose. A true gentleman is one that apologizes anyways. Even though he has not offended a lady intentionally. He is in a class all of his own because he knows the value of a woman's heart. They sent a person who can never stay, she whispered. Who can never accept my offer of companionship for more than a little while. They sent me a hero I can't help. Just the sort of person I can't help falling in love with. As I sailed into the lake I realized. The fates really were cruel. They sent Calypso someone she couldn't help but love. But it worked both ways. For the rest of my life I would be thinking about her. She would always be my biggest what if. You will never be able to escape from your heart. So it's better to listen to what it has to say. I think in the end, you would have stayed with me. Out of obligation, or maybe comfort. Maybe I was safe to you. And you needed to feel that. I know how scared you get of the unknown. To you, I must be kind of a security blanket. Do you see now how that doesn't work for me? I don't want to be there. Simply because the idea of me being gone is too scary. I want to be someone's everything. I want fire and passion. And love that's returned. Equally, I want to be someone's heart. Even if it means breaking my own. Love one another, but make not a bond of love. Let it rather be a moving sea between the shores of your souls. Love doesn't mean anything if you're not willing to make a commitment. And you have to think not only about what you want, but about what he wants. Not just now, but in the future. It is the possibility that keeps me going. And though you may call me a dreamer or a fool or any other thing, I believe that anything is possible. Unrequited love is the infinite curse of a lonely heart. I am the most miserable person who ever lived, he said. You are young, and in love, said Primus. Every young man in your position is the most miserable young man who ever lived. Only time can heal your broken heart, just as only time can heal his broken arms and legs. O serpent heart hid with a flowering face, did ever a dragon keep so fair a cave? Beautiful tyrant, feigned angelical, dove feather raven, wolvish ravening lamb, despised substance of divinest show, just opposite to what thou justly seemest, a damned saint, an honorable villain. This is part of what a family is about. Not just love. It's knowing that your family will be there watching out for you. Nothing else will give you that. Not money, not fame, not work. It is wrong to think that love comes from long companionship and persevering courtship. Love is the offspring of spiritual affinity, and unless that affinity is created in a moment, it will not be created for years or even generations. Before, I wanted to say, I found love, but now, I want to say, I found a person, and he belongs to me and I belong to him. All of a sudden, this shooting star went by, and all I could think was that they were listening to us somehow. The eye through which I see God is the same eye through which God sees me. My eye and God's eye are one eye, one seeing, one knowing, one love. I could never pretend something I didn't feel. I could never make love if I didn't love. And if I loved, I could no more hide the fact than change the color of my eyes. I do my best thinking at night when everyone else is sleeping. No interruptions, no noise. I like the feeling of being awake when no one else is. Time will make it worse. You're the other half of his soul. He's never going to get over you. And no matter how much you hope that you will, you'll never get over him. You are going to wake up one day and realize what you've done. And you're going to regret the time you wasted apart from him for the rest of your life. It may be important to great thinkers to examine the world, to explain and despise it. But I think it is only important to love the world, not to despise it, not for us to hate each other, but to be able to regard the world and ourselves and all beings with love, admiration and respect. Why are you leaving me? He wrote. I do not know how to live. I do not know either, but I am trying. I do not know how to try. There were some things I wanted to tell him, but I knew they would hurt him. So I buried them and let them hurt me. And I, infinitesimal being, drunk with the great starry void, likeness, image of mystery, I felt myself a pure part of the abyss. I wheeled with the stars. My heart broke loose on the wind. You were the missing piece of my soul, the breath in my lungs, and the blood in my veins. She had loved him for such a long time, she thought. How was it that she did now know him at all? Sometimes people don't understand the promises they're making when they make them, I said. Isaac shot me a look. Right, of course, but you keep the promise anyway. That's what love is. Love is keeping the promise anyway. Don't you believe in true love? Tonight was, well, it was perfect for me too. You've turned my world upside down. I've fallen in love with you, chica, and it scares the fucking shit out of me. I've been shaken all night. Because I knew it, I've tried to deny it. To make you think I wanted you as a fake girlfriend. But that was a lie. Love's about finding the one person who makes your heart complete. Who makes you a better person than you ever dreamed you could be. It's about looking in the eyes of your wife and knowing all the way to your bones that she's simply the best person you've ever known. Sometimes I feel like we're a knot, too tangled to be taken apart. I knew I loved you before I met you. I think I dreamed you into life. I knew I loved you before I met you. I have been waiting all my life. When I turn around, he cups my face in his hands and he kisses me so deeply that I don't know who is breathing for who. But his mouth and tongue taste like warm honey. I don't know how long it lasts. But when I let go of him, I miss it already. I feel like a part of my soul has loved you since the beginning of everything. Maybe we're from the same star. He loved her for almost everything she was, and she decided that was enough to let him stay for a very long time. You love me, holds out arms. You love me this much. The Queen's pride was his ship. And he loved her. That was the way his sentences always went. It is raining today and I love you. My cold is better and I love you. Say hello to horse and I love you. Like that. I'm here not because I am supposed to be here. Or because I'm trapped here. But because I'd rather be with you than anywhere else in the world. He looked so lost. So soulful, so lonely. I wanted him to kiss me now. I wanted to let him know I was his for all eternity. I want you to be weak as I am. Each time you happen to me all over again. Surely it was a good way to die, in the place of someone else, someone I loved. There is no time for cut and dried monotony. There is time for work. And time for love. That leaves no other time. I love the ground under his feet. And the air over his head. And everything he touches and every word he says. I love all his looks. And all his actions and him entirely and altogether. Make me into anything. But just love me. Let us always meet each other with smile, for the smile is the beginning of love. To the people who love you, you are beautiful already. This is not because they're blind to your shortcomings but because they so clearly see your soul. Your shortcomings then dim by comparison. The people who care about you are willing to let you be imperfect and beautiful. 2:20. What I cannot love, I overlook. Every time I think I'm missing a piece of me, you give it back. A mighty pain to love it is, and is a pain that pain to miss. But of all pains, the greatest pain it is to love, but love in vain. It's a strange thing to discover and to believe that you are loved when you know that there is nothing in you for anybody but a parent or a God to love. No matter where it is in the sky, no matter where you are in the world, the moon is never bigger than your thumb. John. This time when we kiss, I feel it in the pit of my stomach. I feel it in my heart. And I realize love isn't about sex. It's about connection. If you love someone but really make yourself available to him or her, that is not true love. What lips my lips have kissed, and where, and why, I have forgotten. And what arms have lain under my head till morning. But the rain is full of ghosts tonight, that tap and sigh upon the glass and listen for reply, and in my heart there stirs a quiet pain for unremembered lads that not again will turn to me at midnight with a cry. Thus in the winter stands the lonely tree, nor knows what birds have vanished one by one, yet knows its boughs more silent than before. I cannot say what loves have come and gone, I only know that summer sang in my little while. That in me sings no more. Every time we make the decision to love someone, we open ourselves to great suffering. Because those we most love cause us not only great joy but also great pain. The greatest pain comes from leaving. When the child leaves home. When the husband or wife leaves for a long period of time or for good. When the beloved friend departs to another country or dies. The pain of the leaving can tear us apart. Still, if we want to avoid the suffering of leaving, we will never experience the joy of loving. And love is stronger than fear. Life stronger than death. Hope stronger than despair. We have to trust that the risk of loving is always worth taking. The way you are singing in your sleep, the way you look before you leap, the strange illusions that you keep, you don't know, but I'm noticing the way your touch turns into arcs, the way you slide into the dark, the beating of my open heart, you don't know, but I'm noticing. If you cannot inspire a woman with love of you, fill her above the brim with love of herself, tilde all that runs over will be yours. And yes, I'll admit, I am jealous. I'm jealous of every minute you spend with him, of every concerned expression you send his way, of every tear shed, of every glance, every touch, and every thought. I want to rip him to pieces and purge him from your mind and from your heart. But I can't. Would you mind repeating that? I'm afraid I might have lost my wits altogether and just hallucinated what I've longed to hear. Only the united beat of sex and heart together can create ecstasy. Loving someone is giving them the power to break your heart, but trusting them not to. What irritated me most in that entire situation was the fact that I wasn't feeling humiliated, or annoyed, or even fooled. Betrayal was what I felt. My heart broken not just by a guy the first was in love with, but also by, as I once believed, a true friend. Autumn is the hardest season. The leaves are all falling. And they're falling like they're falling in love with the ground. Close your eyes and I'll kiss you. Tomorrow I'll miss you. Things that matter are not easy. Feelings of happiness are easy. Happiness is not. Flirting is easy. Love is not. Saying you're friends is easy. Being friends is not. He was my north, my south, my east and west, my working week and my Sunday rest, my noon, my midnight, my talk, my song. I thought that love would last forever. I was wrong. The first time he'd held her hand, it felt so good that it crowded out all the bad things. It felt better than anything had ever hurt. That's how you know you love someone, I guess, when you can't experience anything without wishing the other person were there to see it. 2. One more secret smile, one more shared laugh, one more electric kiss. Finding him was like finding someone I didn't know I was searching for. That's when you know for sure somebody loves you. They figure out what you need and they give it to you, without you asking. When you feel someone else's pain and joy as powerfully as if it were your own, then you know you really loved them. When God knows you're ready for the responsibility of commitment, He'll reveal the right person under the right circumstances. Better to have loved and lost, bullshit. Don't show me paradise and then burn it down. I desire to be with you. I miss you. I feel lonely when I can't see you. I am obsessed with you. Fascinated by you. Infatuated with you. I hunger for your taste. Your smell. The feel of your soul touching mine. Annabeth pressed her lips to Percy's ear. I love you. She wasn't sure he could hear her. But if they died, she wanted those to be her last words. For women, the best aphrodisiacs are words. The G-spot is in the ears. He who looks for it below there is wasting his time. They've got no idea what happiness is. They don't know that without this love there is no happiness or unhappiness for us, there is no life. Being in love, I find myself smiling for no reason at all. If you love someone, you must be prepared to set them free. Love cannot be forced. Love cannot be coaxed and teased. It comes out of heaven, unasked and unsought. Love is too precious to be ashamed of. This I want to believe implicitly. Man was born for love and revolution. I realized how truly hard it was. Really, to see someone you love change right before your eyes. Not only is it scary, it throws your balance off as well. Every widow wakes one morning, perhaps after years of pure and unwavering grieving, to realize she slept a good night's sleep, and will be able to eat breakfast, and doesn't hear her husband's ghost all the time, but only some of the time. Her grief is replaced with a useful sadness. Every parent who loses a child finds a way to laugh again. The timber begins to fade. The edge dulls. The hurt lessens. Every love is carved from loss. Mine was. Yours is. Your great-great-great-grandchildren's will be. But we learn to live in that love. I will not wait to love as best as I can. We thought we were young and that there would be time to love well sometime in the future. This is a terrible way to think. It is no way to live. To wait to love. I am my heart's undertaker. Daily I go and retrieve its tattered remains, place them delicately into its little coffin, and bury it in the depths of my memory, only to have to do it all again tomorrow. The court of dreams, the people who knew that there was a price, and one worth paying, for that dream, the bastard-born warriors, the Illyrian half-breed, the monster trapped in a beautiful body, the dreamer born into a court of nightmares, and the huntress with an artist's soul. If I love you more than you love me, I'm as good as dead. Yet I can't make myself take it back. I can't just walk away from you. Because every time you pass by me without smiling, without touching my hand, or at least making eye contact, it feels like I'm dying inside. He was the toast to her butter. She smiled, and her eyes started to drift downward. Gather back up to his eyes. You know that I'm falling in love with you, right? Like some wines, our love could neither mature nor travel. He was contemplation and enthusiasm, ambition and strong coffee. I could have looked at him forever. Who could refrain, that had a heart to love, and in that heart courage to make love known? The heart can think of no devotion greater than being short to the ocean, holding the curve of one position, counting an endless repetition. But even when I stop crying, even when we fall asleep and I'm nestled in his arms, this will leave another scar. No one will see it. No one will know, but it will be there. And eventually all of the scars will have scars. And that's all I'll be, one big scar of a love gone wrong. So long as we love, we serve. So long as we are loved by others. I would almost say that we are indispensable. And no man is useless while he has a friend. Love is a striking example of how little reality means to us. Hope for love, pray for love, wish for love, dream for love, but don't put your life on hold waiting for love. Do you believe a man can truly love a woman and constantly betray her? Never mind physically, but betray her in his mind, in the very poetry of his soul? Well, it's not easy, but men do it all the time. If you love me as you say you do, she whispered, make it so that I am at peace. Love is not a habit, a commitment, or a debt. It isn't what romantic songs tell us it is. Love simply is. The more boys I meet, the more I love my dog. I hug him tightly. I can't imagine my life without you. Christian, I love you so much it frightens me. Me, too, he breathes. My life would be empty without you. I love you so much. We, unaccustomed to courage, exiles from delight, life coiled in shells of lone lines soon till love leaves its high holy temple and comes into our sight. To liberate us into life, love arrives, sand in its train come. Ecstasies, old memories of pleasure, ancient histories of pain. Yet if we are bold, love strikes away the chains of fear from our souls. We are weaned from our timidity in the flush of love's light. We dare be brave, and suddenly we see our love costs all we errant will ever be. Yet it is only love which sets us free. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, but it sure makes the rest of you lonely. Hate looks like everybody else until it smiles. She's mad, but she's magic. There's no lie in her fire. I think you're still the only person sharp enough to sharpen someone like me. And when all the wars are over, a butterfly will still be beautiful. I mean, it's not surprising, really. Once you love something, you always love it in some way. You have to. It's like part of you for good. Tears are words the heart can't express. The unqualified truth is that when I loved Estella with the love of a man, I loved her simply because I found her irresistible. Once for all, I knew to my sorrow, often and often, if not always, that I loved her against reason, against promise, against peace, against hope, against happiness, against all discouragement that could be. Once for all, I love her none the less because I knew it, and it had no more influence in restraining me than if I had devoutly believed her to be human perfection. Genuine love is really an emotional space where needs are instantly gratified. To know love, we have to invest time and commitment, dreaming that love will save us, solve all our problems, or provide a steady state of bliss or security only keeps us stuck in wishful fantasy, undermining the real power of the love, which is to transform us. Many people want love to function like a drug, giving them an immediate and sustained high. They want to do nothing, just passively receive the good feeling. I was glad I wasn't in love, that I wasn't happy with the world. I like being at odds with everything. People in love often become edgy, dangerous. They lose their sense of perspective. They lose their sense of humor. They become nervous, psychotic bores. They even become killers. Shazi, I prefer the color blue to any other. The scent of lilacs in your hair is a source of constant torment. I despise figs. Lastly, I will never forget all the days of my life, the memories of last night. For nothing, not the sun, not the rain, not even the brightest star in the darkest sky, could begin to compare to the wonder of you, Khalid. I think you can only be truly mad at someone you really love, wanting him to come back before anyone notices. Part of the world has not moved since he left. I wanted to tell her everything. Maybe if I'd been able to, we could have lived differently. Maybe I'd be there with you now instead of here. Maybe, if I'd said, I'm so afraid of losing something I love that I refuse to love anything, maybe that would have made the impossible possible. Maybe, but I couldn't do it. I had buried too much too deeply inside me. And here I am, instead of there. Love is illogical, love had consequences. I did this to myself, and I should be able to take it. Ultimately, it is the desire, not the desired, that we love. Your naked body should only belong to those who fall in love with your naked soul. I would love to Saitha you make me weak in the knees, but to be quite upfront on. Completely truthful, you make my body forget it has knees at all. Plant seeds of happiness, hope, success, and love. It will all come back to you in abundance. This is the law of nature. She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me. And I am in no humor at present to give consequence to young ladies who are slighted by other men. Love must not entreat, she added, or demand. Love must have the strength to become certain within itself. Then it ceases merely to be attracted and begins to attract. Falling in love, you remain a child. Rising in love, you mature. By and by, love becomes not a relationship. It becomes a state of your being. Not that you are in love, now you are love. I wish I had a boyfriend. I wish he lived in the wardrobe on a coat hanger. Whenever I wanted, I could get him out and he'd look at me the way boys do in films. As if I'm beautiful. I don't remember who said this. But there really are places in the heart you don't even know exist until you love a child. Last night I was seriously considering whether I was a bisexual or not, but I don't think so though. I'm not sure if I'd like to be, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If you like a person, you like the person, not their genitals. Every life has one true love snapshot. Sweets to the sweet. I half closed my eyes and imagined this was the spot where everything I'd ever lost since my childhood had washed up, and I was now standing here in front of it. And if I waited long enough, a tiny figure would appear on the horizon across the field and gradually get larger until I'd see. It was Tommy, and he'd wave, and maybe even call. When you're missing a piece of yourself, aching, gut-wrenching emptiness begins to take over. Until you find the link that completes your very soul, the feeling will never go away. Most people find a way to fill this void. Material possessions, a string of relationships, affairs, food. I bare my soul with words for all to see. Ah, love. Let us be true to one another. For the world, which seems to lie before us like a land of dreams, so various, so beautiful, so new, hath really neither joy, nor love, nor light, nor certitude, nor peace, nor help for pain. And we are here as on a darkling plain swept with confused alarms of struggle and flight, where ignorant armies clash by night. What greater thing is there for two human souls than to feel that they are joined for life, to strengthen each other in all labor, to rest on each other in all sorrow, to minister to each other in all pain, to be one with each other in silent unspeakable memories at the moment of the last parting? If you simply ignored the feeling, you would never know what might happen. And in many ways that was worse than finding out in the first place. Because if you were wrong, you could go forward in your life without ever looking back over your shoulder and wondering what might have been. But if you love and must needs have desires, let these be your desires. To melt and be like a running brook that sings its melody to the night. To know the pain of too much tenderness. To be wounded by your own understanding of love, and to bleed willingly and joyfully, to wake at dawn with a winched heart and give thanks for another day of loving, to rest at noon hour and meditate love's ecstasy, to return home at eventide with gratitude, and then to sleep with a prayer for the beloved in your heart and a song of praise on your lips. My head'll explode if I continue with this escapism. Oh lovers, be careful in those dangerous first days. Once you've brought breakfast in bed, you'll have to bring it forever. Unless you want to be accused of lovelessness and betrayal. 2 words, 3 vowels, 4 consonants, 7 letters. It can either cut you open to the core and leave you in ungodly pain, or it can free your soul and lift a tremendous weight off your shoulders. The phrase is, it's over. Everyone always wants to know how you can tell when it's true love. And the answer is this: when the pain doesn't fade and the scars don't heal. And it's too damned late. If you aren't the woman I think you are, then this isn't the world I thought it was. You who suffer because you love, love still more. To die of love is to live by it. There was beauty in the idea of freedom. But it was an illusion. Every human heart was chained by love. As long as man continues to be the ruthless destroyer of lower living beings, he will never know health or peace. For as long as men massacre animals, they will kill each other. Indeed, he who sows the seed of murder and pain cannot reap joy and love. I won't telephone him. I'll never telephone him again as long as I live. He'll rot in hell before I'll call him up. You don't have to give me strength. God, I have it myself. If he wanted me, he could get me. He knows where I am. He knows I'm waiting here. He's so sure of me. So sure. I wonder why they hate you. As soon as they are sure of you. Sometimes two people have to fall apart to realize how much they need to fall back together. People always say that, when you love someone, nothing in the world matters. But that's not true, is it? You know, and I know, that when you love someone, everything in the world matters a little bit more. Freely we serve because we freely love, as in our will to love or not. In this we stand or fall. When you find somebody you love, all the way through, and she loves you, even with your weaknesses, your flaws, everything starts to click into place. And if you can talk to her, and she listens, if she makes you laugh, and makes you think, makes you want, makes you see who you really are, and who you are is better, just better with her, you'd be crazy not to want to spend the rest of your life with her. Carter Maguire. One of the most frustrating words in the human language, as far as I could tell, was love, so much meaning attached to this one little word. People bandied it about freely, using it to describe their attachments to possessions, pets, vacation destinations, and favorite foods. In the same breath, they then applied this word to the person they considered most important in their lives. Wasn't that insulting? Shouldn't there be some other term to describe deeper emotion? You can't own a human being. You can't lose what you don't own. Suppose you did own him. Could you really love somebody who was absolutely nobody without you? You really want somebody like that? Somebody who falls apart when you walk out the door? You don't, do you? And neither does he. You are turning over your whole life to him. Your whole life, girl. And if it means so little to you that you can just give it away, hand it to him, then why should it mean any more to him? He can't value you more than you value yourself. I just miss him. And I hate being so alone. We come to love not by finding a perfect person, but by learning to see an imperfect person perfectly. I got my heart's desire, and there my troubles began. I was dead, then alive, weeping, then laughing. The power of love came into me, and I became fierce like a lion, then tender like a evening star. Relationships are all about trust and equality. If one person shares, then the other person should share, too. Life is a gift. Don't forget to live it. The world is so empty if one thinks only of mountains, rivers and cities. But to know someone who thinks and feels with us, and who, though distant, is close to us in spirit, this makes the earth for us an inhabited garden. Albert Camus wrote that the only serious question is whether to kill yourself or not. Tom Robbins. wrote that the only serious question is whether time has a beginning and an end. Camus clearly got up on the wrong side of bed. And Robbins must have forgotten to set the alarm. There is only one serious question. And that is, who knows how to make love stay? Answer me that and I will tell you whether or not to kill yourself. That night when you kissed me, I left a poem in your mouth. And you can hear some of the lines every time you breathe out. Cassia, I know which life is my real one now. No matter what happens, it's the one with you. For some reason, knowing that even one person knows my story makes things different. Maybe it's like the poem says. Maybe this is my way of not going gentle. I love you. Key Markham. Love who you love while you have them. That's all you can do. Let them go when you must if you know how to love. You'll never run out. In all the world, there is no heart for me like yours. In all the world, there is no love for you like mine. Were you always such a stubborn, blind, obtuse girl? Are you calling me stupid? Yes, but in a more poetic way. Well, here's a poem for you. Get lost. Know that love is truly timeless. I want someone who is fierce and will love me until death and knows that love is as strong as death. And be on my side forever and ever. I want someone who will destroy and be destroyed by me. The whole world is divided for me into two parts. One is she, and there is all happiness, hope, light. The other is where she is not, and there is dejection and darkness. Even when I'm dead, I'll swim through the earth, like a mermaid of the soil. Just to be next to your bones. I thought we were a real love relationship. I did. I was very invested in love. But it was just this long sex thing that could end at any moment because after all, it's just about getting off. Almost all the time. You tell yourself you're loving somebody when you're just using them. This only looks like love. How could I have ever been ashamed of loving Dante Cantana? I loved you so much once. I did. More than anything in the whole wide world. Imagine that. What a laugh that is now. Can you believe it? We were so intimate once upon a time, I can't believe it now. The memory of being that intimate with somebody. We were so intimate I could puke. I can't imagine ever being that intimate with somebody else. I haven't been. Words can never fully say what we want them to say. For they fumble, stammer, and break the best porcelain. The best one can hope for is to find along the way someone to share the path. Content to walk in silence. For the heart communes best when it does not try to speak. But how will I know who my soulmate is? Brida felt that this was one of the most important questions she had ever asked in her life. By taking risks, she said to Brida. By risking failure, disappointment, disillusion, but never ceasing in your search for love. As long as you keep looking, you will triumph in the end. But love, I've come to understand, is more than 3 words mumbled before bedtime. Love is sustained by action. A pattern of devotion in the things we do for each other every day. I have always found that actively loving saves one from a morbid preoccupation with the shortcomings of society. You are the only one who has understood even a whisper of me. And I will tell you that I am the only person who has understood even a whisper of you. I have so much in me. And the feeling for her absorbs it all. I have so much. And without her it all comes to nothing. In itself, homosexuality is as limiting as heterosexuality. The ideal should be to be capable of loving a woman or a man. Either a human being, without feeling fear, restraint, or obligation. What do I care how he looks? I am good looking enough for both of us. The ink. All these scars show is that my husband is brave. We're all golden sunflowers inside. Hope is not about proving anything. It's about choosing to believe this one thing. That love is bigger than any grim, bleak shit anyone can throw at us. When you miss someone, it's weird. Your body doesn't function normally, as it should. Because I miss you. And my heart, it's not steady. My soul it sinks numb. Fingers are cold, like you, your soul. The opposite of love is not hate, it's apathy, when you simply don't bother about that person. Those whom we most love are often the most alien to us. Love, like rain, can nourish from above, drenching couples with a soaking joy. But sometimes under the angry heat of life, love dries on the surface and must nourish from below, tending to its roots, keeping itself alive. Where you go, I shall go. Where you die, I shall die, and there will I be buried. She loved the guy. She did it for him. She would have done anything for him. Some people are like that. Some loves are like that. Most loves are like that. From what I can see, your heart starts to feel like an overcrowded lifeboat. You throw your pride out to keep it afloat. And your self-respect and your independence. After a while you start throwing people out. Your friends, everyone you used to know. And it's still not enough. The lifeboat is still sinking. And you know it's going to take you down with it. I've seen that happen to a lot of people here. I think that's why I'm sick of love. Love makes us such fools. I think everything that happened in Idris Valentine, Max, Hodge, even Sebastian the First kept shoving it all down. Trying to forget. But it's catching up with me. I'll get help. I'll get better. I promise. You promise. I swear on the angel. He ducked his head down. Kissed her cheek. The hell with that. I swear on us. Jace looked as if she had slapped him. Why are you determined not to believe us? Because she loves you, said Valentine. Clary felt the blood drain out of her face. You can love a person dear to you with a human love. But an enemy can only be loved with divine love. Voici mon secret. Il est très simple. On ne voit bien qu'avec le cœur. Le sentier est invisible pour les yeux. With you, intimacy colors my voice. Even, hello, sounds like, come here. A friend of mine once defined love as finding someone you can talk to late into the night. Falling in love is very real. But I used to shake my head when people talked about soulmates. Poor deluded individuals grasping at some supernatural ideal not intended for mortals but sounded pretty in a poetry book. Then, we met. And everything changed. The cynic has become the converted. The skeptic. An ardent zealot. And yet another moral occurs to me now. Make love when you can. It's good for you. Your kids require you most of all to love them for who they are. Not to spend your whole time trying to correct them. Most things are forgotten over time. Even the war itself, the life and death struggle people went through, is now like something from the distant past. We're so caught up in our everyday lives that events of the past are no longer in orbit around our minds. There are just too many things we have to think about every day. Too many new things we have to learn. But still, no matter how much time passes, no matter what takes place in the interim, there are some things we can never assign to oblivion. Memories we can never rub away. They remain with us forever, like a touchstone. It's strange how dreams get under your skin and give your heart a test for what's real and what's imaginary. It is better to lose your pride with someone you love rather than to lose that someone you love with your useless pride. See how she leans her cheek upon her hand. Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek. Submission is not about authority, and it is not obedience. Cut the ending. Revise the script. The man of her dreams is a girl. Most men claim to desire driven, independent and confident women. Yet when confronted with such a creature, reverence often evolves into resent. For just like women, men need to be needed. Would you rather live one perfect day over and over, or live your life with no perfect days but just decent ones? But is it such a bad thing to live like this for just a little while? Just for a few months of one's life? Is it so awful to travel through time with no greater ambition than to find the next lovely meal? Or to learn how to speak a language for no higher purpose than that it pleases your ear to hear it? Or to nap in a garden, in a patch of sunlight, in the middle of the day, right next to your favorite fountain, and then to do it again the next day? The words, "I love you," kill and resurrect millions in less than a second. Love is like breathing. You take it in and let it out. It ought to make us feel ashamed when we talk like we know what we're talking about when we talk about love. Hate is. It's too easy. Love takes courage. It's like I'm 13 again and he's my crush. All I'm aware of in this entire room full of people is him. Where he is, what he's doing, who he's talking to. I love you because no two snowflakes are alike. And it is possible, if you stand tippy-toe, to walk between the raindrops. Love in action is a harsh and dreadful thing compared to love in dreams. Everybody has a home team. It's the people you call when you get a flat tire or when something terrible happens. It's the people who, near or far, know everything that's wrong with you and love you anyways. These are the ones who tell you their secrets, who get themselves a glass of water without asking when they're at your house. These are the people who cry when you cry. These are your people, your middle of the night. No matter what people. Love, not the kind you see in the movies or hear about on the radio. The real kind, the kind that gets beaten down and bloody, yet perseveres, the kind that hopes even when hope seems foolish, the kind that can forgives, the kind that believes in healing, the kind that can sit in silence and feel renewed, the real kind of love. It's rare and we have it. I have known her longer. My smile said, true, you have been inside the circle of her arms, tasted her mouth, felt the warmth of her. And that is something I have never had. But there is a part of her that is only for me. You cannot touch it, no matter how hard you might try. And after she has left you, I will still be here, making her laugh, my light shining in her. I will still be here long after she has forgotten your name. When it comes to men, deal with them as they are, not how you'd like them to be. The universe is very, very big. It also loves a paradox. For example, it has some extremely strict rules. Rule number 1. Nothing lasts forever. Not you or your family or your house or your planet or the sun. It is an absolute rule. Therefore, when someone says that their love will never die, it means that their love is not real. For everything that is real dies. Rule number 2. Everything lasts forever. You can't hurt me the way you think you can. But even if you could, I would rather die with the taste of you on my tongue than live and never touch you again. I'm in love with you. Mara, I love you, no matter what you do. I'm guilty of giving people more chances than they deserve, but when I'm done, I'm done. Want to keep Christ in Christmas? Feed the hungry, clothe the naked, forgive the guilty, welcome the unwanted, care for the ill, love your enemies, and do unto others as you would have done unto you. I'm tired of living unable to love anyone. I don't have a single friend, not one. And, worst of all, I can't even love myself. Why is that? Why can't I love myself? It's because I can't love anyone else. A person learns how to love himself through the simple acts of loving and being loved by someone else. Do you understand what I am saying? A person who is incapable of loving another cannot properly love himself. Some feelings sink so deep into the heart that only loneliness can help you find them again. Some truths are so painful that only shame can help you live with them. Some things are so sad that only your soul can do the crying for them. We ate well and cheaply and drank well and cheaply and slept well and warmed together and loved each other. I'm stuck babysitting turtle eggs while a volleyball player / grease monkey / aquarium volunteer tries to hit on me. I'm not hitting on you, he protested. No? Believe me, you'd know if I was hitting on you. You wouldn't be able to stop yourself from succumbing to my charms. When you like someone, you like them in spite of their faults. When you love someone, you love them with their faults. I thought perhaps that when you told me you did not love me that my own feelings would fall away and atrophy. But they have not. They have grown every day. I love you now more desperately, this moment, than I have ever loved you before. And in an hour I will love you more than that. I do love nothing in the world so well as you. Is not that strange? Do you really think anyone in this world compares to you in my eyes? Herondale's. Zachariah's voice was a breath. Half laughter, half pain. I had almost forgotten. No other family does so much for love. Or feels so much guilt for it. Don't carry the weight of the world on you, Jace. It's too heavy for even a Herondale to bear. I'm backing down now. I really do love you. That's why I'm doing this. You are the most important thing to me now. The most important thing to me ever. People wait around too long for love. I'm happy with all of my lusts. Heart, we will forget him, you and I. Tonight, you must forget the warmth he gave. I will forget the light. I had jumped off the edge. And then, at the very last moment, something reached out and caught me in midair. That something is what I define as love. It is the one thing that can stop a man from falling. Powerful enough to negate the laws of gravity. Kiss a lover. Dance a measure. What are you doing? Kneeling before a goddess. I'm not a goddess, you are. A goddess, a princess, a queen. As a soldier, I pledge myself to your service. As a prince, I grant you any boon within my power. As a man, I ask to sit at your feet and worship you. Ask me to do anything for you and I will do it. Love is thicker than forget, more thinner than recall, more seldom than a wave is wet, more frequent than. To fail it is most mad and moonly, and less it shall unburthen all the sea which only is deeper than they. Sea love is less always than to winless, never than a liveless, bigger than the least beginless, littler. Then forgive it is most sane and sunly, in more it cannot diathan all the sky which only is higher than the sky. We are not people who touch each other carelessly. Every point of contact between us feels important. A rush of energy and relief. What's a fuck when what I want is love? You honestly expect me to breathe in a world without air? I don't want to be somebody's crush. If somebody likes me, I want them to like the real me, not what they think I am. Two things you will never have to chase: true friends and true love. Nobody ever gets what they want when it comes to love. It hurts to breathe. It hurts to live. I hate her, yet I do not think I can exist without her. I love you, I said, and stabbed him. What if love wasn't the act of finding what you were missing, but the give and take that made you both match? A girl can still admire, can't she? Even those who can't afford to go in the store can still window shop. Right? Knowing he wasn't for me didn't mean I couldn't covet the merchandise. Deep in her heart, she wasn't sure she deserved to be happy. Nor did she believe that she was worthy of someone who seemed normal. It's one thing to fall in love. It's another to feel someone else fall in love with you. And to feel a responsibility toward that love. When someone blushes, doesn't that mean yes? When love has fused and mingled two beings in a sacred and angelic unity, the secret of life has been discovered so far as they are concerned. They are no longer anything more than the two boundaries of the same destiny. They are no longer anything but the two wings of the same spirit. Love. So, it was the nicest thing she could imagine. It made her want to have his babies and give him both of her kidneys. How can something so wrong feel so right? I don't think you can define love. I thought you were gone forever. I thought you'd walked away from everything. Because I failed. Because I destroyed the only thing that ever mattered to me. I waited for you to come. But you didn't. So she thoroughly taught him that one cannot take pleasure without giving pleasure. And that every gesture, every caress, every touch, every glance, every last bit of the body has its secret, which brings happiness to the person who knows how to wake it. She taught him that after a celebration of love, the lovers should not part without admiring each other, without being conquered or having conquered, so that neither is bleak or glutted or has the bad feeling of being used or misused. Your beloved and your friends were once strangers. Somehow at a particular time, they came from the distance toward your life. Their arrival seemed so accidental and contingent. Now your life is unimaginable without them. Similarly, your identity and vision are composed of a certain constellation of ideas and feelings that surfaced from the depths of the distance within you. To lose these now would be to lose yourself. But beauty is about finding the right fit, the most natural fit. To be perfect, you have to feel perfect about yourself. Avoid trying to be something you're not. For a goddess, that's especially hard. We can change so easily. Aphrodite. Let me love you, but don't love me back. Do love me and let me hate you for a while. Let me feel like I have some control. Because I know I never do. Huh? Leo said. Well, if you ever get off this island and want a job, let me know. You're not a total klutz, she smirked. A job, eh? Making things in your forge? Nah, we could start our own shop, Leo said, surprising himself. Starting a machine shop had always been one of his dreams. But he'd never told anyone about it. Leo and Calypso's garage. Auto repair and mechanical monsters. Absence is to love what wind is to fire. It extinguishes the small, it inflames the great. Makakapili ka enji lugar na upung mo. Pero hindi mo mapipali ang taong upo sa puwang sa tabi mo. Ganyan ang senaryo sa bus. Ganyan din sa pag-ibig. Lalong, di mo kontrolado kung kailan saya babba. It's hard to love a woman and do anything. If one wanted to depict the whole thing graphically, every episode, with its climax, would require a three-dimensional, or, rather, no model. Every experience is unrepeatable. What makes lovemaking and reading resemble each other most is that within both of them times and spaces open, different from measurable time and space. But the you who you are tonight is the same you I was in love with yesterday. The same you I'll be in love with tomorrow. Don't take the high ground and assume you already know what you'll do. The truth is, when it comes to someone you love, you'll find there isn't anything you won't do. If equal affection cannot be, let the more loving one be me. 5 minutes are enough to dream a whole life, that is how relative time is. This time I wouldn't forget him, because I couldn't ever forgive him, for breaking my heart twice. Thought I couldn't live without you, it's gonna hurt when it heals too, even though I really love you. I'm gonna smile cause I deserve to quickly. I'm learning to love again, all I know is I'ma be okay. I'm not really sure why. But, do you stop loving someone just because they betray you? I don't think so. That's what makes the betrayal hurt so much, pain, frustration, anger. And I still loved her. I still do. Well, my music was different in high school. I was singing about love. You know, things I don't care about anymore. If you have the woman you love, what more do you need? Well, besides an alibi for the time of her husband's murder. Love is like a friendship caught on fire. In the beginning a flame. Very pretty, often hot and fierce, but still only light and flickering. As love grows older, our hearts mature and our love becomes as coals. Deep burning and unquenchable. You know that when I hate you, it is because I love you to a point of passion that unhinges my soul. The only way love can last a lifetime is if it's unconditional. The truth is this: Love is not determined by the one being loved but rather by the one choosing to love. The problem with marriage is that it ends every night after making love. And it must be rebuilt every morning before breakfast. My girlfriend is sad and quiet and keeps me up all night worrying about her. Someone once wrote that a novel should deliver a series of small astonishments. I get the same thing spending an hour with you. Sam came around the side of the car and stopped dead when he saw me. Oh my God, what is that? I used my thumb and middle finger to flick the multicolored pom-pom on top of my head. In my language, we call it a hat. It keeps my ears warm. Oh my God, Sam said again. And closed the distance between us. He cupped my face in his hands and studied me. It's horribly cute. He kissed me, looked at the hat, and then he kissed me again. I vowed never to lose the pom-pom hat. To be loved but not known is comforting but superficial. To be known and not loved is our greatest fear. But to be fully known and truly loved is, well, a lot like being loved by God. It is what we need more than anything. It liberates us from pretense, humbles us out of our self-righteousness, and fortifies us for any difficulty life can throw at us. Love God and He will enable you to love others even when they disappoint you. It was brave, counted Issa. It was rare, it was love, and it was beautiful. You are like a grey sky. You're beautiful, even though you don't want to be. There will never be no love at all. I love you and it's getting worse. Oh, it's always the same, she sighed. If you want men to behave well to you, you must be beastly to them. If you treat them decently, they make you suffer for it. I believe in love, the verb, not the noun. I'm sorry. I know you loved her. It was hard not to. Dogs have given us their absolute all. We are the center of their universe. We are the focus of their love and faith and trust. They serve us in return for scraps. It is without a doubt the best deal man has ever made. I love you. In my mind where my thoughts reside. In my heart where my emotions live. And in my soul where my dreams are born. I love you. A kiss on the beach when there is a full moon is the closest thing to heaven. I will never regret you. She did not believe he could have really gone. Because for her, to leave the person you loved was impossible. I crossed 1,000 leagues to come to you. And lost the best part of me along the way. Don't tell me to leave. There is no charm equal to tenderness of heart. Do you remember all of your audiences? Marco asks. Not all of them, Celia says. But I remember the people who look at me the way you do. What way might that be? As though they cannot decide if they are afraid of me or they want to kiss me. I am not afraid of you, Marco says. Confession is not betrayal. What you say or do doesn't matter, only feelings matter. If they could make me stop loving you, that would be the real betrayal. Those who really love you don't mean to hurt you, and if they do, you can't see it in their eyes, but it hurts them too. Lover? I don't know. I don't know if she loves me. I don't know if I love her. All I can say is, she's the one I think about. All the time. She's the voice I want to hear. She's the face I hope to see. Let me wake up next to you. Have coffee in the morning and wander through the city with your hand in mine. And I'll be happy for the rest of my fucked up little life. I don't understand the point of being together if you're not the happiest. I'm in love with you. And I'm not in the business of denying myself the simple pleasure of saying true things. As the light begins to intensify, so does my misery, and I wonder how it is possible to hurt so much when nothing is wrong. Love is honesty. Love is a mutual respect for one another. Someone real, I hear myself saying. Someone who never has to pretend. And who I never have to pretend around. Someone who's smart, but knows how to laugh at himself. Someone who would listen to a symphony and start to cry. Because he understands music can be too big for words. Someone who knows me better than I know myself. Someone I want to talk to first thing in the morning and last thing at night. Someone I feel like I've known my whole life. Even if I haven't. Isn't it funny? I'm enjoying my hatred so much more than I ever enjoyed love. Love is temperamental, tiring. It makes demands. Love uses you, changes its mind. But hatred, now, that's something you can use. Sculpt, wield. It's hard, or soft, however you need it. Love humiliates you, but hatred cradles you. I have been loving you a little more every minute since this morning. How could I be sleeping with this particular man? Surely only true love could justify my lack of taste. Don't marry a rich man. Marry a good man. He will spend his life trying to keep you happy. No rich man can buy that. Nelly, I am Heathcliff, he's always in my mind, not as a pleasure. Any more than I am always a pleasure to myself, but as my own being. He offered her the world. She said she had her own. The right thing at the wrong time is the wrong thing. She was bored. She loved. Had capacity to love. For love. To give and accept love. Only she tried twice and failed twice to find somebody not just strong enough to deserve it. Earn it. Match it. But even brave enough to accept it. Sometimes I sit alone under the stars and think of the galaxies inside my heart and truly wonder if anyone will ever want to make sense of all that I am. Love is a rebellious bird that nobody can tame. I don't let nobody see me wishing he was mine. I have learned that the person I have to ask for forgiveness from the most is myself. You must love yourself. You have to forgive yourself. Every day, whenever you remember a shortcoming, a flaw, you have to tell yourself, that's just fine. You have to forgive yourself so much. Until you don't even see those things anymore. Because that's what love is like. There are only two reasons why you leave someone you're still in love with. Either it's the right thing to do, or it's the only thing to do. If a writer falls in love with you, you can never die. When you know my love will warm you. How could he convey to someone who'd never even met her the way she always smelled like rain? Or how his stomach knotted up every time he saw her shake loose her hair from its braid? How could he describe how it felt when she finished his sentences? Turn at the mug they were sharing so that her mouth landed where his had been? How did he explain the way they could be in a locker room? Or underwater? or in the piney woods of Maine. Bus as long as M was with him. He was at home. For a long time, she held a special place in my heart. I kept this special place just for her, like a reserved sign on a quiet corner table in a restaurant. Despite the fact that I was sure I'd never see her again. Someday, after mastering the winds, the waves, the tides and gravity, we shall harness for God the energies of love. And then, for a second time in the history of the world, man will have discovered fire. And he knew, also, what the old man was thinking as his tears flowed. And he, Ryu, thought it too, that a loveless world is a dead world. And always there comes an hour when one is weary of prisons, of one's work, and of devotion to duty. And all one craves for is a loved face, the warmth and wonder of a loving heart. Love is a shade of what I feel. Do you know what hurts so very much? It's love. Love is the strongest force in the world. And when it is blocked, that means pain. There are two things we can do when this happens. We can kill that love so that it stops hurting. But then of course part of us dies. Too. Or we can ask God to open up another route for that love to travel. If you have it, love, you don't need to have anything else. And if you don't have it, it doesn't matter much what else you have. So then I thought, I'd like you to have something to remember me by. You know, if you ever meet some villa when you're off doing whatever you are doing, I think dating opportunities are going to be pretty thin on the ground. To be honest, there's a silver lining I've been looking for, she whispered. And then she was kissing him as she never kissed him before. And Harry was kissing her back. And it was a blissful oblivion. Better than fire whiskey. She was the only real thing in the world. Guinea, the feel of her, one hand on her back, the other in her long sweet smelling hair. People die, I think, but your relationship with them doesn't. It continues and is ever changing. Love is the only force capable of transforming an enemy to a friend. I imagine a line, a white line, painted on the sand and on the ocean, from me to you. We are not held back by the love we didn't receive in the past, but by the love we are not extending in the present. There used to be days that I thought I was okay, or at least that I was going to be. We'd be hanging out somewhere and everything would just fit right, and I would think, it will be okay if it can just be like this forever, but of course nothing can ever stay just how it is forever. But what was there to say? Only that there were tears. Only that quietness and emptiness fitted together like stacked spoons. Only that there was a snuffling in the hollows at the base of a lovely throat. Only that a hard honey-colored shoulder had a semicircle of teeth marks on it. Only that they held each other close, long after it was over. Only that what they shared that night was not happiness, but hideous grief. Only that once again they broke the love laws that lay down who should be loved, and how much. Shut up, let me tell you, let me. Every time I look at your face or even remember it, it wrecks me. And the way you are with me, and you're just fun, and you shit all over me, and you make fun of me, and you're real. I don't have enough time in any day to think about you enough. I don't even think about women anymore. I think about you. Love is made up of 3 unconditional properties in equal measure. 1. Acceptance. 2. Understanding. 3. Appreciation remove any one of the three and the triangle falls apart, which, by the way, is something highly inadvisable. Think about it. Do you really want to live in a world of only 2 dimensions? So, for the love of a triangle, please keep love whole. Love is a snowmobile racing across the tundra and then suddenly it flips over, pinning you underneath. At night, the ice weasels come. I need the thing that happens when your brain shuts off and your heart turns on. I couldn't stand here, hanging on, when the very thing I held disappeared more with each passing day. I needed him like I'd never needed anyone. Every day people straighten up the hair, why not the heart? A weed is but an unloved flower. Stronger than lovers' love is lovers' hate. Incurable, in each, the wounds they make. One day you fall for this boy. And he touches you with his fingers. And he burns holes in your skin with his mouth. And it hurts when you look at him. And it hurts when you don't. And it feels like someone's cut you open with a jagged piece of glass. I think you can love a person too much. You put someone up on a pedestal. And all of a sudden, from that perspective, you notice what's wrong. A hair out of place, a run in a stocking, a broken bone. You spend all your time and energy making it right. And all the while, you are falling apart yourself. You don't even realize what you look like. How far you've deteriorated, because you only have eyes for someone else. I never want to be away from you again. Except at work. In the restroom or when one of us is at a movie the other does not want to see. To love is good. 2. Love being difficult. For one human being to love another. That is perhaps the most difficult of all our tasks. The ultimate. The last test and proof. The work for which all other work is but preparation. Love is a high inducement to the individual. To ripen. To become something in himself. To become world for himself for another's sake. It is a great exacting claim upon him. Something that chooses him out and calls him to vast things. The whole image is that eternal suffering awaits anyone who questions God's infinite love. That's the message we're brought up with. Isn't it? Believe or die. Thank you, forgiving Lord, for all those options. I had fun last night, I told Patch. Flicking off my chin strap and handing over my helmet. I'm officially in love with your sheets. That the only thing you're in love with? Nope, your mattress. 2. Some smile crept into Patch's eyes. My bed's an open invitation. You are asking me to define an abstract concept that no one has managed to explain since time began. You sort of sprang it on me, Gansey said. Why do we breathe air? Because we love air. Because we don't want to suffocate. Why do we eat? Because we don't want to starve. How do I know I love her? Because I can sleep after I talk to her. Why? He drew a circle that shut me out. Heretic. Rebel. A thing to flout, but love and I had the wit to win. We drew a circle and took him in. From the poem, Outwitted. To find out if she really loved me, I hooked her up to a lie detector. And just as I suspected, my machine was broken. A truth should exist, it should not be used like this. If I love you, is that a fact or a weapon? I've always loved strong women. Which is lucky for me because once you're over about 25 there is no other kind. Women blow my mind. The stuff that routinely gets done to them would make most men curl up and die. But women turn to steel and keep on coming. Any man who claims he's not into strong women is fooling himself mindless. He's into strong women who know how to pout prettily and put on baby voices. And who will end up keeping his balls in her makeup bags. I told him a story of two people who shouldn't have met, and who didn't like each other much when they did, but who found they were the only two people in the world who could possibly have understood each other. Whatever happened to the dragon? I mustered my primmest tone. He has a name, you know. Adrian pulled back and gave me a curious look. I didn't know, actually. What did you decide on? Hopper. When Adrian laughed, I added, best rabbit ever. He'd be proud to know his name is being passed on. Yes. I'm sure he would. Did you name the Mustang too? I think you mean the Evashkinator. He stared at me in wonder. I told you I loved you. Right? Yes, I assured him. Many times. I'm not married, he said softly. Because I can't stomach the idea of marrying a woman inferior to me in mind and spirit. It would mean the death of my soul. Remember, the way you make love is the way God will be with you. Yes, I understand why things had to happen this way. I understand his reason for causing me pain. But mere understanding does not chase away the hurt. It does not call upon the sun when dark clouds have loomed over me. Let the rain come then if it must come. And let it wash away the dust that hurt my eyes. Must I go bound while you go free? Must I love a man who doesn't love me? Must I be born with so little? Art is to love a man who'll break my heart. The only queer people are those who don't love anybody. You have my whole heart. You always did. Love is not patronizing and charity isn't about pity. It is about love. Charity and love are the same. With charity you give love. So don't just give money but reach out your hand instead. Why, darling, I don't live at all when I'm not with you. Had I been in love, I could not have been more wretchedly blind. But vanity, not love, has been my folly. You get used to someone, start to like them, even, and they leave. In the end, everyone leaves. I am your moon and your moonlight too. I am your flower garden and your water too. I have come all this way. Eager for you without shoes or shawl. I want you to laugh, to kill all your worries, to love you, to nourish you. Aside from the obvious, Francesca, what do you want in return for supplying information? Bones asked, getting back to the subject. You to take me, she replied at once. Not gonna happen. I spat, squeezing him possessively. 3 sets of widened eyes fixed on me. That's when I realized that what I had a firm grip on was no longer his hand. The heart wants what it wants, or else it does not care. Wisdom is knowing I am nothing, love is knowing I am everything, and between the two my life moves. Being in love with someone who doesn't even know you exist isn't the worst thing in the world. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Almost like passing in a term paper that you know sucked. But having that period of time where you haven't gotten your grade back yet, that kind of exhale. Where you haven't been rejected. Although you pretty much know how it's going to turn out. Love is a possible strength in an actual weakness. I believe in the immeasurable power of love, that true love can endure any circumstance and reach across any distance. Hatred would have been easier. With hatred, I would have known what to do. Hatred is clear, metallic, one-handed, unwavering, unlike love. I don't want to know about love, but you should. My child, you need to know about love. The things people will do for love. All truths come down to love. Do they not? One way or another, they do. See, there is a difference between love and need. Sometimes, what you feel is immediate and without rhyme or reason. She sat up a little straighter. Two people see each across a room, or their skin brushes. Their souls recognize the person as their own. It doesn't need time to figure it. The soul always knows, whether it's right or wrong. He then put both hands on the door on either side of my head and leaned in close, pinning me against it. I trembled like a downy rabbit caught in the clutches of a wolf. The wolf came closer. He bent his head and began nuzzling my cheek. The problem was, I wanted the wolf to devour me. And I'm dying to know, is it killing you like it's killing me? And the story of us looks a lot like a tragedy now. It shattered something inside me that hadn't been broken before. You have to take a deep breath and allow the music to flow through you. Revel in it. Allow yourself to awe. When you play, allow the music to break your heart with its beauty. A man in love can do extraordinary things. I don't care if you're an angel. You are my angel, and I won't let you go. When you find love, you take it. You grab it with both hands and you do everything in your power not to let it go. You can't just walk away from it and expect it to linger until you're ready for it. My mother, poor fish, wanting to be happy. Beaten 2 or 3 times a week. Telling me to be happy. Henry, smile. Why don't you ever smile? And then she would smile. To show me how. And it was the saddest smile I ever saw. I have come from the end of the world. From the river of dreams. Through the gauntlet and the briar and the deep wild. In order to stand before you today. I have but one request. To take my place at your side. To resume my duty as your knight. And to protect you and your kingdom for as long as I draw breath. Men build too many walls and not enough bridges. A woman should soften but not weaken a man. I want someone whose heart is big enough to hold me. Because isn't that the point of every relationship? To be known by someone else. To be understood? He gets me. She gets me. Isn't that the simple magic phrase? Sometimes no matter how many eyelashes or dandelion seeds you blow, no matter how much of your heart you tear out and slap on your sleeve, it just ain't gonna happen. I'd like to get away from Earth a while and then come back to it and begin over. Me no fate willfully. Misunderstand me and half grant what I wish and snatch me away not to return. Earth's the right place for love. I don't know where it's likely to go better. Love me like you'll never see me again. Everyone has something of beauty about them. But loving lets you look. And look. And look again. You notice the back of a hand. The turn of a head. The way of a walk. When you first love, you look blind and you see it all as the glorious, beloved whole, or a beautiful sum of beautiful parts. But when you see the one you love as pieces, as wise, you can love those parts too. And it's a love at once more complicated and more complete. A best friend is the only one that walks into your life when the world has walked out. Because I've got a lot more terms of endearment to use. Honey pie, sugar plum, bread pudding, why are they all high-calorie foods? Love demands everything, they say, but my love demands only this. That no matter what happens or how long it takes, I'll keep faith in me. I'll remember who we are. And I'll never feel despair. I would lay down everything I possess, even my soul, for you. If that isn't love, it's the best I have. I have loved you all my life, Mal, I whispered through my tears. There is no end to our story. He was too perfect, despite being one of the most imperfect people I knew. When you fish for love, bait with your heart, not your brain. Who knows? Maybe they're right. Maybe we are driven crazy by our feelings. Maybe love is a disease. And we would be better off without it. But we have chosen a different road. And in the end, that is the point of escaping the cure. We are free to choose. We are even free to choose the wrong thing. There is emotion in the hug. And there is respect and a form of love. Emotion that comes from honesty. Respect that comes from challenge. And the form of love that exists between people whose minds have touched. Whose hearts have touched. Whose souls have touched. Our minds touched. Our hearts touched. Our souls touched. We separate. That's love. Two lonely persons keep each other safe and touch each other and talk to each other. I'll be your family now, he says. I love you, I say. He stares at me. I wait with my hands clutching his arms for stability as he considers his response. He frowns at me. Say it again, Tobias, I say. I love you. Just because love don't look the way you think it should, don't mean you don't have it. She was the kind of girlfriend God gives you young, so you'll know loss the rest of your life. I want you to be the one wanting me first, pushing me first, kissing me first. Don't be careful with me, he said, because I won't be careful with you. What should I do about the wild and the tame? The wild heart that wants to be free. And the tame heart that wants to come home. I want to be held. I don't want you to come too close. I want you to scoop me up and bring me home at nights. I don't want to tell you where I am. I want to keep a place among the rocks where no one can find me. I want to be with you. What you are is a fucking tragedy. Simon Snow. You literally couldn't be a bigger mess. He tries to kiss me. But I pull back, and you like that? I love it. He says, why? Because we match. Love takes off the masks we fear we cannot live without and know we cannot live within. One of the best times for figuring out who you are and what you really want out of life. Right after a breakup. When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive. To breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love, then make that day count. Before I fell in love with words, with setting skies and singing birds. It was you I fell in love with first. I wanted to be his life preserver, the thing that would keep him afloat. Instead, he became my anchor, and I'm tired of drowning. This thing about you that you think is your flaw, It's the reason I'm falling in love with you. God turns you from one feeling to another and teaches by means of opposites so that you will have two wings to fly, not one. If love is blind, then maybe a blind person that loves has a greater understanding of it. You might be looking for reasons, but there are no reasons. The key to a successful relationship isn't just in the words. It's in the choice of punctuation. When you are in love with someone, a well-placed question mark can be the difference between bliss and disaster. And a deeply respected period or a cleverly inserted ellipsis can prevent all kinds of exclamations. The truth was, he now belonged only to my past. And it was time I began to accept it, as much as it hurt to do so. Conquer the angry one by not getting angry. Conquer the wicked by goodness. Conquer the stingy by generosity. And the liar by speaking the truth. When you were in love, you were capable of learning everything and of knowing things you had never dared even to think. Because love was the key to understanding all of the mysteries. What if I were smiling and running into your arms? Would you see then what I see now? I really don't see anything romantic in proposing. It is very romantic to be in love. But there is nothing romantic about a definite proposal. Why? One may be accepted. One usually is, I believe. Then the excitement is all over. The very essence of romance is uncertainty. If ever I get married, I'll certainly try to forget the fact. And I pray one prayer. I repeat it till my tongue stiffens. Catherine Earnshaw. May you not rest as long as I am living. You said I killed you, haunt me. Then, be with me always, take any form, drive me mad. Only do not leave me in this abyss, where I cannot find you. Love is the most powerful force in the world. That love can do anything. What is love? Two souls and one flesh friendship. Two bodies and one soul. I have named you queen. There are taller than you. Taller. There are purer than you. Purer. There are lovelier than you. Lovelier. But you are the queen. When you go through the streets, no one recognizes you. No one sees your crystal crown. No one looks at the carpet of red gold that you tread as you pass, the non-existent carpet, and when you appear, all the rivers sound in my body. Bells shake the sky, and a hymn fills the world. Only you and I, only you and I. My love, listen to it. If it weren't for music, I would think that love is mortal. If you're not comfortable enough with yourself or with your own truth when entering a relationship, then you're not ready for that relationship. Ever since time began, people have recognized their true love by the light in their eyes. He's around the twist, said Azalea. Breaking all the windows. He's mad. To break all the windows in the house and drown yourself in a bucket, but don't actually do it. Well, that's love. People do the damnedest things when they're in love. Falling in love is like getting hit by a truck and yet not being mortally wounded. Just sick to your stomach. High 1 minute, low the next. Starving, hungry but unable to eat. Hot, cold, forever horny, full of hope and enthusiasm. With momentary depressions that wipe you out. It is also not being able to remove the smile from your face. Loving life with a mad, passionate intensity. And feeling 10 years younger. Love does not appear with any warning signs. You fall into it as if pushed from a high diving board. No time to think about what's happening. It's inevitable. An event you can't control. A crazy, heart-stopping, roller coaster ride that just has to take its course. Making love to me is amazing. Wait, I meant, making love to me is amazing. The absence of two little commas nearly transformed me into a sex god. Never, never, never. I am never going to forget you. How could you go about choosing something that would hold the half of your heart you had to bury? True beauty is something that attacks, overpowers, robs, and finally destroys. I crave your mouth, your voice, your hair, silent and starving. I prowl through the streets. Bread does not nourish me. Dawn disrupts me. All day I hunt for the liquid measure of your steps. Never forget that justice is what love looks like in public. And the story of love is a long sad tale ending in graves. My shoulder will never be the same. I expect you to nurse me back to health. And I'll dance with you in Vienna. I'll be wearing a river's disguise, the hyacinth wild on my shoulder, my mouth on the dew of your thighs, and I'll bury my soul in a scrapbook, with the photographs there and the moss, and I'll yield to the flood of your beauty, my cheap violin and my cross. And if you couldn't be loved, the next best thing was to be let alone. It is important not to suppress your feelings altogether when you are depressed. It is equally important to avoid terrible arguments or expressions of outrage. You should steer clear of emotionally damaging behavior. People forgive, but it is best not to stir things up to the point at which forgiveness is required. When you are depressed, you need the love of other people. And yet depression fosters actions that destroy that love. Depressed people often stick pins into their own life rafts. The conscious mind can intervene. One is not helpless. All the most powerful emotions come from chaos: fear, anger, love, especially love. Love is chaos itself. Think about it. Love makes no sense. It shakes you up and spins you around. And then, eventually, it falls apart. Sometimes good things fall apart, so better things can fall together. Define yourself radically as one beloved by God. This is the true self. Every other identity is illusion. Love is hard to find, hard to keep, and hard to forget. Looking at beauty in the world is the first step of purifying the mind. Physical love is unthinkable without violence. The first stab of love is like a sunset, a blaze of color, oranges, pearly pinks, vibrant purples. He is ugly and sad, but he is all love. Learn to deal with the fact that you are not a perfect person, but you are a person that deserves respect and honesty. She didn't need to understand the meaning of life. It was enough to find someone who did, and then fall asleep in his arms and sleep as a child sleeps, knowing that someone stronger than you is protecting you from all evil and all danger. Whoever loves becomes humble. Those who love have, so to speak, pawned a part of their narcissism. Percy pulled Annabeth close and kissed her, long enough for it to get really awkward for Piper. Though she said nothing, she thought about the old rule of Aphrodite's cabin. That to be recognized as a daughter of the love goddess, you had to break someone's heart. Piper had long ago decided to change that rule. Percy and Annabeth were a perfect example of why you should have to make someone as heart whole. That was a much better test. If I had a camera, I said, I'd take a picture of you every day. That way I'd remember how you looked every single day of your life. Calling it a simple schoolgirl crush was like saying a Rolls-Royce was a vehicle with 4 wheels. Something like a hay wagon. She did not giggle wildly and blush when she saw him. Nor did she chalk his name on trees or write it on the walls of the kissing bridge. She simply lived with his face in her heart all the time. A kind of sweet, hurtful ache. She would have died for him. The only way of knowing a person is to love them without hope. I know what it is to live entirely for and with what I love best on earth. I hold myself supremely blessed, blessed beyond what language can express because I am my husband's. Life as fully as he is mine. Better than chocolate. Being with you last night. Silly me. I thought that nothing was better than chocolate. Living simply makes loving simple. You know, all that sympathy that you feel for an abused child who suffers without a good mom or dad. To love and care for them? Well, they don't stay children forever. No one magically becomes an adult the day they turn 18. Some people grow up sooner. Many grow up later. Some never really do. But just remember that some people in this world are older versions of those same kids we cry for. Love the trees until their leaves fall off, then encourage them to try again next year. Frustration and love can't exist in the same place at the same time. So get real and start doing what you would rather be doing in life. Love your life. All of it. Even the heavy shit that happened to you when you were 8. All of it was and is perfect. Physics isn't the most important thing. Love is. A warrior does not give up what he loves, he finds the love in what he does. I was trying to make you jealous. Simon screamed. Right back. His hands were fisted at his sides. You're so stupid. Clary, you are so stupid. Can't you see anything? She stared at him in bewilderment. What on earth did he mean? Trying to make me jealous? Why would you try to do that? She saw immediately that this was the worst thing she could have asked him. Because, he said, so bitterly that it shocked her, I've been in love with you for 10 years. So I thought it seemed like the time to find out whether you felt the same about me. Which, I guess you don't. Love those who hate you. And Max, the king of all wild things, was lonely and wanted to be where someone loved him best of all. When you give yourself permission to communicate what matters to you in every situation, you will have peace despite rejection or disapproval. Putting a voice to your soul helps you to let go of the negative energy of fear and regret. Your absence has not taught me to be alone. It merely has shown that when together we cast a single shadow on the wall. Remember how it was when we kissed? Armfuls and armfuls of light thrown right at us. A rope dropping down from the sky. How can the word love and the word life even fit in the mouth? No matter what, nobody can take away the dances you've already had. Perfect love is the most beautiful of all frustrations because it is more than one can express. Briggan was saying her name. And he was sending her a feeling. It was courage and strength. And something else too. As if he was standing with her. As if he'd taken her within himself. Letting her rest her entire body for a moment on his backbone. Her mind in his mind. Her heart in the fire of his. The fire of Briggan's heart was astounding. Fire understood. And almost could not believe. That the feeling he was sending her was love. My point is that love is the most powerful motivator in the world. It spurs mortals to greatness. Their noblest, bravest acts are done for love. Thus with my lips have I denounced you, while my heart, bleeding within me, called you tender names. It was love lashed by its own self that spoke. It was pride half slain that fluttered in the dust. It was my hunger for your love that raged from the housetop, while my own love, kneeling in silence, prayed your forgiveness. Cities were always like people, showing their varying personalities to the traveler. Depending on the city and on the traveler, there might begin a mutual love, or dislike, friendship, or enmity. Where one city will rise a certain individual to glory, it will destroy another who is not suited to its personality. Only through travel can we know where we belong or not, where we are loved and where we are rejected. I was the lion who forced you to join with the Ravis. I was the cat who comforted you among the houses of the dead. I was the lion who drove the jackals from you while you slept. I was the lion who gave the horses the new strength of fear for the last mill so that you should reach King Loon in time. And I was the lion you do not remember who pushed the boat in which you lay, a child near death, so that it came to shore where a man sat, wakeful at midnight, to receive you. Who sighed he can't wear my Converse with my dress? Well baby, that's just me. I believe that every single event in life happens in an opportunity to choose love over fear. How can love be worthy of its name if one selects solely the pretty things and leaves out the hardships? It is easy to enjoy the good and dislike the bad. Anybody can do that. The real challenge is to love the good and the bad together. Not because you need to take the rough with the smooth, but because you need to go beyond such descriptions and accept love in its entirety. I cannot compromise my respect for your love. You can keep your love, I will keep my respect. Why is the measure of love loss? Do you like me? No answer. Silence bounced, fell off his tongue and sat between us and clogged my throat. It slaughtered my trusted toe. Cigarettes out of my mouth. We exchanged blind words, and I did not cry, I did not beg, but blackness filled my ears, blackness lunged in my heart, and something that had been good, a sort of kindly oxygen, turned into a gas oven. The end of a relationship is not always a failure. Sometimes all the love in the world is not enough to save something. In these cases, it is not a matter of fault from either person. Some things cannot be. It's as simple as that. My love is pizza-shaped. Won't you have a slice? It's circular, so there's enough to go around. Adam smiled cheerily. Ronan would start wars and burn cities for that true smile. Elastic and amiable. Love blurs your vision, but after it recedes, you can see more clearly than ever. It's like the tide going out, revealing whatever's been thrown away and sunk. Broken bottles, old gloves, rusting pop cans, nibbled fish bodies, bones. This is the kind of thing you see if you sit in the darkness with open eyes. not knowing the future, the ruin you've made. Dance, smile, giggle, marvel, trust, hope, love, wish, believe, most of all, enjoy every moment of the journey. And appreciate where you are at this moment instead of always focusing on how far you have to go. I wore your promise on my finger for 1 year. I'll wear your name on my heart till I die because you were my boy. You were my only boy forever. Love is so unpredictable. That's what makes it so great. No matter how close we are to another person, few human relationships are as free from strife, disagreement, and frustration as is the relationship you have with a good dog. Few human beings give of themselves to another as a dog gives of itself. I also suspect that we cherish dogs because their unblemished souls make us wish, consciously or unconsciously, that we were as innocent as they are, and make us yearn for a place where innocence is universal and where the meanness, the betrayals, and the cruelties of this world are unknown. In love, 1 and 1 are 1. This love of which I speak is slow to lose patience, it looks for a way of being constructive. Love is not possessive, love is not anxious to impress, nor does it cherish inflated ideas of its own. Love has good manners and does not pursue selfish advantage. Love is not touchy, love does not keep account of evil or gloat over the wickedness of other people. On the contrary, it is glad with all good men when truth prevails. Love knows no limits to its endurance, no end to its trust, no fading of its hope. It can outlast anything. It is, in fact, the one thing that stands when all else has fallen. I come here with no expectations, only to profess, now that I am at liberty to do so, that my heart is and always will be yours. I love the Lord, for He heard my voice. He heard my cry for mercy. Because He turned His ear to me, I will call on Him as long as I live. Psalms 116:1-2 NIV. Many waters cannot quench love, neither can floods drown it. What then kills love? Only this: neglect. Not to see you when you stand before me, not to think of you in the little things, not to make the road wide for you, the table spread for you, to choose you out of habit not desire, to pass the flour cellar without a thought, to leave the dishes unwashed, the bed unmade, to ignore you in the mornings, make use of you at night, to crave another while pecking your cheek, to say your name without hearing it, to assume it is mine to call. I would rather a romantic relationship turn into contempt than turn into apathy. The passion in the extremities make it appear as though it once meant something. We grow from hot or cold, but lukewarm is the biggest insult. They were within 20 yards of each other, and so abrupt was his appearance that it was impossible to avoid his sight. Their eyes instantly met, and the cheeks of each were overspread with the deepest blush. He absolutely started, and for a moment seemed immovable from surprise. But shortly recovering himself, advanced towards the party, and spoke to Elizabeth, if not in terms of perfect composure, at least of perfect civility. I love you not only for what you are, but for what I am when I am with you. I love you not only for what you have made of yourself, but for what you are making of me. I love you for the part of me that you bring out. In his 43rd year, William Stoner learned what others, much younger, had learned before him, that the person one loves at first is not the person one loves at last. And that love is not an end but a process through which one person attempts to know another. None of us can choose where we shall love. Right now we are here, and nothing can mar our perfection, or steal the joy of this perfect moment. Remembering, forgetting, I'm not sure which is worse. Loving's pretty easy, it's letting someone love you that's hard. For she had eyes and chose me. I meant it when I said I didn't believe in love at first sight. It takes time to really, truly fall for someone, yet I believe in a moment. A moment when you glimpse the truth within someone, and they glimpse the truth within you. In that moment, you don't belong to yourself any longer. Not completely. Part of you belongs to him. Part of him belongs to you. After that, you can't take it back. No matter how much you want to. No matter how hard you try. With me, illusions are bound to be shattered. I am here to shatter all illusions. Yes, it will irritate you. It will annoy you. That's my way of functioning and working. I will sabotage you from your very roots. Unless you are totally destroyed as a mind, there is no hope for you. I'm not crying because of you, you're not worth it. I'm crying because my delusion of who you were was shattered by the truth of who you are. I'd rather die on my own terms than live on theirs. I'd rather die loving Alex than live without him. We are asleep until we fall in love. They said that love was terrifying and tender, wild and sweet, and none of it made any sense, but now I knew that every mad word was true. Do people look the same when they go to heaven? Mommy, I don't know. I don't think so. Then how do people recognize each other? I don't know, sweetie. They just feel it. You don't need your eyes to love, right? So I'm your huntress and thief? His hand slid down to cup the backs of my knees as he said with a roguish grin. You are my salvation, fire. You didn't think I'd let you go alone, did you, number? But I'm grateful that I had you with me. Grateful is all I'm going to get. Isn't it? What else were you hoping for? Adoration, devotion, affection, infatuation, or just plain finding me irresistible? Sorry, Don Juan, you'll have to live with my undying gratitude. Fight for the only thing she knew was good enough, noble enough, powerful enough to be worth risking everything. Love. The most confused you will ever get is when you try to convince your heart and spirit of something your mind knows is a lie. Love is the sum of our choices, the strength of our commitments, the ties that bind us together. For there is no friend like a sister in calm or stormy weather. To cheer one on the tedious way. To fetch one if one goes astray. To lift one if one totters down. To strengthen whilst one stands. You are protected, in short, by your ability to love. Hearts live by being wounded. The more you are motivated by love, the more fearless and free your action will be. I write a lot of songs about love, and I think that's because to me love seems like this huge, complicated thing. But it seems like every once in a while, two people get it figured out. Two people get it right. And so I think the rest of us, we walk around daydreaming about what that might be like. To find that one great love, where all of a sudden everything that seemed to be so complicated became simple. And everything that used to seem so wrong all of a sudden seemed right because you were with a person who made you feel fearless. The language of love letters is the same as suicide notes. Love is illogical. You fall into it like a manhole. Then you're just stuck. You die in love more than you live in love. I love you, he thought, looking at Win. I love every part of you. Every thought and word. The entire complex, fascinating bundle of all the things you are. I want you with 10 different kinds of need at once. I love all the seasons of you. The way you are now. The thought of how much more beautiful you'll be in the decades to come. I love you for being the answer to every question my heart could ask. When forever becomes a place, when forever ceases to be just a word. When it ceases to be just a measurement of time, but instead becomes a place where soulmates can dance to the song in their hearts. That is a reflection of true love. Tell me then, does love make one a fool or do only fools fall in love? He was afraid of defiling the love which filled his soul. Nothing in life is worth turning your back on, if you love it. Eternity is in love with the productions of time. And then I opened my eyes and it was just Grace and me, nothing anywhere but Grace and me, she. Pressing her lips together as though she were keeping my kiss inside her. And me, holding this moment that was as fragile as a bird in my hands. You are my butterfly and refuse to set you free. He promised her that he would give her everything. Everything she wanted, as men in love always do. And she trusted him despite herself. As women in love always do. Almost all the time, you tell yourself you're loving somebody when you're just using them. This only looks like love. Love as thou wilt. If only it were possible to love without injury, fidelity isn't enough. I had been faithful to Annie and yet I had injured her. The hurt is in the act of possession. We are too small in mind and body to possess another person without pride or to be possessed. Without humiliation. In a way I was glad that my wife had struck out at me again. I had forgotten her pain for too long. And this was the only kind of recompense I could give her. Unfortunately, the innocent are always involved in any conflict. Always. Everywhere. There is some voice crying from a tower. His noise is getting quieter. But I can still see it there, still see how he feels the skin of my hand against his. See how he wants to take it and press it against his mouth. How he wants to breathe in the smell of me and how beautiful I look to him. How strong after all that illness. And how he wants to just lightly touch my neck. Just there. And how he wants to take me in his arms and, oh God, he says, looking away suddenly, Viola, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, but I just put my hand to the back of his neck and he says, Viola, and I pull myself towards him and I kiss him, and it feels like, finally, I've no more business to marry Edgar Linton than I have to be in heaven, and if the wicked man in there had not brought Heathcliff so low I shouldn't have thought of it. It would degrade me to marry Heathcliff now, so he shall never know how I love him, and that not because he's handsome Nelly but because he's more myself than I am. Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same, and Linton's is as different as a moonbeam from lightning or frost from fire. But everyone disappears, no matter who loves them. I haven't had that one great love, which is good. I don't want that to be in the past. I want it to be in the future. Love, no such thing, whatever it is that binds families and married couples together. That's not love. That's stupidity or selfishness or fear. Love doesn't exist, self-interest exists. Attachment based on personal gain exists. Complacency exists. But not love. Love has to be reinvented. That's certain. I've been saying it so long to you. You just wouldn't listen. Every time you said, "Farm boy, do this," you thought I was answering, "As you wished," but that's only because you were hearing wrong. "I love you," was what it was. But you never heard. These pictures are my heart. And if my heart was a canvas, every square inch of it would be painted over with you. Let me tell ya, you gotta pay attention to signs. When life reaches out with a moment like this, it's a sin if you don't reach back. I'm telling you. True friends are those who came into your life, saw the most negative part of you, but are not ready to leave you, no matter how contagious you are to them. Love is not blind, that is the last thing that it is. Love is bound, and the more it is bound, the less it is blind. Their fingers seemed to fit together in just the right way, effortlessly clasped, like perfect complements. Those who have never known the deep intimacy and the intense companionship of happy mutual love have missed the best thing that life has to give. He felt now that he was not simply close to her, but that he did not know where he ended and she began. But, my God, it's so beautiful when the boy smiles. I love you with everything I am, everything I've been, and everything I hope to be. I love you with my past, and I love you for my future. I love you for the children we'll have and for the years we'll have together. I love you for every one of my smiles and even more, for every one of your smiles. There are so many men, all endlessly attempting to sweep me off my feet. And there is one of you, trying just the opposite, making sure my feet are firm beneath me, lest I fall. And maybe that was love, being so vulnerable and allowing someone else in so far they could hurt you. But they also give you everything. You can never be wise and be in love at the same time. I close my eyes, thinking that there is nothing like an embrace after an absence. Nothing like fitting my face into the curve of his shoulder and filling my lungs with the scent of him. There is one friend in the life of each of us who seems not a separate person, however dear and beloved, but an expansion, an interpretation of one's self, the very meaning of one's soul. It's not enough to believe. Don't you see that, you stupid girl? You could spend your whole life hoping and believing. If a love affair is one-sided, then it's only ever a question, never an answer. You can't live your life waiting for an answer. I love you, Marx. My heart is completely and utterly yours. And unfortunately for you, the rest of me comes with it. I am no king, and I am no lord, and I am no soldier at arms, said he. I'm none but a harper. And a very poor harper, that am come hither to wed with ye. If you were a lord, you should be my lord, and the same if you were a thief, said she, and if you are a harper, you shall be my harper, for it makes no matter to me. To me, for it makes no matter to me. But what if it proved that I am no harper? That I lied for your love most monstrously? Why, Then I'll teach you to play and sing, for I dearly love a good harp, said she. Neither a lofty degree of intelligence nor imagination nor both together go to the making of genius. Love, 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 that is the soul of genius. Depression is the flower in love. To be creatures who love, we must be creatures who can despair at what we lose. And depression is the mechanism of that despair. Love, the sickest of irony's sick jokes. The place where logic and order go to die. The soul wanders in the dark until it finds love, and so, wherever our love goes, there we find our soul. It always happens, if we're lucky, and if we let ourselves be blind. Instead of watching out, instead of always watching out. You have made a place in my heart where I thought there was no room for anything else. You have made flowers grow where I cultivated dust and stones. Remember this, on this journey you insist on making. If you die, I will not survive you long. Jealous? Maybe, no reason. I like my ladies with a pulse. But no matter what love throws at you, you have to believe in it. You have to believe in love stories and Prince Charmings and happily ever after. That's why I write these songs. Because I think love is fearless. I'm a fake fact factory. The things I make are the things I make up. Also, as a side business, I make love. Actually, I just made that up. Love simply is. Truth without love is brutality, and love without truth is hypocrisy. The opposite of love is not hate, it's apathy. It's not giving a damn. If somebody hates me, they must feel something. Or they couldn't possibly hate. Therefore, there's some way in which I can get to them. Can't you just like a girl who likes you back? None of them likes me back. I may as well like the one I really want. I had to touch you with my hands, I had to taste you with my tongue. One can't love and do nothing. All the problem of women starts with men. All the problem of men ends with women. No, this trick won't work. How on earth are you ever going to explain in terms of chemistry and physics so important a biological phenomenon as first love? She was bendable light, she shone around every corner of my day. What's your heart telling you to do? I don't know, maybe, you are trying too hard to hear it. But hurry. Let's entwine ourselves as one. Our mouth broken, our soul bitten by love. So time discovers us safely destroyed. I never lie, I said offhand. At least not to those I don't love. Love, like everything else in life, should be a discovery, an adventure, and like most adventures, you don't know you are having one until you're right in the middle of it. But why can't people just say what they mean? Nothing else wounds so deeply and irreparably. Nothing else robs us of hope so much as being unloved by one we love. Love is a state in which a man sees things most decidedly as they are not. In fairy tales, the princesses kiss the frogs, and the frogs become princes. In real life, the princesses kiss princes, and the princes turn into frogs. It seems to me now that the plain state of being human is dramatic enough for anyone. You don't need to be a heroin addict or a performance poet to experience extremity. You just have to love someone. Love is not finding someone to live with. It's finding someone you can't live without. Soul meets soul on lovers' lips. Zen masters say you cannot see your reflection in running water, only in still water. But whatever, however, whenever this ends, I want you to know that right now I love you forever. Find the things that matter, and hold on to them, and fight for them, and refuse to let them go. Well, it's simple to love someone, she said. But it's hard to know when you need to say it out loud. Love is not a consequence. Love is not a choice. Love is a thirst, a need as vital to the soul as water is to the body. Love is a precious draught that not only soothes a parched throat, but it vitalizes a man. It fortifies him enough that he is willing to slay dragons for the woman who offers it. Take that draught of love from me and I will shrivel to dust to take it from a man dying of thirst. And give it to another whilst he watches is a cruelty I never thought you capable of. You deserve all that and more. It made me happy to see you suffer. I would do it all over again if I could. I realized I was shaking as the words tumbled out of me. I would do it again and again. Every night I would torment you and laugh. Do you understand? You are never safe with me. I drew a shuddering breath. Trying to will away the sting of tears, he opened his eyes and stared up at me as if I were the door out of Arcadia and back to the true sky. That's what makes you my favorite. He reached up and wiped a tear off my cheek with his thumb. Every wicked bit of you. I want to try with someone who loves me enough to try with me. I want to grow old looking at the same face every morning. I want to grow old looking at the same face every night at the dinner table. I want to be one of those old couples you see still holding hands and laughing after 50 years of marriage. That's what I want. I want to be someone's forever. I make love with a focus and intensity that most people reserve for sleep. I love being in love. But I also love other things. Like not being jealous, overly sensitive, or needy. Our love was a two-person game. At least until one of us died, and the other became a murderer. It didn't make you noble to step away from something that wasn't working. Even if you thought you were the reason for the malfunction. Especially then. It just made you a quitter. Because if you were the problem, chances were you could also be the solution. The only way to find out was to take another shot. Sometimes I get real lonely sleeping with you. Love is the will to extend one's self for the purpose of nurturing one's own or another's spiritual growth. Love is as love does. Love is an act of will, namely, both an intention and an action. Will also implies choice. We do not have to love. We choose to love. Wesley, this is true love. You think this happens every day? I say, in the contract we said we wouldn't break each other's hearts. What if we do it again? Fiercely he says. What if we do? If we're so guarded, it's not going to be anything. Let's do it fucking for real. Lara Jean. Let's go all in. No more contract. No more safety net. You can break my heart. Do whatever you want with it. I don't understand dating. And the other things that people do. All I know is that you ought to find the one you recognize. The one who gives you 4 arms, 4 legs, 4 eyes, and has the other half of your heart. There's only one of those. So what are all the other things for? Like dating? Sometimes the one who is running from the life, death, life nature insists on thinking of love as a boon only. Yet love in its fullest form is a series of deaths and rebirths. We let go of one phase, one aspect of love, and enter another. Passion dies and is brought back. Pain is chased away and surfaces another time. To love means to embrace and at the same time to withstand many endings. And many beginnings all in the same relationship. Vulnerability is the birthplace of love. Belonging, joy, courage, empathy, and creativity. It is the source of hope, empathy, accountability, and authenticity. If we want greater clarity in our purpose or deeper and more meaningful spiritual lives, vulnerability is the path. Nothing had changed. I was the stupid one again. I was the girl who never understood who she was to people. One's life has value so long as one attributes value to the life of others. By means of love, friendship, and compassion. Don't be reckless with other people's hearts. Don't put up with people who are reckless with yours. I've become skeptical of the unwritten rule that just because a boy and girl appear in the same feature, a romance must ensue. Rather, I want to portray a slightly different relationship. One where the two mutually inspire each other to live, if I'm able to. Then perhaps I'll be closer to portraying the true expression of love. He's dozed off again, but I kiss him awake, which seems to startle him. Then he smiles as if he'd be happy to lie there gazing at me forever. We shouldn't teach great books, we should teach a love of reading. Knowing the contents of a few works of literature is a trivial achievement. Being inclined to go on reading is a great achievement. I'm not frightened. I'm not frightened of anything. The more I suffer, the more I love. Danger will only increase my love. It will sharpen it. Forgive its vice. I will be the only angel you need. You will leave life even more beautiful than you entered it. Heaven will take you back and look at you and say, only one thing can make a soul complete, and that thing is love. He must love you very much, Gavril said once I had my footing. I couldn't look at him. What makes you say that? Gavril sighed. I've known Maxon since he was a child. He's never stood up to his father like that. Love may forgive all infirmities and love still in spite of them. But love cannot cease to will their removal. Love is a drama of contradictions. Often men who have been emotionally neglected and abused as children by dominating mothers bond with assertive women, only to have their childhood feelings of being engulfed surface, while they could not smash their mommy and still receive love. They find that they can engage in intimate violence with partners who respond to their acting out by trying harder to connect with them emotionally, hoping that the love offered in the present will heal the wounds of the past if only one party in the relationship is working to create love, to create the space of emotional connection. The dominator model remains in place and the relationship just becomes a site for continuous power struggle. The problem, of course, was that he saw the world in black and white, and he got to decide what was black and what was white. You can't love a person who lives that way without fearing him too. Maybe even hating him a little. Then she did something so unexpected Nico would later think he dreamed it. She walked up to Nico, who was standing to one side in the shadows. As usual, she grabbed his hand and pulled him gently into the firelight. "We had one home," she said. "Now we have two." She gave Nico a big hug and the crowd roared with approval. For once, Nico didn't feel like pulling away. He buried his face in Reina's shoulder and blinked the tears out of his eyes. Friendship often ends in love, but love in friendship never. I told him I was going to betray you, and betray Lyra, and he believed me because I was corrupt and full of wickedness. He looked so deep I felt sure he'd see the truth. But I lied too well. I was lying with every nerve and fiber and everything I'd ever done. I wanted him to find no good in me, and he didn't. There is none. When I first met you, that's what I remember. I looked up at the sky and thought, I'm going to love this person because even the sky looks different. I am surprised how difficult for people is to say, I love you. They only say the three magic words when they are sure they will hear, I love you too, back. Smon. Spread the energy of love without expecting anything. Cowards are incapable of expressing love. It is the prerogative of the brave. Perhaps all romance is like that, not a contract between equal parties but an explosion of dreams and desires that can find no outlet in everyday life. Only a drama will do, and while the fireworks last, the sky is a different color. It often occurs that pride and selfishness are muddled with strength and independence. They are neither equal nor similar. In fact, they are polar opposites. A coward may be so cowardly that he masks his weakness with some false personification of power. He is afraid to love and to be loved because love tends to strip bare all emotional barricades. Without love, strength and independence are prone to losing every bit of their worth. They become nothing more than a fearful, intimidated, empty tent lost somewhere in the desert of self. Love is just a word until someone comes along and gives it meaning. You dumb ass, I crooned, kissing her on the forehead. You don't share me, you own me. Every friendship travels at some time through the black valley of despair. This tests every aspect of your affection. You lose the attraction and the magic. Your sense of each other darkens and your presence is so. If you can come through this time, it can purify with your love. And falsity and need will fall away. It will bring you onto new ground where affection can grow again. You are in my every breath and every thought, intertwined so deep inside me that love's not a strong enough word. You have my devotion, your name branded on my soul, my wolf yours to command. 100 years, it'll never be enough. I want eternity. The thing with your heart's desire is that your heart doesn't even know what it desires until it turns up. And when love came to us twice and lied to us twice, we decided to never love again. That was fair. Fair to us and fair to love itself. We ask for no mercy or no miracles. We are strong enough to live and to die and to kill flies. Attend the boxing matches. Go to the racetrack. Live on luck and skill. Get alone. Get alone often. And if you can't sleep alone, be careful of the words you speak in your sleep. And ask for no mercy, no miracles. And don't forget, time is meant to be wasted. Love fails and death is useless. Her heart had grown so familiar to the pain of life without him, that to respond now seemed too large a pleasure she could not endure. If pain was love, then she loved fiercely. yet knew she could not be near that boy again. She held up her calloused, grimy fingers. Leo couldn't help thinking there was nothing hotter than a girl who didn't mind getting her hands dirty. But of course, that was just a general comment. Didn't apply to Calypso, obviously. Age has no reality except in the physical world. The essence of a human being is resistant to the passage of time. Our inner lives are eternal, which is to say that our spirits remain as youthful and vigorous as when we were in full bloom. Think of love as a state of grace, not the means to anything, but the alpha and omega, an end in itself. Real friendship or love is not manufactured or achieved by an act of will or intention. Friendship is always an act of recognition. When you need to be loved, you take love wherever you can find it. When you are desperate to be loved, feel love, know love, you seek out what you think love should look like. When you find love, or what you think love is, you will lie, kill, and steal to keep it. But learning about real love comes from within. It cannot be given. It cannot be taken away. It grows from your ability to recreate within yourself the essence of loving experiences you have had in your life. Americans are forever searching for love in forms it never takes, in places it can never be. It must have something to do with the vanished frontier. He smiles at me, and I am suddenly 17 again, the year I realize that love doesn't follow the rules. The year I understood that nothing is worth having so much as something unattainable. Not enough, he said, letting her hair slip through his fingers. If I kiss you all day, every day, for the rest of my life, it won't be enough. The worst thing you can do if you miss or need someone is let them know it. There are many forms of love and affection. Some people can spend their whole lives together without knowing each other's names. Naming is a difficult and time-consuming process. It concerns essences, and it means power. But on the wild nights, who can call you home? Only the one who knows your name. They say, if a man knew himself, he would know all mankind. I say, if a man loved mankind, he would know something of himself. Touchstone watched, suddenly conscious that he probably only had 5 seconds left to be alone with Sabriel. To say something, to say anything, perhaps the last 5 seconds they ever would have alone together. I am not afraid. He said to himself, I love you, he whispered. I hope you don't mind. There are some experiences in life they haven't invented the right words for. I think heaven will be like a first kiss. Her desires are mine. Her wishes are mine. Should even the world stand against her, my blade will be at her side. And should it fail to protect her, let my own existence be forfeit. Ash. The greatest thing you'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return. You know that I could as soon forget you as my existence. Love comes with a knife, not some shy question, and not with fears for its reputation. Love is not primarily a relationship to a specific person. It is an attitude, an ordination of character which determines the relatedness of the person to the whole world as a whole, not toward one object of love. I know we're not saints or virgins or lunatics. We know all the lust and lavatory jokes. And most of the dirty people. We can catch buses and count our change and cross the roads and talk real sentences. But our innocence goes awfully deep. And our discreditable secret is that we don't know anything at all. And our horrid inner secret is that we don't care that we don't. In this whole screwed up town, you're the only thing that's always been right to me, he whispered. I love you, Claire. She saw something that might have been just a flash of panic go across his expression. But then he steadied again. I can't believe I'm saying this. But I do. I love you. The moment our lips met, I knew with pure and piercing certainty that I would have waited for him forever. Dexter, I love you so much. So much. And I probably always will. I just don't like you anymore. I'm sorry. You can't leave yet. I'm not finished falling in love with you. One really falls in love without being as much attracted to what is interestingly wrong with someone as what is objectively healthy. If we're going to kiss, it has to be book-worthy. You don't love because, you love despite, not for the virtues, but despite the faults. There has to be a moment at the beginning where you wonder whether you are in love with the person, or in love with the feeling of love itself. If the moment doesn't pass, that's it, you're done. And if the moment does pass, it never goes that far. It stands in the distance, ready for whenever you want it back. Sometimes it's even there when you thought you were searching for something else, like an escape route, or your lover's face. Deciding whether or not to trust a person is like deciding whether or not to climb a tree, because you might get a wonderful view from the highest branch, or you might simply get covered in sap. For this reason, many people choose to spend their time alone and indoors where it is harder to get a splinter. One word more. You look as if you thought it tainted you to beloved by me. You cannot avoid it. Nay, I, if I would, cannot cleanse you from it. But I would not, if I could. I have never loved any woman before. My life has been too busy. My thoughts too much absorbed with other things. Now I love, and will love, but do not be afraid of too much expression on my part. It takes great courage to see the world in all its tainted glory, and still to love it, and even more courage to see it in the one you love. I regret. Tobias tilts his head and sighs. I regret my choice. What choice? Quote. And I felt like maybe I could make something more of my decision. For which of my bad parts didst thou first fall in love with me? You've got to have someone who loves your body, who doesn't define you, but sees you, who loves what he sees, who you don't have to struggle to be good enough for. I let myself slip away, just to stay sane, just to get through it. And when I felt myself slipping too far, I held on to the one thing I'm always sure of: blue eyes, bronze curls, the fact that Simon Snow is the most powerful magician alive, that nothing can hurt him, not even me, that Simon Snow is alive, and I'm hopelessly in love with him. Millions of people are suffering. They want to be loved, but they don't know how to love. And love cannot exist as a monologue. It is a dialogue, a very harmonious dialogue. Follow me, reader. Who told you that there is no true, faithful, eternal love in this world? May the liar's vile tongue be cut out. Follow me, my reader, and me alone, and I will show you such a love. Friendship is selfless love, care, respect, and honor, not a profitable opportunity. Think how you love me, she whispered. I don't ask you to love me always like this. But I ask you to remember. Somewhere inside me there'll always be the person I am tonight. We wanted the freedom to love. We wanted the freedom to choose. Now we have to fight for it. Love lasts about 7 years. That's how long it takes for the cells of the body to totally replace themselves. She put one hand on mine. When someone is in your heart, they're never truly gone. They can come back to you, even at unlikely times. You had to be willing to fight in order for a love story to last a lifetime. I knew you would do me good. In some way, at some time. I saw it in your eyes when I first beheld you. Their expression and smile did not. Again he stopped. Did not. He proceeded hastily. Strike delight to my very inmost heart, so for nothing. If I had a single flower for every time I think about you, I could walk forever in my garden. People who love themselves don't hurt other people. The more we hate ourselves, the more we want others to suffer. Love is when the other person's happiness is more important than your own. Love is a trap. When it appears, we see only its light, not its shadows. Love until the night collapses. If you enter this world knowing you are loved and you leave this world knowing the same, then everything that happens in between can be dealt with. Look at me, chica. When she does, I repeat, eres hermosa. What does it mean? You're beautiful. It's hard to communicate anything exactly, and that's why perfect relationships between people are difficult to find. I didn't know love could leave the lights on all the time. Twice I have lived forever in a smile. Alone with everybody, the flesh covers the bone and they put a mind in there and sometimes a soul, and the women break vases against the walls and them men drink too much and nobody finds one, but they keep looking, crawling in and out of beds. Flesh covers the bone and the flesh searches for more than flesh. There's no chance at all. We are all trapped by a singular fate. Nobody ever finds the one. The city dumps fill the junkyards, fill the madhouses, fill the hospitals, fill the graveyards, fill nothing else fills. Your truest friends are the ones who will stand by you in your darkest moments, because they're willing to brave the shadows with you, and in your greatest moments, because they're not afraid to let you shine. Everyone's a little crazy. Some people just hide it better than others. You, of all people, deserve a happy ending. Despite everything that happened to you, you aren't bitter. You aren't cold. You've just retreated a little and been shy. And that's okay. If I were a fairy godmother, I would give you your heart's desire in an instant. And I would wipe away your tears and tell you not to cry. Rachel to Julia. Love, whether newly born or aroused from a death-like slumber, must always create sunshine, filling the heart so full of radiance that it overflows upon the outward world. When I asked my dad how he knew which was the right woman, he told me when the time came, I'd have no doubt. And I didn't. When I woke in the dark under that tree on the road to Lioch, with you sitting on my chest, cursing me for bleeding to death, I said to myself, Jamie Fraser. For all ye canna see what she looks like. And for all she waits as much as a good draft horse. This is the woman. May you live as long as you wish and love as long as you live. I sang, she whispered. If that matters, and Karo felt her heart pulled to pieces. This misbegotten warrior, fiercest of them all, had crouched in an icy stream bed to sing a chimera soul into her canteen. Because she hadn't known what else to do, the singing wouldn't have mattered. But she wasn't going to tell Liraz that. If Ziri's soul was in that canteen, Karo would happily learn whatever song Liraz had sung and make it part of her resurrection ritual. Forever, just so that the angel would never feel that she'd been foolish. So for now, I will miss you like I'll never see you again, and the next time I see you, I will kiss you like I'll never kiss you again, and when I fall asleep beside you I will fall asleep as if I'll never wake up again, because I don't know if I will. I don't know if I will. I will love you like the world is ending. If I never see you again, I will always carry you inside outside on my fingertips and at brain edge sand. In centers of what I am of what remains. You know I'm old in some ways, in others well. I'm just a little girl. I like sunshine and pretty things and cheerfulness, and I dread responsibility. Love is eternal, the aspect may change. But not the essence. There is the same difference in a person before and after he is in love as there is in an unlighted lamp and one that is burning. The lamp was there and was a good lamp. But now it is shedding light too. And that is its real function. And love makes one calmer about many things. And that way, one is more fit for one's work. It's easy to look back and see it. And it's easy to give the advice. But the sad fact is, most people don't look beneath the surface until it's too late. How could I have been so ignorant? She thinks. So stupid. So unseeing. So given over to carelessness. But without such ignorance, such carelessness, how could we live? If you knew what was going to happen. If you knew everything that was going to happen next. If you knew in advance the consequences of your own actions. You'd be doomed. You'd be as ruined as God. You'd be a stone. You'd never eat or drink or laugh or get out of bed in the morning. You'd never love anyone, ever again. You'd never dare to. It's usually the selfish people who are loved the most. They do what you deny yourself. And you love them for it. You give them your heart. How many loved your moments of glad grace? And loved your beauty with love false or true? But one man loved the pilgrim soul in you. And loved the sorrows of your changing face. No matter how bad your heart is broken, the world doesn't stop for your grief. I am as wrapped up in her as a vine that clings to a tree seeking for sustenance. She's tied me to her for eternity. She's my home. She's my reason for being. To win and hold her heart is my only purpose. She asked if I loved another woman. So I answered honestly and said, dinner was great, but I could go for dessert. I can do pain. That's the easy part of life. It's everything else. Happiness, laughter, love. That's fucking complicated. Perhaps all the questions we ask of love, to measure, test, probe, and save it, have the additional effect of cutting it short. Perhaps the reason we are unable to love is that we yearn to be loved. That is, we demand something, love, from our partner instead of delivering ourselves up to him demand-free and asking for nothing but his company. Some people fall in love over and over again while some people can only do it once. Child. It's a very bad thing for a woman to face the worst that can happen to her. Because after she's faced the worst, she can't ever really fear anything again. Scarlet. Always save something to fear. Even as you save something to love. Knees suddenly weak. She reached for his forearms to stabilize herself. You came for me, he beamed. Looking for all the world like a selfless, daring hero. Don't sound so surprised. Dropping the cane, he pulled her into a crushing embrace that tore her away from Wolf and lifted her clean off the floor. It turns out you are worth a lot of money on the black market. That's the nature of being a parent. Sabina has discovered. You'll love your children far more than you ever loved your parents. And, in the recognition that your own children cannot fathom the depth of your love, you come to understand the tragic, unrequited love of your own parents. He promised us that everything would be okay. I was a child. But I knew that everything would not be okay. That did not make my father a liar. It made him my father. All I want from you is to trust me with what little you can. And grow in loving people around you with the same love I share with you. It's not your job to change them. Or to convince them. You are free to love without an agenda. Well, you can think what you want. So long as you remember, no matter how ordinary things seem between us, I'm still here. Still in love with you. And care about you more than any other guy, evil or otherwise, ever will. The capacity to be alone is the capacity to love. It may look paradoxical to you. But it's not. It is an existential truth. Only those people who are capable of being alone are capable of love, of sharing, of going into the deepest core of another person, without possessing the other, without becoming dependent on the other, without reducing the other to a thing, and without becoming addicted to the other. They allow the other absolute freedom, because they know that if the other leaves, they will be as happy as they are now. Their happiness cannot be taken by the other, because it is not given by the other. When she came to her senses again, she cut off all contact with him. It had not been easy, but she had steeled herself. The last time she saw him, she was standing on a platform in the Tunnelbana at Gamla Stan and he was sitting in the train on his way downtown. She had stared at him for a whole minute and decided that she did not have a grain of feeling left. Because it would have been the same as bleeding to death. Fuck you. I love you more. I love you enough to let you go and live your dream. I tilted my head and shrugged. Don't you see? I love you more. He smiled softly and I brushed some hair off his forehead, running the backs of my fingers down his cheek. I whispered, and, yes, I will miss you, more than you could possibly imagine. But I know that you have to do the skeleton. And you know it too. Stubbornly he shook his head. No, I know that I have to be with you. Everything else is just details. I'm beginning to think that maybe it's not just how much you love someone. Maybe what matters is who you are when you're with them. Self-talk reflects your innermost feelings. When you're in love, you never really know whether your elation comes from the qualities of the one you love, or if it attributes them to her. Whether the light which surrounds her like a halo comes from you, from her, or from the meeting of your sparks. To fall in love is easy. Even to remain in it is not difficult. Our human loneliness is cause enough. But it is a hard quest worth making to find a comrade through whose steady presence one becomes steadily the person one desires to be. You don't know when you're 23. You don't know what it really means to crawl into someone else's life and stay there. You can't see all the ways you're going to get tangled. How you are going to bond skin to skin. How the idea of separating will feel in 5 years. In 10, in 15. When Georgie thought about divorce now, she imagined lying side by side with Neil on 2 operating tables while a team of doctors tried to unthread their vascular systems she didn't know at 23. Everything I know because of love. If you press me to say why I loved him, I can say no more than because he was he, and I was I. It's good to let God pick a man for you. We don't do so well when we pick them ourselves. They end up lipsticks in a drawer. All those wrong colors you thought looked so good in the package. Whoever said that love hurts was wrong. Love is excruciating. Especially when you can feel it slipping through your fingers and there is nothing you can do about it. Like someone was playing tug of war with my limbs. Ripping to shreds whatever was left behind. What it would feel like when love was lost. I wouldn't survive that. The question, Lau, is whether you want me enough to take the risk. I'm yours forever. Forever and ever. Here I stand. I'm as firm as a rock. If you'll only trust me, how little you'll be disappointed. Be mine as I am yours. In the absence of Lau, we began slowly but surely to fall apart. Every now and then, I'd meet a guy and think that we were getting along great. And suddenly I'd stop hearing from him. Not only did he stop calling, but if I happened to bump into him sometime later, he always acted like I had the plague. I didn't understand it. I still don't. And it bothered me. It hurt me. With time, it got harder and harder to keep blaming the guys. And I eventually came to the conclusion that there was something wrong with me. That maybe I was simply meant to live my life alone. But you can't shut everyone out. I mean, you have to have someone to love. Someone to hold on to. Someone. My love is meatloaf flavored. I just wish my meatloaf was also meatloaf flavored. If I could bronze my love, it'd be worthy of a silver medal. Do not allow me to forget you. But I miss screamin' and fightin' and kissin' in the rain, and it's 2 a.m. and I'm cursin' your name. You are so in love that you act insane. And that's the way I loved you. Maybe you could be mine, or maybe we'll be entwined, aimless in this sexless foreplay. I love you. I love you. I sent this message through my fingers and into his. Up his arm and into his heart. Hear me. I love you. And I'm sorry to leave you. It should be a privilege to be able to say, I love you, to someone. It shouldn't be something people say just because they feel like it. A privilege that is earned. They say you have to earn the right to be loved. No, love is unconditional. If you love someone, they don't have to earn it. But, the right to tell someone that you love them? That has to be earned. You have to earn the right to be believed. I finally know the difference between pleasing and loving. Obeying and respecting. It has taken me so many years to be okay with being different. And with being this alive. This intense. XXVI. They are orphans again, with no true home but each other and whatever life they can make together on the other side of pay. C. If you love me, Henry, you don't love me in a way I understand. Love is one of the true mysteries, he said at last, the truest and the deepest of all. One thing, Marad, to love is never wrong. It may be disastrous. It may never be possible. It may be the deepest agony. But it is never wrong. Let us not seek to satisfy our thirst for freedom by drinking from the cup of bitterness and hatred. Perfect love casts out fear. Where there is love, there are no demands, no expectations, no dependency. I do not demand that you make me happy. My happiness does not lie in you. If you were to leave me, I will not feel sorry for myself. I enjoy your company immensely, but I do not cling. If I were rain, that joins sky and earth that otherwise never touch, could I join two hearts as well? Wait, this was the first lesson I had learned about love. The day drags along. You make thousands of plans. You imagine every possible conversation. You promise to change your behavior in certain ways, and you feel more and more anxious until your loved one arrives. But by then, you don't know what to say. The hours of waiting have been transformed into tension. The tension has become fear. And the fear makes you embarrassed about showing affection. Happiness is part of who we are. Joy is the feeling. We live in a dark and romantic and quite tragic world. Nobody in my life has ever known me the way you do. Nobody in my life has ever made me feel as good as you do. You know me. You know everything about me. And when you leave me, you are going to be leaving the real me. The me nobody else has ever seen. That's who you are going to be rejecting. Everything that happens to you matters to me. Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice. But for those who love, time is eternity. The best love in the world is the love of a man. The love of a man who came from your womb. The love of your son. I don't have a daughter, but maybe the love of a daughter is the best. Too. I am first and foremost me. But right after that, I am a mother. The best thing that I can ever be is me. But the best gift that I will ever have is being a mother. Gamble everything for love, if you're a true human being. You have killed my love. You used to stir my imagination. Now you don't even stir my curiosity. You simply produce no effect. I loved you because you were marvelous. Because you had genius and intellect. Because you realized the dreams of great poets and gave shape and substance to the shadows of art. You have thrown it all away. You are shallow and stupid. The unqualified truth is that when I loved Estella with the love of a man, I loved her simply because I found her irresistible. Once for all, I knew to my sorrow, often and often, if not always, that I loved her against reason, against promise, against peace, against hope, against happiness, against all discouragement that could be. Once for all, I love her none the less because I knew it. And it had no more influence in restraining me than if I had devoutly believed her to be human perfection. Sometimes it's like people are a million times more beautiful to you in your mind. It's like you see them through a special lens. But maybe if it's how you see them, that's how they really are. It's like the whole tree falling in the forest thing. In a universe of ambiguity, this kind of certainty comes only once. And never again, no matter how many lifetimes you live. How about a shot of truth in that denial cocktail? I take no joy in mead nor meat. And song and laughter have become suspicious strangers to me. I am a creature of grief and dust and bitter longings. There is an empty place within me where my heart was once. I choose to love you in silence. For in silence I find no rejection. I choose to love you in loneliness. For in loneliness no one owns you but me. I choose to adore you from a distance. For distance will shield me from pain. I choose to kiss you in the wind. For the wind is gentler than my lips. I choose to hold you in my dreams. For in my dreams, you have no end. And I didn't choose it, cat. I chose you. We met less than a week ago, and in that time I've done nothing but lie and cheat and betray you. I know, but if you give me a chance, all I want is to protect you. To be near you, for as long as I'm able. Those we love never truly leave us, Harry. There are things that death cannot touch. He brought out the worst in me, and was the best thing that ever happened to me. What is home? My favorite definition is a safe place, a place where one is free from attack. A place where one experiences secure relationships and affirmation. It's a place where people share and understand each other. Its relationships are nurturing. The people in it do not need to be perfect. Instead, they need to be honest, loving, supportive, recognizing a common humanity that makes all of us vulnerable. You can be in love and you can be in a relationship. But they're not always the same thing. You think that holding someone hard will bring them closer. You think that you can hold them so hard that you'll still feel them embossed on you. When you pull away, every time Eleanor pulled away from Park, she felt the gasping loss of him. Can't you see? Every step I have taken, since I was that child on the bridge, has been to bring myself closer to you. I could have sworn I was telling the truth when I told you I didn't miss you. I know I'm not supposed to say this, but I love you. I am troubled, immeasurably by your eyes. I am struck by the feather of your soft reply. The sound of glass speaks quick. Disdain on conceals what your eyes phyto explain. Love comforteth like sunshine after rain. I might kiss you, I might be bad at it, that's not possible. I was his exception, and as much as I had tried to fight my feelings, he was mine. Despite the mayhem that followed, Bruno found that he was still holding Shamuel's hand in his own, and nothing in the world would have persuaded him to let go. Love didn't make you weak, it made you stronger. You smiled and talked to me of nothing, and I felt that for this I had been waiting long. A first child is your own best foot forward. And how you do cheer those little feet as they strike out. You examine every turn of flesh for precocity, and crow it to the world. But the last one, the baby who trails her scent like a flag of surrender through your life when there will be no more coming after, oh, that is love by a different name. Growth in love comes from a place of absence, where the imagination is left to its own devices and creates you to be much more than reality would ever allow. I'm like a starving man who has been given food. Maybe he's cold, and his clothes are torn, and he's ashamed, but he's not unhappy. A kiss may ruin a human life. I only have so much willpower, Helen, he whispered. And since you apparently sleep in the most ridiculously transparent tank top I've ever seen, I'm going to have to ask you to get under the covers before I do something stupid. Nobody knows you, you don't know yourself, and I, who am half in love with you, what am I in love with? My own imaginings? Love is like a virus. It can happen to anybody at any time. You know what's a great metaphor for love? Sleeping Beauty. Because you have to plow through this incredible thicket of thorns in order to get to beauty. And even then, when you get there, you still have to wake her up. Tiny Cooper. One of the reasons why we crave love, and seek it so desperately, is that love is the only cure for loneliness, and shame, and sorrow. But some feelings sink so deep into the heart that only loneliness can help you find them again. Some truths about yourself are so painful that only shame can help you live with them. And some things are just so sad that only your soul can do the crying for you. I like being the girl nobody can have. Does he love me? Does he love anyone more than me? Does he love me more than I love him? Perhaps all the questions we ask of love, to measure, test, probe, and save it, have the additional effect of cutting it short. Perhaps the reason we are unable to love is that we yearn to be loved. That is, we demand something, love, from our partner instead of delivering ourselves up to him demand-free and asking for nothing but his company. When we are in love, we are convinced nobody else will do. But as time goes, others do, and often do, much better. A man is lucky if he is the first love of a woman. A woman is lucky if she is the last love of a man. Waiting for you is like waiting for rain in this drought. Useless and disappointing. Tilda Sam. Hilary Duff. A Cinderella Story. It is only with true love and compassion that we can begin to mend what is broken in the world. It is these two blessed things that can begin to heal all broken hearts. If anyone were to find out, I began, Patch kissed me. Hard, but with an amused glint in his eye. If I get caught, it'll mean the end of kissing you. Do you really think I'd risk that? His face grew serious. I know I can't feel your touch. But I feel your love. Nora. Inside me. It means everything to me. I wish I could feel you the same way you feel me. But I have your love. Nothing will ever outweigh that. Some people go their entire lives never feeling the emotions you've given me. There is no regret in that. No man is offended by another man's admiration of the woman he loves. It is the woman only who can make it a torment. She just smiled, said that she loved books more than anything, and started telling him excitedly what each of the ones in her lap was about. And Over realized that he wanted to hear her talking about the things she loved for the rest of his life. Perhaps watching someone you love suffer can teach you even more than suffering yourself can. Sometimes loneliness makes the loudest noise. And yet her name was like a summons to all my foolish blood. Every life needs a little space. It leaves room for good things to enter it. Two minds with but a single thought, two hearts that beat as one. A real relationship is two-way. When you say, I, and, my, too much, you lose the capacity to understand the, we, and, our. Popular culture is a place where pity is called compassion. Flattery is called love. Propaganda is called knowledge. Tension is called peace. Gossip is called news. And auto-tune is called singing. Vladimir did great things. So could she. Besides, they come first, right? Not always. I stared. I'd had they come first drilled into me since I was a child. It was what all guardians believed. Only the Dampiers who'd run away from their duty didn't subscribe to that. What he said was almost like treason, sometimes. Rose, you have to know when to put yourself first. Loving someone always requires you to not love others. The heart of man is very much like the sea. It has its storms. It has its tides, and in its depths it has its pearls too. I didn't care who kissed you first as long as I kissed you last, George from If We Kiss. They were kissing, put like that, and you could be forgiven for presuming that this was a normal kiss. All lips and skin and possibly even a little tongue. You'd miss how he smiled, how his eyes glowed, and then, after the kiss was done, how he stood, like a man who had just discovered the art of standing and had figured out how to do it better than anyone else who would ever come along. I hold it true, whate'er befall, I feel it when I sorrow most. 'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Yet, it had been Dimitri's gentleness and thoughtfulness mixed with that deadliness that made him so wonderful. The same hands that wielded stakes with such precision would carefully brush the hair out of my face. The eyes that could astutely spot any danger in the area would regard me wonderingly and worshipfully, like I was the most beautiful and amazing woman in the world. Can he love her? Can the soul really be satisfied with such polite affections? To love is to burn, to be on fire. Like Juliet or Guinevere or Eloise. We are the ones who take this thing called music and line it up with this thing called time. We are the ticking. We are the pulsing. We are underneath every part of this moment. And by making the moment our own, we are rendering it timeless. There is no audience. There are no instruments. There are only bodies and thoughts and murmurs and looks. It's the concert rush to end all concert rushes. Because this is what matters. When the heart races, this is what it's racing towards. You might as well make yourself fly as to make yourself love. And when one of them meets the other half, the actual half of himself, whether he be a lover of youth or a lover of another sort, the pair are lost in an amazement of love and friendship and intimacy, and one will not be out of the other's sight, as I may say, even for a moment. When you loved someone and had to let them go, there will always be that small part of yourself that whispers, what was it that you wanted and why didn't you fight for it? Sometimes you know you've got a chance with a girl because she wants to fight with you. If the world wasn't so messed up, it wouldn't be like that. If the world was normal, a girl being nice to you would be a good sign. But in the real world, it isn't. True love isn't expressed in passionately whispered words, an intimate kiss, or a embrace. Before two people are married, love is expressed in self-control, patience, even words left unsaid. Not that she didn't love almost every boy she'd ever met. And not that every boy in the world didn't totally love her. It was impossible not to. But she wanted someone to love her and shower her with attention the way only a boy who was completely in love with her could. The rare sort of love. True love. The kind of love she'd never had. Love is a combination of care, commitment, knowledge, responsibility, respect and trust. There's only one thing that can heal the heart. Only one. It's love, Gara. We are born to love as we are born to die. And between the heartbeats of those two great mysteries lies all the tangled undergrowth of our tiny lives. There is nowhere to go but through. And so we walk on, lost, and lost again, in the mapless wilderness of love. I suppose it's not a social norm, and not a manly thing to do, to feel, discuss feelings, so that's what I'm giving the finger to. Social norms and stuff. What good are social norms? Really? I think all they do is project a limited and harmful image of people. It thus impedes a broader social acceptance of what someone, or a group of people, might actually be like. Love is supposed to move mountains, to make the world go round, to be all you need. But it falls apart at the details. It can't save a single person. I love you, I whisper. I love you exactly as you are. Man heats up like a light bulb, red hot in the twinkling of an eye and cold again in a flash. The female, on the other hand, heats up like an iron, slowly, over a low heat, like tasty stew. But then, once she has heated up, there's no stopping her. It is very difficult to live among people you love and hold back from offering them advice. Marius and Cosette were in the dark in regard to each other. They did not speak. They did not bow. They were not acquainted. They saw each other, and, like the stars in the sky separated by millions of leagues, they lived by gazing upon each other. Love entered in my heart one day, a sad, unwelcome guest, but when it begged that it might stay, I let it stay, and rest it broke my nights with sorrowing. It filled my heart with fears, and when my soul was prone to sing, it filled my eyes with tears. But now that it has gone its way, I miss the dear old pain, and sometimes, in the night, I pray that love might come again. The reality of loving God is loving Him like He's a superhero who actually saved you from stuff, rather than a Santa Claus who merely gave you some stuff. I haven't been very impressed lately by people or places, or the way someone said he loved me and then slowly changed his mind. When your beauty struck me, it dissolved me. Deep down, I am not different from you. I dreamed you. I wished for your existence. I see in you that part of me which is you. I surrender my sincerity because if I love you, it means we share the same fantasies. We share the same madness. When male authors write love stories, the heroine tends to end up dead. He placed his hands on my mind before reaching for my waist, my hips, or my lips. She didn't call me beautiful. Forster called me exquisite. How he touches me. So, it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be really hard. We're gonna have to work at this every day. But I want to do that because I want you. I want all of you. Forever. You and me. Every day. Will you do something for me? Please? Just picture your life for me. 30 years from now. 40 years from now. What's it look like? If it's with him, go. Go. I lost you once. I think I can do it again. If I thought that's what you really wanted. But don't you take the easy way out. You stay safe. You love. You survive. You laugh and cry and struggle, and sometimes you fail and sometimes you succeed. You push. Emotion without reason lets people walk all over you. I have such a fear of finding another like myself. And such a desire to find one. I am so utterly lonely. But I also have such a fear that my isolation be broken through. And I no longer be the head and ruler of my universe. Love embracing Tao. You become embraced, supple, breathing gently. You become reborn, clearing your vision. You become clear, nurturing your beloved. You become impartial, opening your heart. You become accepted, accepting the world. You embrace Tao, bearing and nurturing, creating but not owning, giving without demanding, controlling. Without authority, this is love. Love never dies. Everything is clearer when you are in love. We are born in one day. We die in one day. We can change in one day. And we can fall in love in one day. Anything can happen in just one day. I love you, even if there isn't any me, or any love, or even any life. I love you. Poor fellow. I think he is in love with you. I am not aware of it. And to me it is one of the most odious things in a girl's life. That there must always be some supposition of falling in love coming between her and any man who is kind to her. I have no ground for the nonsensical vanity of fancying everybody who comes near me is in love with me. Oh, here will I set up my everlasting rest, and shake the yoke of inauspicious stars from this world-wearied flesh. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips, owe you the dose of breath. Seal with a righteous kiss our dateless bargain to engrossing death. Love only grows by sharing. You can only have more for yourself by giving it away to others. Love is keeping the promise anyway. How sad and bad and mad it was, but then, how it was sweet. But you've slipped under my skin, invaded my blood and seized my heart. If music be the food of love, play on. To see and feel one's beloved naked for the first time is one of life's pure, irreducible epiphanies. If there is a true religion in the universe, it must include the truth of contact or be forever hollow. To make love to the one true person who deserves that love is one of the few absolute rewards of being a human being, balancing all of the pain, loss, awkwardness, loneliness, idiocy, compromise, and clumsiness that go with the human condition. To make love to the right person makes up for a lot of mistakes. He loved her, Jay Heaton. Her best friend since childhood was in love with her. He didn't say it, but she knew that it was true. And the part that really freaked her out, the part that caught her completely off guard, is that he wasn't alone. Because even though she'd been denying it for a long, long time, it had always been there, waiting beneath the surface of their friendship. And now that it was out, there was no going back. And it was so weird to even be thinking it, but she was in love with him too. To wish was to hope, and to hope was to expect. Every time I read to her, it was like I was courting her. Because sometimes, just sometimes, She would fall in love with me again. Just like she had a long time ago. And that's the most wonderful feeling in the world. How many people are ever given that chance? To have someone you love fall in love with you over and over? I thought I was going to sweat 5 years before I'd feel like this. I wanted it as much as you did. I've just got a hell of a poker face, I smiled, pressing my lips against his. For love is no part of the dream world. Love belongs to desire, and desire is always cruel. Relationships are like Rome, difficult to start out, incredible during the prosperity of the Golden Age, and unbearable during the fall. Then, a new kingdom will come along and the whole process will repeat itself until you come across a kingdom like Egypt, that thrives and continues to flourish. This kingdom will become your best friend, your soulmate, and your love. You are my star, a stargazer too, and I wish that I were heaven, with a billion eyes to look at you. I want him to see the flowers in my eyes and hear the songs in my hands. I told you, he whispers back. I can feel his breath just tickling the space behind my ear, making my hair prick up on my neck. I like you, you don't know me, I say quickly, I want to. Though. Only in the agony of parting do we look into the depths of love. You know I meant it. I am human, and male, and not remotely blind. Do you want me to say it again? You are distractingly, even if that is not a real word, pretty. You are so pretty that I bullied Clay Whitaker into drawing me a picture of you so I could look at you when you aren't around. You are so pretty that one of these days I'm going to lose a finger in my garage because I can't concentrate with you so close to me. You are so pretty that I wish you weren't, so I wouldn't want to hit every guy at school who looks at you, especially my best friend. Is it possible not to ever know your type, not to even know you have a type until quite suddenly you do? A quiet but indomitable voice behind me said, I believe this is my dance. It was him. I could feel his presence. The warmth of him seeped into my back, and I quivered all over like spring leaves in a warm breeze. We should love, not fall in love, because everything that falls, gets broken. I love you not only for what you are, but for what I am when I am with you. The truth was, he was in love with her. Totally over the line. No going back. Not even dead would he part kind of shit. You are what happiness means to me. And I would rather have today with you than forever with anyone else. I am two fools, I know, for loving, and for saying so. Till I loved, I never lived. Give me the love that leads the way, the faith that nothing can dismay, the hope no disappointments tire, the passion that'll burn like fire. Let me not sink to be a clod, make me thy fuel. Flame of God. When you start to really know someone, all his physical characteristics start to disappear. You begin to dwell in his energy, recognize the scent of his skin. You see only the essence of the person, not the shell. That's why you can't fall in love with beauty. You can lust after it, be infatuated by it, want to own it. You can love it with your eyes and body but not your heart. And that's why, when you really connect with a person's inner self, any physical imperfections disappear, become irrelevant. We'd read about sirens in English this fall. Greek mythology bullshit about women so beautiful. Their voices so enchanting that men did anything for them. Turned out that mythology crap was real because every time I saw her, I lost my mind. I believe that unarmed truth and unconditional love will have the final word in reality. This is why right, temporarily defeated, is stronger than evil triumphant. She imagines him imagining her. This is her salvation. In spirit she walks the city, traces its labyrinths, its dingy mazes, each assignation, each rendezvous, each door and stair and bed. What he said, what she said, what they did then, even the times they argued, fought, parted, agonized, rejoined, how they'd loved to cut themselves on each other, taste their own blood. We were ruinous together, she thinks, but how else can we live these days, except in the midst of ruin? You have to be very fond of men. Very, very fond. You have to be very fond of them to love them. Otherwise they're simply unbearable. You know what the secret is? It's so simple. We love one another. We're nice to one another. Do you know how rare that is? Carmen. People accuse me of falling in love easily. It just means that I'm able to see the beauty in most of the people who cross paths with me, and I appreciate it for what it is and also for what it isn't. Love is imperfect. Falling for someone's flaws is just as necessary as falling for their strengths. And people like myself, who fall into love easily, are sometimes the loneliest souls around at the end of the day. But you're so busy changing the world, just one smile can change all of mine. I really don't even know you. And yet, in my life, you are forever entangled to my history, inextricably bound. Find a woman who makes you feel more alive. She won't make life perfect, but she'll make it infinitely more interesting. And then love her with all that's in you. Daddy, I whispered, feeling my own breath hitch in my throat. I love you, just when I was sure he was asleep. The one corner of his mouth lifted in a smile. I knew that, he murmured. Always knew that. Once the realization is accepted that even between the closest human beings infinite distances continue, a wonderful living side by side can grow. If they succeed in loving the distance between them, which makes it possible for each to see the other whole against the sky. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't do anything but think about him. At night I dream of him. All day I wait to see him. And when I do see him, my heart turns over and I think I will faint with desire. Maybe sometimes we can only see the truth about ourselves if someone shows us where to look. People die, beauty fades, love changes, and you will always be alone. Because I trust in the ever-changing climate of the heart. At least, today I feel that way. I think it is necessary to have many experiences for the sake of feeling something. For the sake of being challenged. And for the sake of being expressive. To offer something to someone else. To learn what we are capable of. No matter how much you love someone, you still want to have your own way. You asked me to go out with you. I know you probably changed your mind. But you should know, the answer was yes. It's always been yes when it comes to you. I feel, and I have reason to believe, that we could come to mean something to each other. The heart is a strange beast and not ruled by logic. You were a summer gift. one I'll always treasure. You were a dream I never wanted to wake up from. You opened my eyes to things I'll never really see. You are the best thing that will ever happen to me. The best use of life is love. The best expression of love is time. The best time to love is now. Nice costume, he said. Ditto. I can tell you put a lot of thought into yours. Amusement curled his mouth. If you don't like it, I can take it off. We travel, initially, to lose ourselves. And we travel, next to find ourselves. We travel to open our hearts and eyes and learn more about the world than our newspapers will accommodate. We travel to bring what little we can, in our ignorance and knowledge, to those parts of the globe whose riches are differently dispersed. And we travel, in essence, to become young fools again, to slow time down and get taken in. And fall in love once more. Knowing how to be solitary is central to the art of loving. When we can be alone, we can be with others without using them as a means of escape. I can't promise not to make you mad. I can't promise that I won't hurt you. All I can promise is that I want you in my life. And I'll do anything to keep you there. Why did he have to be so gorgeous? Why did he have to stand so close? And why did I still love him so much? Get up, Shahrazad al-Khaizaran. You kneel before no one, least of all me. To return to love, to get the love we always wanted but never had, to have the love we want but are not prepared to give. We seek romantic relationships. We believe these relationships, more than any other, will rescue and redeem us. True love does have the power to redeem, but only if we are ready for redemption. Love saves us only if we want to be saved. I have so much love for you. I could fill rooms with it. Buildings. You are surrounded by it wherever you go. You walk through it. Breathe it. It's in your lungs. And under your tongue. And between your fingers and toes. His mouth moved passionately over hers, urging her lips apart. It was a kiss to level mountains and shake stars from the sky. It was a kiss to make angels faint and demons weep. A passionate, demanding, soul-searing kiss that nearly knocked the earth off its axis. Or at least that was how Poppy felt about it. I had never thought I could love another person this much. I also never thought I'd live in such fear of losing another person. Was this how everyone in love felt? Did they all cling tightly to their beloved and wake up terrified in the middle of the night? Afraid of being alone? Was that an inevitable way of life when you loved so deeply? Or was it just those of us who walked on a precipice who lived in such panic? But what can be done? The one who loves must share the fate of the one he loves. I'll follow thee and make a heaven of hell, to die upon the hand I love so well. To love is easy, to be in a relationship is extremely difficult. There is love, of course. And then there's life, its enemy. Think of two people, living together day after day, year after year, in this small space, standing elbow to elbow cooking at the same small stove, squeezing past each other on the narrow stairs, shaving in front of the same small bathroom mirror, constantly jogging, jostling, bumping against each other's bodies by mistake or on purpose, sensually, aggressively, awkwardly, impatiently, in rage or in love. Think what deep though invisible tracks they must leave. Everywhere, behind them. The desire to love someone always exceeds the desire to be loved by someone, and that's exactly why we end up loving the person who doesn't deserve that love. I missed you, Angel. Not one day went by that I didn't feel you missing from my life. You haunted me to the point that I began to believe Hank had gone back on his oath and killed you. I couldn't escape you and I didn't want to. You tortured me, but it was better than losing you. I know I am but summer to your heart, and not the full 4 seasons of the year. And you must welcome from another part such noble moods as are not mine. My dear, no gracious weight of golden fruits to sell have I, nor any wise and wintry thing. And I have loved you all too long and well to carry still the high sweet breast of spring. Wherefore, I say, O love, as summer goes, I must be gone. Steal forth with silent drums, that you may hail anew the bird and rose when I come back to you. As summer comes, else will you seek, at some not distant time, even your summer in another clime. No, Magnus strode toward him. I didn't call you because I'm tired of you only wanting me around when you need something. I'm tired of watching you be in love with someone else, someone, incidentally, who will never love you back. Not the way I do. Every time I close my eyes, it's like a dark paradise. No one compares to you. But there's no you, except in my dreams tonight. When you love, you should not think you can direct the course of love. For love, if it finds you worthy, directs your course. Human relationships always help us to carry on because they always presuppose further developments, a future, and also because we live as if our only task was precisely to have relationships with other people. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries, and all knowledge, and though I have all faith, so that I could remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. She let out a laugh, and then she put her hand over her mouth, like she was angry at herself for forgetting her sadness. Lately I can't help wanting Ush to be like other people. For example, if I were a smoker, you'd lift a match to the cigarette just as I put it between my lips. It's never been like that between us. None of that easy chemistry. No quick, half-automatic flares. Everything between Ushad to be learned. Saturday finds me brooding behind my book. All my fantasies of seduction run up against the rocks. Tell me again why you don't like sex in the afternoon? No, don't tell me. I'll never understand. You never understand us. America's strangest loving couple. They never drink a bottle of wine together or really look at each other, into each other's eyes. I mean, how can you still count yourself a knight when you have forsaken every vow you ever swore? Jamie reached for the flagon to refill his cup. So many vows, they make you swear and swear. Defend the king, obey the king, keep his secrets, do his bidding, your life for his, but obey your father, love your sister, protect the innocent, defend the weak, respect the gods, obey the laws. It's too much. No matter what you do, you are forsaking one vow or the other. Often you don't know whether a woman is friend, enemy or lover until it is too late. Sometimes, she is all three. I love you, you are mine. I'll kill any bastard who tries to take you from me. Tucker, why would you tell me now if it's against the rules? Clara, because I love you. You don't need scores of suitors. You need only one, if he's the right one. Eric called Al's suicide brave. And he was wrong. My mother's death was brave. I remember how calm she was. How determined. It isn't just brave that she died for me. It is brave that she did it without announcing it. Without hesitation. And without appearing to consider another option. I touch the tip of my finger to his lips. There are secrets in here, I say. I want them out. He tries to bite my finger. I steal it back. I've never been the one. Not for anybody. He closed the distance between them. You'll get used to it. He tipped her face up to his. Kissed her. Why? Why am I the one? Because my life opened up. And it flooded with color when you walked back into it. Would you just stay with me? Stay with you? What for? Look at us. We're already fighting. Well, that's what we do. We fight. You tell me when I'm being an arrogant son of a bitch, and I tell you when you're being a pain in the ass. Which you are. 99% of the time. I'm not afraid to hurt your feelings. You have like a 2-second rebound rate and you're back doing the next pain in the ass thing. So. What? So it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be really hard. And we're gonna have to work at this every day. But I wanna do that because I want you. I want all of you. Forever. You and me. Every day. I will find you. In the farthest corner, I will find you. The feeling of loving her and being loved by her welled up in him. And he could taste the adrenaline in the back of his throat. And maybe it wasn't over. And maybe he could feel her hand in his again and hear her loud, brash voice contort itself into a whisper to say I love you as if it were a secret. And an immense one. True love is born from understanding. Real museums are places where time is transformed into space. If loneliness was a choice, what was the other option? To settle for second best and try to be happy with that? And was that fair to the person you settled for? I am lost without you. I am soulless, a drifter without a home, a solitary bird in a flight to nowhere. I am all these things. And I am nothing at all. This, my darling, is my life without you. I long for you to show me how to live again. You are mistaken, Mr. Darcy, if you suppose that the mode of your declaration affected me in any other way than as it spared the concern which I might have felt in refusing you. Had you behaved in a more gentlemanlike manner. Elizabeth Bennet. I am beginning to understand, said the little prince. There is a flower. I think that she has tamed me. Love chooses to believe the best about people. It gives them the benefit of the doubt. It refuses to fill in the unknowns with negative assumptions. And when our worst hopes are proven to be true, love makes every effort to deal with them and move forward. As much as possible, love focuses on the positive. We need to help people to discover the true meaning of love. Love is generally confused with dependence. Those of us who have grown in true love know that we can love only in proportion to our capacity for independence. Individuals who want to believe that there is no fulfillment in love, that true love does not exist, cling to these assumptions because this despair is actually easier to face than the reality that love is a real fact of life but is absent from their lives. It's the way he had a cup of tea waiting for me when I woke up. It's the way he turned on his laptop especially for me to look up all my internet horoscopes and helped me choose the best one. He knows all the crappy Embarrassing bits about me that I normally try to hide from any man for as long as possible. And he loves me anyway. It was finally becoming clear to her that love wasn't about finding someone perfect to marry. Love was about seeing through to the truth of a person and accepting all their shades of light and dark. Love was an ability. It can be difficult to leave a long-term relationship, even when our inner wisdom tells us it's time to let go. At this point, we can choose let go and endure the intense pain of leaving behind the familiar to make way for a new chapter in our life. Or we can stay and suffer a low-grade pain that slowly eats away at our heart and soul, like an emotional cancer, until we wake up one day and realize we are buried so deep in the dysfunction of the relationship that we scarcely remember who we were and what we wanted and needed to be. People who meet in airports are 72% more likely to fall for each other than people who meet anywhere else. I'm telling you this for one reason and one reason only. No matter how sure you are of someone's love, it's always nice to hear it. Are those the only options? Nothing or forever? I might appear confident and chatty, but I spend most of my time laughing at jokes I don't find funny, saying things I don't really mean, because at the end of the day that's what we're all trying to do. Fit in, one way or another, desperately trying to pretend we're all the same. Everyone has choices to make. No one has the right to take those choices away from us. Not even out of love. I hadn't been out to the hives before, so to start off she gave me a lesson in what she called bee-yard etiquette. She reminded me that the world was really one bee-yard, and the same rules work fine in both places. Don't be afraid, as no life-loving bee wants to sting you. Still, don't be an idiot. Wear long sleeves and pants. Don't swat. Don't even think about swatting. If you feel angry, whistle. Anger agitates while whistling melts a bee's temper. Act like you know what you are doing, even if you don't. Above all, send the bees love. Every little thing wants to be loved. In a strange way, I had fallen in love with my depression. Dr. Sterling was right about that. I loved it because I thought it was all I had. I thought depression was the part of my character that made me worthwhile. I thought so little of myself. Felt that I had such scant offerings to give to the world, that the one thing that justified my existence at all was my agony. It's not that I can't live without you. It's that I don't want to. There's a difference. We all make choices in life and I choose you. My heart belongs to you. And I'm not asking for it back. Even if you won't want it anymore. I'm just asking for a chance to have your again. I promise I'll be more careful with it this time. If a man whistles at you, don't turn around. You are a lady, not a dog. I will be with her again, or I will die. There aren't any other options. How would your life be different if you approached all relationships with authenticity and honesty? Let today be the day you dedicate yourself to building relationships on the solid foundation of truth and authenticity. Right now, I had everything I could ask for. It wasn't a long list, but it was a very satisfying one. Starting with the love of my life back in my arms. Under love's heavy burden do I sink, Romeo. Right now, it's hard to imagine that it is raining anywhere in the world. This desire to govern a woman, it lies very deep. And men and women must fight it together. But I do love you surely in a better way than he does. He thought, yes, really in a better way. I want you to have your own thoughts even when I hold you in my arms. I have loved to the point of madness. That which is called madness. That which to me is the only sensible way to love. It was rather beautiful, the way he put her insecurities to sleep. The way he dove into her eyes and starved all the fears and tasted all the dreams she kept coiled beneath her bones. Does he treat you with respect at all times? That's the first question. The second question is, if he is the exact same person 20 years from now that he is today, would you still want to marry him? And finally, does he inspire to be a better person? You find someone you can answer yes to all three. Then you've found a good man. And we all know love is a glass which makes even a monster appear fascinating. Abuse manipulates and twists a child's natural sense of trust and love. Her innocent feelings are belittled or mocked and she learns to ignore her feelings. She can't afford to feel the full range of feelings in her body while she's being abused. Pain, outrage, hate, vengeance, confusion, arousal. So she short-circuits them and goes numb. For many children, any expression of feelings, even a single tear, is cause for more severe abuse. Again, the only recourse is to shut down. Feelings go underground. There will never be a good time, financially, to get married, unless you're Shak or Ray Romano. But somehow people manage. If your man is using money as an excuse not to marry you, it's your relationship that's insecure, not his bank account. Love fades. Mine has. I can't promise you an ordinary experience, Kate. I wish I could transform myself into a normal man and be there for you. Always. Without the trauma that defines my life as The Walking Dead. Since that isn't possible, I can only reassure you that I will do everything in my power to make it up to you. To give you more than a normal boyfriend could. I have no idea what that will mean. Exactly. But I'm looking forward to finding out. With you. What does the brain matter compared with the heart? I'll tell you something, Harpy, he said, his voice almost a whisper now. It never even occurred to me that we wouldn't make it. And it never occurred to you that we would. You were just waiting for us to go down in flames. I thought we could get through anything. God's definition of what matters is pretty straightforward. He measures our lives by how we love. You are afraid of it because it is stronger than you. You hate it because you are afraid of it. You love it because you cannot subdue it to your will. Only the insubduable can be loved. We all have an old knot in the heart we wish to untie. I feel like I've been split open and stuffed with sunshine. That's what it feels like when you touch me. Like millions of tiny universes being born and then dying in the space between your finger and my skin. Sometimes I forget. I made such a fool of myself, she lamented. Love does not make you a fool. He didn't love me back. That does not make you a fool either. Just tell me. Her voice cracked. When does it stop hurting? Sometimes never. Sometimes love is a surprise. An instant of recognition. A sudden gift at a sudden moment that makes everything different from then on. Some people will say that's not love. That you can't really love someone you don't know. But I'm not so sure. Love doesn't seem to follow a plan. It's not a series of steps. It can hit with the force of nature, an earthquake, a tidal wave, a storm of wild, relentless energy that is beyond your simple attempts at control. Love is like quicksilver in the hand. Leave the fingers open and it stays. Clutch it and it darts away. Smirking, he says, "Whatever spell you just tried to cast on me, it didn't work, so I think you need to go back to Hogwarts." I'm almost 100 years old, waiting for the end, and thinking about the beginning. There are things I need to tell you. But would you listen if I told you how quickly time passes? I know you are unable to imagine this, nevertheless. I can tell you that you will awake someday to find that your life has rushed by at a speed at once impossible and cruel. The most intense moments will seem to have occurred only yesterday, and nothing will have erased pain and pleasure, the impossible intensity of love and its dog-leaping happiness, the bleak blackness of passions unrequited, or unexpressed, or unresolved. When you decide you want to be with someone forever, you want forever to start right now. Many readers have written asking me wistfully about the nature of Sam and Grace's relationship. And I can assure you, that sort is absolutely real. Mutual, respectful, enduring love is completely attainable as long as you swear you won't settle for less. What is love? There is nothing in the world, neither man nor devil nor anything, that I hold as suspect as love, for it penetrates the soul more than any other thing. Nothing exists that so fills and binds the heart as love does. Therefore, unless you have those weapons that subdue it, the soul plunges through love into an immense abyss. That must be love, when everything else in the world could implode and you wouldn't care as long as you had that one person standing beside you. They were still in the happier stage of love. They were full of brave illusions about each other. Tremendous illusions, so that the communion of self with self seemed to be on a plane where no other human relations mattered. They both seemed to have arrived there with an extraordinary innocence, as though a series of pure accidents had driven them together. So many accidents that at last they were forced to conclude that they were for each other. They had arrived with clean hands. Or so it seemed, after no traffic with the merely curious and clandestine. I hold the bottle out into the rain and watch as the steady flow slowly fills it. When there is enough that Beth can clearly see, I close the bottle and hand it to her. She raises a skeptical eyebrow, but accepts the bottle. It's her rain, Beth. Her head barely shakes to show her confusion while I rub the back of my neck and search for my courage. I told you I loved you in this rain, and when you doubt my words, I want you to look at this bottle. I'll always want him, until every sun goes dark in every sky. Until I am nothing more than long-forgotten cosmic dust. I will want him, and even then I suspect my particles will long for his. Say it, I gritted out. The High Lord of the Night Court is your mate. This is how the girl who couldn't speak and the man who couldn't see fell in love. Mi kota ang pagay big. Sa bawat limang umibig, isa lang ang magiging maligaya. Ang iba, ibig sa di sila inibig. Ibig nang di nachatoto, o ibig sa wala, o di ibig kailanman. I miss you, I miss you, I miss you, I miss you. Be ready, because when I see you, I'll never let you go again. He said that we belonged together because he was born with a flower and I was born with a butterfly. And that flowers and butterflies need each other for survival. You said you didn't want to get involved with me, that one of us would get hurt and how you couldn't bear it. Well, that just isn't good enough. Look what happens to people just living their lives. They get hurt. It's not fair they get hurt, but they do. All the time. No matter how careful they are. Somebody can just come along and hurt them. For no stupid reason. For many, love is a two-sided coin. It can strengthen or stifle. Expand or enfeeble. Perfect or pauperize. When love is returned, we are taken to heights unseen. Where it delights, invigorates, and beautifies. When love is spurned, we feel crippled, disconsolate, and bereaved. Polish the coin and you will see only requited love on both sides. I was destined to love you and I will belong to you forever. Loving you forever can't be wrong. Even though you're not here, can't move on. I love you so much that nothing can matter to me, not even you. Only my love, not your answer. Not even your indifference. Just for the record, she still loves you. She wouldn't bother to torture you if she didn't. You can love somebody without it being like that. You keep them a stranger. A stranger who's a friend. I asked you here tonight because when you realize you want to spend the rest of your life with somebody, you want the rest of your life to start as soon as possible. Mysteries of attraction could not always be explained through logic. Sometimes the fractures in two separate souls became the very hinges that held them together. It was not the passion that was new to her. It was the yearning adoration. She knew she had always feared it. For it left her helpless. She feared it still, lest if she adored him too much, then she would lose herself, become effaced. And she did not want to be effaced. A slave, like a savage woman, she must not become a slave. She feared her adoration, yet she would not at once fight against it. Falling in love in a Christian way is to say, I am excited about your future and I want to be part of getting you there. I'm signing up for the journey with you. Would you sign up for the journey to my true self with me? It's going to be hard, but I want to get there. Perhaps the reason we are unable to love is that we yearn to be loved. That is, we demand something, love, from our partner instead of delivering ourselves up to him demand-free and asking for nothing but his company. I delete the picture of him from my phone. I delete his number. I think that if I just delete him enough, it will be like none of it ever happened and my heart won't hurt so badly. I have done it, she says. At first I do not understand. But then I see the tomb. And the marks she has made on the stone. Achilles. It reads. And beside it. Patroclus. Go, she says. He waits for you, in the darkness. Two shadows, reaching through the hopeless, heavy dusk. Their hands meet. And light spills in a flood like 100 golden urns pouring out of the sun. My life, my whole life, take it. And do with it what you will. I love you as I have never loved any living thing. From the moment I met you, I loved you. Loved you blindly, adoringly, madly. You didn't know it then, you know it now. Who fixes broken people? Is it only other broken people? Ones who've already been ruined? And do we need to be fixed? It was the messiness and hurt in our pasts that drove us. And that same hurt connected us at a subdermal level. The kind of scars written so deeply in your cells that you can't even see them anymore. Only recognize them in someone else. The knowledge that she would never be loved in return acted upon her ideas as a tide acts upon cliffs. Her existence alone was excuse enough to justify the creation of the entire world. Our lips met hungrily, and his clever artistic hands wrapped around my hips. A sudden buzz from my regular cell phone startled me from the kissing. "Don't," said Adrian. His eyes ablaze and breathing ragged. "What if there's a crisis at school?" I asked. "What if Angeline accidentally stole one of the campus buses and drove it into the library?" "Why would she do that?" "Are you saying she wouldn't?" He sighed. "Go check it." What barrier is there that love cannot break? The most introspective of souls are often those that have been hurt the most. My mother used to tell me that when push comes to shove, you always know who to turn to. That being a family isn't a social construct but an instinct. You said move on. Where do I go? Infantile love follows the principle, I love because I am loved. Mature love follows the principle, I am loved because I love. Immature love says, I love you because I need you. Mature love says, I need you because I love you. I understood that as much as I had resisted the outside, as much as I had constricted my life, as much as I had closed and narrowed the channels into me, there were still many takers for the quiet heart. Love's gift cannot be given, it waits to be accepted. Love cannot live where there is no trust. I realized I'm in love. It's always been right in front of me. The thing is, that world doesn't exist. All growing up means is that you realize no one will come along to fix things. No one will come along to save you. You can give without loving, but you cannot love without giving. Love is like the sea. It's a moving thing, but still and all, it takes its shape from the shore it meets, and it's different with every shore. And the past held only this wisdom, that love was a damaging mistake, and its accomplice, hope, a treacherous illusion. And whenever those twin poisonous flowers began to sprout in the parched land of that field, Miriam uprooted them. She uprooted them and ditched them before they took hold. That's what I love about Aibileen. She can take the most complicated things in life and wrap them up so small and simple. They'll fit right in your pocket. When I like people immensely, I never tell their names to anyone. It is like surrendering a part of them. I have grown to love secrecy. Everything want to be loved. Us sing and dance and holler, just trying to be loved. Maybe it's just hiding somewhere, or gone on a trip to come home. But falling in love is always a pretty crazy thing. It might appear out of the blue and just grab you. Who knows? Maybe even tomorrow. You want to take me to a movie? I asked. Well, not really, he said. What I really want is for you to be my girlfriend. But I thought saying that might scare you off. I believe in love at first sight, but I will always believe that the people we love who have loved before, many times before, and when we stumble through grace and circumstance and that brilliant illusion of choicer to finally meet them again. We feel it faster each time through. The one glance that set life alight is two sets of two eyes staring through the layers of lifetimes and stolen glances and first kisses and hands held. The brace against the weight and unrelenting tide of waiting. I believe in love at first sight, but am not burdened with the misconception that it's a first sight are all. Without love, we all like birds with broken wings. It's a very brave thing to fall in love. You have to be willing to trust somebody else with your whole being. And that's very difficult, really difficult and very brave. There's something about arriving in new cities, wandering empty streets with no destination. I will never lose the love for the arriving. But I'm born to leave. I'll come and make love to you at 5 o'clock. If I'm late, start without me. I gave you my heart, but it wasn't enough. I've been working hard to become the kind of man she needs. The kind of man she already believes me to be. Sometimes, remembering hurts too much. Does that count as an argument? Can we kiss and make up now? It was only half an argument. Fine. Then, you kiss and I'll make up. I laughed until he effectively shut me up with his lips. You know I love you, right? The urge to kiss her goodbye was so strong that I almost broke our rules. She smiled. Beautiful and golden in the late morning light. Not as much as I love you. Oh, man, this is my dream come true. Having an I love you more debate. Here, I'll start. I love you more. Your turn. Sydney laughed and opened the door. I've taken debate classes. You'd lose to my logic. It always struck me in years after how bizarre it was. How two people could look at one another with such tenderness and complete love. And how quickly that could dissolve into nothing but bitterness. All any of us wanted, really, was to know that we counted. That someone else's life would not have been as rich without us here. When someone beats a rug, the blows are not against the rug, but against the dust in it. The world is not a pleasant place to be without someone to hold and be held by. My father gave me the greatest gift anyone could give another person. He believed in me. I cut myself because you wouldn't let me cry. I cried because you wouldn't let me speak. I spoke because you wouldn't let me shine. I shone because I thought you loved me. It never gets easier, missing you. And sometimes I wonder if it ever will. Waiting is erotic. Love, and you shall be loved. What we all want, really, is to be loved. That craving drives our worst behavior. I don't understand the hatred and fear of gays and bisexuals and lesbians. It's a concept I honestly cannot grasp. To me, it's not who you love. A man, a woman, what have you. It's the fact that you love. That is all that truly matters. I'd missed him so much. It almost hurt. It started the moment I left the keep and nagged at me all day. Every day I had to fight with myself to keep from making up bullshit reasons to call the keep so I could hear his voice. My only saving grace was that Karan wasn't handling this whole mating thing any better. Yesterday he'd called me at the office claiming that he couldn't find his socks. We talked for 2 hours. Love is not something you protect. It's something you risk. If in thirst you drink water from a cup, you see God in it. Those who are not in love with God will see only their own faces in it. One of the few downsides to being awakened is that we no longer require sleep. Therefore, we also no longer dream. It's a shame, because if I could dream, I know I'd dream about you. I'd dream about the way you smell and how your dark hair feels like silk between my fingers. I'd dream about the smoothness of your skin and the fierceness of your lips when we kiss. Without dreams, I have to be content with my own imagination, which is almost as good. I can picture all of those things perfectly, as well as how it'll be when I take your life from this world. I look at you, and I think about you, and I don't know, no one has ever confounded me the way you do. Love was the most savage monster of all. I miss us too. I always have, and I probably always will. Sometimes there are no happy endings. No matter what, I'll be losing something, someone. But maybe that's what it all comes down to. Love, not as a surge of passion, but as a choice to commit to something, someone, no matter what obstacles or temptations stand in the way. And maybe making that choice again and again, day in and day out, year after year, says more about love than never having a choice to make at all. Here's a news flash for the ladies. For every one of you who thinks we all want a girl like Angelina Jolie, all skinny elbows and angles, the truth is, we'd rather curl up with someone like Charlotte, a woman who's soft when a guy wraps his arms around her. A woman who might have a smear of flour on her shirt the whole day and not notice or care. Not even when she goes out to meet with the PTA. A woman who doesn't feel like an exotic vacation but is the home we can't wait to come back to. Okay, then I'll just say I love you. There is nothing in this world more important to me than you are. I'm only content when you're near. My whole purpose is to be what you need me to be. It's not poetry, but it's from my heart. Will that do? The spiritualization of sensuality is called love. It is a great triumph over Christianity. 2 seconds later, the sound of an alarm filled my ears. What did you do? I said over the noise as he backed up towards the bathroom door. The girl who gave you the note? Yes, I caught her staring at my lighter. I blinked. You gave a child, in a psych ward, a lighter? His eyes crinkled at the corners. She seemed trustworthy. You're sick, I said. He wanted to take his love back from her so badly. The old techniques didn't work anymore. From the first day I met her, she was the only woman to me. Every day of that voyage I loved her more. And many a time since have I kneeled down in the darkness of the night watch and kissed the deck of that ship because I knew her dear feet had trod it. She was never engaged to me. She treated me as fairly as ever a woman treated a man. I have no complaint to make. It was all love on my side. And all good comradeship and friendship on hers. When we parted she was a free woman. But I could never again be a free man. It's easy to cry when you realize that everyone you love will reject you or die. I reserve the right to love many different people at once, and to change my prince often. Someone can be madly in love with you and still not be ready. They can love you in a way you have never been loved and still not join you on the bridge. And whatever their reasons, you must leave. Because you never ever have to inspire anyone to meet you on the bridge. You never ever have to convince someone to do the work to be ready. There is more extraordinary love. More love that you have never seen. Out here in this wide and wild universe. And there is the love that will be ready. Not like this. He wanted it to be real. If you listen to the wind very carefully, you'll be able to hear me whisper my love for you. The fiercest anger of all, the most incurable, is that which rages in the place of dearest love. I would never let anyone else borrow my heart if I know there's a chance in hell you might want it back. He experienced the singular pleasure of watching people he loved fall in love with other people he loved. I could still smell her on my fur. It clung to me, a memory of another world. I was drunk with it, with the scent of her. I'd got too close, the smell of summer on her skin. The half-recalled cadence of her voice. The sensation of her fingers on my fur. Every bit of me sang with the memory of her closeness. Too close. I couldn't stay away. Please, he says. I'm begging you to stop. I can't stomach your pain, he says. I can feel it so strongly and it's making me crazy, please, he says to me. Don't be sad, or hurt, or guilty. You've done nothing wrong. I'm sorry, don't be sorry. Either, he says. God. The only reason I'm not going to kill Kent for this is because I know it would only upset you more. You can't, if you can't feel it. If it never rises from the soul, and sways the heart of every single hearer, with deepest power. In simple ways, you'll sit forever. Gluing things together, cooking up a stew from other scraps, blowing on a miserable fire, made from your heap of dying ash. Let apes and children praise your art, if they're admirations to your taste, but you'll never speak from heart to heart, unless it rises up from your heart's space. The truth was I knew, after all those flat January days, that I deserved better. I deserved I love yous and kiwi fruits and warriors coming to my door, besotted with love. I deserved pictures of my face in 1,000 expressions, and the warmth of a baby's kick beneath my hand. I deserved to grow, and to change, to become all the girls I could be over the course of my life. Each one better than the last. A man always finds it hard to realize that he may have finally lost a woman's love, however badly he may have treated her. I realized when you look at your mother, you are looking at the purest love you will ever know. Some people feel love in their hearts. Julie, some of us feel it all way into our souls. We're the ones who can't forget. If you have reasons to love someone, you don't love them. Better to put your heart on the line, risk everything, and walk away with nothing than play it safe. Love is a lot of things, but safe isn't one of them. So many believe that it is love that grows, but it is the knowing that grows and love simply expands to contain it. Love is blind, they say, but isn't it more that love makes us see too much? Isn't it more that love floods our brain with sights and sounds, so that everything looks bigger, brighter, more lovely than ever before? Falling into ruin was a bit like falling in love. Both descents stripped you bare and left you as you were at your core. And both endings are equally painful. I want my world to start and end with you. He is both the source of my happiness and the one I want to share it with. They kissed for the first time then in the cold spring rain. though neither one of them now knew that it was raining. Tristran's heart pounded in his chest as if it was not big enough to contain all the joy that it held. He opened his eyes as he kissed the star. Her sky-blue eyes stared back into his, and in her eyes he could see no parting from her. I want him to love me as much as I love him. I could feel the warmth of his presence as if a soft blanket had been wrapped around my soul. Around my heart. It held me and protected me. It sheltered me, and I knew I wasn't alone anymore. You have a beautiful laugh. Like the promise of tomorrow. Sometimes you have to learn to love what's good for you. Faith goes up the stairs that love has built and looks out the windows which hope has opened. I wanted movement and not a calm course of existence. I wanted excitement and danger and the chance to sacrifice myself for my love. It isn't about love, we said. It's about fun. You don't have to say I love you to say I love you, you said with a shrug. All you have to do is say my name and I know. Can't you hear it? You said, when you love someone, you say their name different. Like it's safe inside your mouth. And he knew that at that moment. They understood each other perfectly. And when he told her what he was going to do now, she would not say, be careful, or, don't do it. But she would accept his decision because she would not have expected anything less of him. What are you wishing for? Grace interrupted. To kiss you, I said to her. Don't be afraid to lose him, because if a man truly loves you, he's not going anywhere. When someone you love says goodbye, you can stare long and hard at the door they closed and forget to see all the doors God has opened in front of you. He is the cheese to my macaroni. Love all God's creation, both the whole and every grain of sand. Love every leaf, every ray of light. Love the animals. Love the plants. Love each separate thing. If thou love each thing, thou wilt perceive the mystery of God in all. And when once thou perceive this, thou wilt thenceforward grow every day to a fuller understanding of it. Until thou come at last to love the whole world with a love that will then be all-embracing and universal. I loved him. I couldn't pinpoint what made me so certain. But I knew it then. As surely as I knew my name or the color of the sky or any fact written in a book. Could he feel it? Too? Maxon broke the kiss and looked at me. You're so pretty when you are a mess. I laughed nervously. Thank you. For that and for the rain and for not giving up. He ran his fingers along my cheek and nose and chin. You're worth it. I don't think that you get that. You're worth it to me. After dinner or lunch or whatever it was, with my crazy 12-hour night, I was no longer sure what was what. I said, look, baby, I'm sorry, but don't you realize that this job is driving me crazy? Look, let's give it up. Let's just lay around and make love and take walks and talk a little. Let's go to the zoo. Let's look at animals. Let's drive down and look at the ocean. It's only 45 minutes. Let's play games in the arcades. Let's go to the races, the art museum, the boxing matches. Let's have friends. Let's laugh. This kind of life, like everybody else's kind of life, it's killing us. Take it from me. Love has all the lasting permanence of a rainbow, beautiful while it's there, and just as likely to have disappeared by the time you blink. When I talk about unrequited love, Most of you probably think about romantic love. But there are many other kinds of love that are not adequately returned. If they are returned at all, an angry adolescent may not love her mother back as her mother loves her. An abusive father doesn't return the innocent open love of his young child. But grief is the ultimate unrequited love. However hard and however long we love someone who has died, they can never love us back. At least that is how it feels. Kitten, your hands are heaven and your eyes are my home. The room fell quiet, and as I read down the list of over 158 grade boys, I realized that to me, there had only ever been one boy. I'm sort of coming off a bad relationship. When did it end? Slightly before it started. Love is blind on lovers cannot see the pretty follies that themselves commit. Some things are better left in the past and true things are destined to repeat themselves. I want you so badly I can't stand it. When you left, it felt like the world got darker. Like I couldn't truly see anything. Couldn't feel anything. She had never imagined she had the power to make someone else so happy. And not a magical power. Either, a purely human one. It is love, not reason, that is stronger than death. I'm not a warrior or a goddess, I said at last. Adrian leaned closer. As far as I'm concerned, you are both. A gentleman holds my hand, a man pulls my hair, a soulmate will do both. Claire, I want to tell you, again, I love you. Our love has been the thread through the labyrinth, the net under the high wire walker, the only real thing in this strange life of mine that I could ever trust. Tonight I feel that my love for you has more density in this world than I do myself, as though it could linger on after me and surround you, keep you, hold you. The only difference between falling in love and being in love is that your heart already knows how you feel, but your mind is too stubborn to admit it. To love someone enough to let them go, you had to let them go forever, or you did not love them that much. Love is a game of tic-tac-toe, constantly waiting for the next X or O. All the fires of hell could burn for 1,000 years and it wouldn't equal what I feel for you in 1 minute of the day. I love you so much there is no pleasure in it. Nothing but torment. Because if I could dilute what I feel for you to the millionth part, it would still be enough to kill you. And even if it drives me mad, I would rather see you live in the arms of that cold, soulless bastard than die in mine, Mary Penn said to Win. Simon, so were you following me? Or is it just an amazing coincidence that you happened to be on the roof of a building I was walking by when I got attacked? Jace, I was following you, Simon. Is this the part where you tell me you're secretly in love with me? When we first met, I didn't want to get involved with anyone. I didn't have the time or energy. And I wasn't sure that I was ready for it. But you were so good to me. And I got swept up in that. And little by little, I found myself falling in love with you. What sexual preference do you hope she has? Happiness? Isn't that cool? Love is happiness. But only when you believe it will last forever. Even though every time it turns out to be a lie. It's only faith that gives love its strength and its joy. Dare not say that man forgets sooner than woman, that his love has an earlier death. He'd only been gone 2 seconds. But the room got brighter when they were together. As if they were two elements that became brilliant in proximity. At Sam's clumsy efforts to carry the vacuum, Grace smiled a new smile that I thought only he ever got. And he shot her a withering look full of the sort of subtext you could only get from a lot of conversations whispered after dark. It made me think of Isabel. Back at her house, we didn't have what Sam and Grace had. We weren't even close to having it. I didn't think what we had could get to this. Even if you gave it 1,000 years. Ah me, but where are now the songs I sang when life was sweet because you called them sweet? You'll never be able to let him go. You'll always feel wrong about being with me. Soulmate is an overused term, but a true soul connection is very rare and very real. I think about you every second of every day and I don't know how to get over you, she says. Don't, I beg her. Please don't get over me. I am the poet of the poor. Because I was poor when I loved. Since I could not give gifts, I gave words. If you don't like Cinderella because she seems so naive and weak, listen to this quote from Walt himself. She believed in dreams, all right, but she also believed in doing something about them. When Prince Charming didn't come along, she went over to the palace and got him. Love doesn't have to be on Valentine's Day. It doesn't have to be by the time you turn 18 or 33 or 59. It doesn't have to conform to whatever is usual. It doesn't have to be kismet at once, or rhapsody by the third day. It just has to be. In time, in place, in spurt, it just has to be. Oh, don't mind me, came an extremely sarcastic voice near the wall. You two go ahead and make out, I'll just sit here and bleed quietly. You make me smile like the sun. Fall out bed. Sing like a bird. Dizzy in my head. Spin like a record crazy on a Sunday night. You make me dance like a fool. Forget how to breathe. Shine like the sun, buzz like a bee. Just the thought of you can drive me wild. Oh, you make me smile. Uncle Cracker. I give her the only honest and true answer I have. You're where I want to be. I don't understand how I can know so little about love and how it works. How I can be so bad at it when it's all I've ever wanted. All I've ever known is about leaving or being left. All too often women believe it is a sign of commitment, an expression of love, to endure unkindness or cruelty, to forgive and forget. In actuality, when we love rightly, we know that the healthy, loving response to cruelty and abuse is putting ourselves out of harm's way. I think sometimes when we find love, we pretend it away, or ignore it, or tell ourselves we're imagining it, because it is the most painful kind of hope there is. Distfinger still clearly remembered the feeling of being in love for the first time. How vulnerable his heart had suddenly been. Such a trembling, quivering thing, happy and miserably unhappy at once. To love makes one solitary. And besides, I don't want to leave you. You guys, he smiled. And it lit up his whole face. Well, we are certainly happy to hear that. Oh, and I'm also happy to watch our darling little love child dragon while you're in St. Louis. I grinned back. True love always makes a man better, no matter what woman inspires it. There are all kinds of ways for a relationship to be tested. Even broken. Some. Irrevocably. It's the endings we're unprepared for. If he can't handle you at your worst, then he does not deserve you at your best. Real love means seeing beyond the words spoken out of pain, and instead seeing a person's soul. Nothing is more curious and awkward than the relationship of two people who only know each other with their eyes, who meet and observe each other daily, even hourly, and who keep up the impression of disinterest either because of morals or because of a mental abnormality. Between them there is listlessness and pent-up curiosity, the hysteria of an unsatisfied, unnaturally suppressed need for communion, and also a kind of tense respect. Because man loves an honest man as long as he is not able to judge him. And desire is a product of lacking knowledge. When what you want is a relationship, and not a person, get a dog. We looked at each other for a minute, not saying anything, but I could feel the air between us shift. It became thick, sultry, and tangible, like when the air changes right before a storm. I could feel its power envelop me as it brushed across my skin. Even though I couldn't see it, I knew a storm was coming. After all, a woman who doesn't love cats is never going to make a man happy. A broken heart in real life isn't half as dreadful as it is in books. It's a good deal like a bad tooth. Though you won't think that a very romantic simile. It takes spells of aching and gives you a sleepless night now and then. But between times it lets you enjoy life in dreams and echoes and peanut candy as if there were nothing the matter with it. You can give without loving, but you can never love without giving. Soul connections are not often found and are worth every bit of fight left in you to keep. I wanted to tell her that I loved her. And not in the complicated way I loved our parents, but in a simple way I never had to think about. I loved her like breathing. Love can rebuild the world, they say, so everything's possible when it comes to love. He didn't realize that love as powerful as your mother's for you leaves its own mark. The heart makes its choices without weighing the consequences. It doesn't look ahead to the lonely nights that follow. I don't want to lose you, then why are you the one that keeps letting go? And think not you can direct the course of love. For love, if it finds you worthy, directs your course. Disappointments in love, even betrayals and losses, serve the soul at the very moment they seem in life to be tragedies. The soul is partly in time and partly in eternity. We might remember the part that resides in eternity when we feel despair over the part that is in life. Kisses open doors. I've noticed that one gesture can unlock secrets, ease open feelings. It can't be prevented, these kisses just are. It's how they work. They break into basements you never knew you had. Modern man has transformed himself into a commodity. He experiences his life energy as an investment with which he should make the highest profit. Considering his position and the situation on the personality market, he is alienated from himself, from his fellow men and from nature. His main aim is profitable exchange of his skills, knowledge, and of himself, his personality package, with others who are equally intent on a fair and profitable exchange. Life has no goal except the one to move, no principle except the one of fair exchange, no satisfaction except the one to consume. P97 What's wrong is that every morning and every night, I lie in bed wondering why you're not beside me. You left with my soul in your fists and my heart in your teeth. And I don't want either of them back. Tilda Ben. I'm not the kind of man to bottle up my feelings. Kells. I don't sit up in my room pining away, writing love poems. I'm not a dreamer. I'm a fighter. I'm a man of action. And it will take all of my self-control not to fight for this. When something needs to be done, I do it. When I feel something, I act on it. I don't see any reason why Ren deserves to get the girl of his dreams and I don't. It doesn't seem fair that this happens to me twice. We all know interspecies romance is weird. Everything happens for a reason and something better will come along for me. May I kiss you then? On this miserable paper, I might as well open the window and kiss the night air. I shouldn't have to be a liar to make someone love me. I shouldn't be so afraid of losing someone that I'll do anything to make them stay. That's the big picture, your happiness and health. You should never care what a man thinks of you, until he demonstrates to you that he cares about making you happy. If he isn't trying to make you happy, then send him back from whence he came, because winning him over will have no benefit. At the end of the day, happiness, joy, and yes, your emotional stability, those comprise the only measuring stick you really need to have. And I got out of there without punching anyone, kicking anyone, or breaking down in tears. Some days the small victories are all you achieve. Love is a force unto itself. Saidi, for love, people consider the unthinkable, and often achieve the impossible. I would not sneer at its power. The strength of a love is always misjudged if we evaluate it by its immediate cause and not the stress that went before it. The dark and hollow space full of disappointment and loneliness that precedes all the great events in the heart's history. Life will break you. Nobody can protect you from that. And living alone won't either. For solitude will also break you with its yearning. You have to love. You have to feel. It is the reason you are here on earth. You are here to risk your heart. You are here to be swallowed up. The desire to go home, that is a desire to be whole. To know where you are. To be the point of intersection of all the lines drawn through all the stars. To be the constellation maker and the center of the world. That center called love. To awaken from sleep. To rest from awakening. To tame the animal. To let the soul go wild. To shelter in darkness and blaze with light. To cease to speak and be perfectly understood. I love you for who you are, not who the world thinks you should be. Mine was the twilight and the morning. Mine was a world of rooftops and love songs. There is lust and then there is love. They are related, but still very different things. To indulge in one requires little but honeyed speech and a change of clothes. To obtain the other, by contrast, a man must give up his rib. In return, his woman will undo the sin of Eve and bring him back into paradise. No human should mislead another by promising them something they know to be untrue. I know what I have given you. I do not know what you have received. I wish the night would end, I wish the day'd begin, I wish it would rain or snow, or the wind would blow, or the grass would grow. I wish I had yesterday, I wish there were games to play. People fall in love without reason, without even wanting to. You can't predict it. That's love. You promised, seaweed brain, we would not get separated. Ever again. You're impossible. Love you too. I don't care, said Seth. I would have done it. I would have sold my soul for you. You and me, I told you. Something's always going to keep us near each other, even if we aren't together. He didn't marry you to become king. He became king because he wanted to marry you. I want your most vital organ. I want it to be mine. He didn't mind how he looked to other people, because the nursery magic had made him real. And when you are real, shabbiness doesn't matter. 3 years, that's 1,000 tomorrows, Mom. I love him wholly and unconditionally and without reservation. I love him enough to sacrifice a friendship. I love him enough to accept my own happiness and use it, in turn, to make him happy back. Love makes you see a place differently, just as you hold differently an object that belongs to someone you love. If you know one landscape well, you will look at all other landscapes differently. And if you learn to love one place, sometimes you can also learn to love another. Set the standard. Stop expecting others to show you love, acceptance, commitment, and respect when you don't even show that to yourself. Dying is overrated. Human sentimentality has twisted it into the ultimate act of love. Biggest load of bullshit in the world. Dying for someone isn't the hard thing. The man that dies escapes. Plain and simple. Game over. End of pain. Try living for someone. Through it all, good, bad, thick, thin, joy, suffering. That's the hard thing. Life is such unutterable hell, solely because it is sometimes beautiful. If we could only be miserable all the time. If there could be no such things as love or beauty or faith or hope. If I could be absolutely certain that my love would never be returned. How much more simple life would be. One could plod through the Siberian salt mines of existence without being bothered about happiness. Unfortunately, the happiness is there. There is always the chance, about 850 to 1, that another heart will come to mine. I can't help hoping, and keeping faith, and loving beauty. Quite frequently I am not so miserable as it would be wise to be. He who is in love is wise and is becoming wiser. Sees newly every time he looks at the object beloved, drawing from it with his eyes and his mind those virtues which it possesses. Love is merely a madness, and, I tell you, deserves as well a dark house and a whip as madmen do. And the reason why they are not so punished and cured is that the lunacy is so ordinary that they whippers are in love too. Adrian smiled and clasped my hands, taking a few steps toward me. And as for who you are the same beautiful, brave, and ridiculously smart caffeinated fighter you've been since the day I met you. Finally, he put beautiful at the top of his list of adjectives. Not that I should have cared. Sweet talker, I scoffed. You didn't know anything about me the first time we met. I knew you were beautiful, he said. I just hoped for the rest. We have just enough religion to make us hate, but not enough to make us love. Sometimes I think my whole life has been about holding on to you. Don't marry him. Don't be with him. Be with me. I guess the sacrifice of my dignity is the only thing that will save us now. The things I endure for love. The fates laugh at my torment. The only sea I saw was the seesaw sea with you riding on it. Lie down. Lie easy. Let me shipwreck in your thighs. Love moderately. Long love doth so. Too swift arrives as tardy as too slow. Love each other in moderation. That is the key to long-lasting love. Too fast is as bad as too slow. It's not at all hard to understand a person, it's only hard to listen without bias. Kids chase the love that eludes them. Two separate beings, in different circumstances, face to face in freedom and seeking justification of their existence through one another, will always live in adventure full of risk and promise. p. 248. How far have you walked for men who've never held your feet in their laps? He loved her for being so beautiful. And he hated her for it. He loved how she put shiny stuff on her lips for him. And he also reviled her for it. He wanted her to walk home alone. And he wanted to run after her and grab her up before she could take another step. The surest way to hurt yourself is to give up on love. Just because it didn't work out the first time. For the first time in forever, he was stunned to silence, not by her words, but by the tenderness in her hands, the worry in her eyes. He was an archangel. He'd been wounded far, far worse and shrugged it off. But then, there had been no woman with sun kissed by the sunset and eyes of storm grey to tear into him for daring to get himself hurt. What made me run away was doubtless not so much the fear of settling down, but of settling down permanently in something ugly. She blushed and so did he. She greeted him in a faltering voice, and he spoke to her without knowing what he was saying. Do you ever just put your arms out and just spin and spin and spin? Well, that's what love is like. Everything inside of you tells you to stop before you fall. But for some reason you just keep going. I felt overwhelmed. I didn't expect a first kiss to be so life-altering. In a few brief moments, the rulebook of my universe had been rewritten. Suddenly I was a brand new person. I was as fragile as a newborn. But instead of the doctor placing me in my mother's arms, he'd put me in Ren's. What would Ren do with me? Would he draw me near, soothe me, and teach me about this new world, or would he reject me and tell the doctor there must be some mistake? There was no way to know. What a breakable and delicate thing the heart was. No wonder I'd kept mine locked away. Sometimes I turn around and catch the smell of you and I cannot go on, I cannot fucking go on. Without expressing this terrible, so fucking awful physical aching fucking longing I have for you. And I cannot believe that I can feel this for you and you feel nothing. Do you feel nothing? Look, I said. We knew Jason and Becky would be back. The break would end. This isn't a surprise. It's what's supposed to happen. It's what we wanted, right? Is it? He asked. Is it what you want? Whether he intended it to be or not. This was the final question. The last truth. If I said what I really thought, I was opening myself up for a hurt bigger than I could even imagine. I didn't have it in me. We changed and altered so many rules. But it was this one. The only one when we'd started. That I would break. Yes, I said. You were the sun, and I was crashing into you. Happiness. You see, it's just an illusion of fate. A heavenly sleight of hand designed to make you believe in fairy tales. But there's no happily ever after. You'll only find happy endings in books. Some books. He loved her, and until he'd loved her she had never minded being alone. I don't care a damn about men who are loyal to the people who pay them. To organizations, I don't think even my country means all that much. There are many countries in our blood, aren't there? But only one person. Would the world be in the mess it is if we were loyal to love and not to countries? Sometimes I wonder if my heart is like a black hole. It's so dense that there's no room for light. But that doesn't mean it can't still suck me in. There is only one happiness in life, to love and be loved. Never stop smiling, not even when you're sad. Someone might fall in love with your smile. And there is my payment, the rubies in your cheeks. Are you properly scandalized by your wicked behavior? If you were Catholic, you'd singe the ears of the priest you confessed to. Do you remember making me swear to repeat all those naughty actions again? No matter what you said this morning. Now that he brought it up, I did recall saying that. Great, betrayed by my own immorality. God, bones, some of that was depraved. I'll take that as a compliment. He closed the distance between us. I love you. Don't be ashamed of anything we did, even if your prudery is on life support. I believe this. When we meet those we fall in love with, there is an aspect of our spirit that is historian. A bit of a pedant who reminisces or remembers a meeting when the other has passed by innocently. But all parts of the body must be ready for the other. All atoms must jump in one direction for desire to occur. I once loved a girl who almost loved me, but not as much as she loved John Cusack. If you love something, let it go. If it comes back, it's yours. You put me through hell. On purpose. Made me suffer. And there's no end in sight. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, Ace. But this Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde shit ain't cutting it with me. Friendship arises out of mere companionship when two or more of the companions discover that they have in common some insight or interest or even taste which the others do not share and which, till that moment, each believed to be his own unique treasure or burden. The typical expression of opening friendship would be something like, "What? You too? I thought I was the only one." It is when two such persons discover one another. When, whether with immense difficulties and semi-articulate fumblings or with what would seem to us amazing and elliptical speed, they share their vision, it is then that friendship is born. And instantly they stand together in an immense solitude. Your love should never be offered to the mouth of a stranger, only to someone who has the valor and daring to cut pieces of their soul off with a knife, then weave them into a blanket to protect you. You are my whole heart, Scarlet, and this is breaking it. My heart cracked open and clear dropped out of me. My mouth opened, and I looked round me and stamped my foot. Does this look like a good time to tell me that? You damn stupid boy. I meant to sound mean, but my voice wobbled. Now? He gave a little smile. My foul-mouthed warrior. It is impossible to manufacture or imitate love. Ruby, what's so good about being 20? I call them the materialist years. The years we get distracted by all the bullshit. Then we cop on when we hit our 30s and spend those years trying to make up for the 20s. But your 40s, those years are for enjoying it, Rosie. Good point. What are the 50s for? Ruby. Fixing what you fucked up in your 40s, Rosie. Great. Looking forward to it. I want to love you without clutching. Appreciate you without judging. Join you without invading. Invite you without demanding. Leave you without guilt. Criticize you without blaming. And help you without insulting. If I can have the same from you, then we can truly meet and enrich each other. The practice of love offers no place of safety. We risk loss, hurt, pain. We risk being acted upon by forces outside our control. I believe that love, not imitation, is the sincerest form of flattery. Your imitator thinks that you can be duplicated, your lover knows you can't. Why me? She asked, holding on to him. Because you cared, he whispered. You cared so much for your people. It broke your heart to see the pack in ruins. You cared so much for your mother. You risked your life for hers. You cared enough to save someone who wanted you dead. And because you walk like a queen. Whenever you are ready, or if you never are, my heart is yours, until death do us part. Whatever that may mean when consorting with one of death's handmaidens. No, you sick, stupid creep. I love you. I shouldn't. You're sick inside. Cain. Sick. But I love you, Dinah. Just because you love someone doesn't mean you have to be involved with them. Love is not a bandage to cover wounds. Anastasia, you are my mom, my love, my life, Christian. It is easy to hate and it is difficult to love. This is how the whole scheme of things works. All good things are difficult to achieve and bad things are very easy to get. Real love finds you once, if you're lucky. He studied my appearance carefully. You cut your hair. Yes. Do you like it? That depends. How long is it? I pulled a curl down and showed him it ended just past my shoulder. He grunted. That's still long enough. So I like it. Long enough for what? Long enough for a man to run his hands through. Value your parabate, he said. For it is a precious bond. All love is precious. It is why we do what we do. Why do we fight demons? Why are they not fit custodians of this world? What makes us better? It is because they do not build, but destroy. They do not love, but hate only. We are human and fallible. We shadow hunters. But if we did not have the capability to love, we could not guard humans. We must love to guard them. My parabate. He loved like few ever could love. With all and everything. I see you are like that too. It burns more brightly in you than the fire of heaven. I pray you, do not fall in love with me, for I am falser than vows made in wine. I love you, I thought, but I didn't say it. It was not that I feared she would laugh in my face. She was far too kind for that. My fear was a greater one. That she won't say it back. It's all about falling in love with yourself and sharing that love with someone who appreciates you. Rather than looking for love to compensate for a self-love deficit. Where is Alan? Where is my wife? Lift your hips for me, Lau. Day leans in toward me. He reaches up to touch my face. I can tell it still hurts him to use his fingers. And his nails are dark with dried blood. You're brilliant, he says. But you're a fool to stay with someone like me. I close my eyes at the touch of his hand. then we're both fools. Maybe we shouldn't be looking for love. Maybe we should be looking for a person. Because maybe you can find love in a person, but not have that person. So if you look for love, what you will find is love. But if you want to belong to someone, and you want someone to belong to you, you should look for a person. For some people, the point of no return begins at the very moment their souls become aware of each other's existence. Having an eye for beauty isn't the same thing as a weakness, except possibly when it comes to you. Not only did he love her, but I could tell the universe loved her too, more than others. She was different, after all. I would be a fool not to notice the way the sunshine played with her hair. Thomas did not realize at the time that metaphors are dangerous. Metaphors are not to be trifled with. A single metaphor can give birth to love. Dana is a wild thing, I explained. Like a Hind or a summer storm. If a storm blows down your house, or breaks a tree, you don't say the storm was mean. It was cruel. It acted according to its nature and something unfortunately was hurt. The same is true of Dana. I never understood how men could remember all those details about sports but yet were incapable of remembering where they set their car keys or wallet. I never wanted to have anything in my life that I couldn't stand losing. But it's too late for that. I prayed for all his dreams to come true. I prayed that I would always be able to connect with him, even if I was no longer on earth. It's clear to me now that I have been moving toward you and you toward me for a long time. Though neither of us was aware of the other before we met. There was a kind of mindless certainty bumming blithely along beneath our ignorance that ensured we would come together, like two solitary birds flying the great prairies by celestial reckoning. All of these years and lifetimes we have been moving toward one another. Maybe you expected marriage to be perfect. I guess that's where you and I are different. See, I thought it would be all about making mistakes. But doing it with someone who's there to remind you what you learned along the way. Falling in love should be the easiest thing in the world, but it's not. I can hate you more, but I'll never love you less. Falling in love was like falling off a cliff. It felt pretty much like flying until you hit the ground. Wow, I didn't think it was possible for him to look any more intoxicating than he already did. But a leather-clad Wren standing next to the gorgeous racing motorcycle holding his helmet made my brain go numb. I had kind of a "this is your brain on drugs" moment. Only mine was more like a "this is your brain on seeing Wren in tight leather" moment. If they'd been smart, the Ducati company should have used him in a commercial and given him the bike for free. You think I'm pretty without any makeup on. You think I'm funny when I tell the pooch line wrong. I know. You get me, so I'll let my walls come down. Down. If love be rough with you, be rough with love. Prick love for pricking and you beat love down. Love heals scars love left. Sometimes you know in your heart you love someone. But you have to go away before your head can figure it out. For there are two kinds of forgiveness in the world. The one you practice because everything really is alright. And what went before is mended. The other kind of forgiveness you practice because someone needs desperately to be forgiven. Or because you need just as badly to forgive them. For a heart can grab hold of old wounds and go sour as milk over them. The most difficult aspect of moving on is accepting that the other person already did. What you are to do without me, I cannot imagine. I loved you long before you loved me. It's the only thing I have you beat at. And I'll bring it up every chance I get. You will think me cruel. Very selfish. But love is always selfish. The more ardent, the more selfish. How jealous I am you cannot know. You must come with me. Loving me. To death. Or else hate me. And still come with me. And hating me through death and after. There is no such word as indifference in my apathetic nature. Part of falling in love with someone is actually falling in love with yourself. Realizing that you're gorgeous, you're fearless and unpredictable, you're a firecracker spitting light, entrancing 100 faces that stare up at you with starry eyes. You know, he said, under normal circumstances, you inviting me to the bedroom would be the highlight of my day. I jumped up. Time expands, then contracts, all in tune with the stirrings of the heart. It's the most wonderful and terrible thing that can ever happen to you, she said simply. You know that you've found something amazing. And you want to hold on to it forever. And every second after you have it, you fear the moment you might lose it. I sighed softly. She was absolutely right. Love was beautiful fear. Know that it is a corpse who loves you and adores you and will never leave you. Look, I am not laughing now. Crying for you, Christine, who have torn off my mask and who therefore can never leave me again. Oh, mad Christine, who wanted to see me. The great love is gone. There are still little loves, friend to friend, brother to sister, student to teacher. Will you deny yourself comfort at the hearth fire of a cottage because you may no longer sit by the fireplace of a palace? Will you deny yourself to those who reach out to you in hopes of warming themselves at your hearth fire? I want you to want me because you want me. Not because of grief. Not because he is not here. I want you to love me for me. I want you to kiss me first, and not because you need me to help you, but because you need to kiss me. The strategic adversary is fascism. The fascism in us all. In our heads and in our everyday behavior. The fascism that causes us to love power. To desire the very thing that dominates and exploits us. I miss everything about you. Can't believe that I still want you and after all the things we've been through. When you really love someone, you see all their mess and their brokenness and you love them anyway. In fact, seeing all of that sort of makes you love them more. One heart cannot serve two masters. In God there is no hunger that needs to be filled, only plenteousness that desires to give. In definitive, cu cat vei ridica unzid me analt in jural tau cu atat va fi me bun selkier lva sari. Love is on every side, and no one's side. Don't ask what love can do for you. Fear can't be reasoned with. Neither can hate. They're like love. They're almost identical emotions. That's why Aries and Aphrodite like each other. Their twin sons, fear and panic, were spawned from both war and love. Love should be treated like a business deal. But every business deal has its own terms and its own currency. And in love, the currency is virtue. You love people not for what you do for them or what they do for you. You love them for the values, the virtues, which they have achieved in their own character. Love is making friends with fear because fear is the constant companion of intimacy and when you bring fear out of the darkness and into the light, you realize it was an illusion based on our own insecurities. Yes, Saint Clair, I like you, but I can't say it aloud. Because he's my friend. And friends don't let other friends make drunken declarations and expect them to act upon them. Hey. Next day. Because, she came here with me. We're taught that in life, we should try to look on the bright side. Not in this case. In this case, assume rejection first, assume you're the rule, not the exception. It's liberating. But we also know it's not an easy concept. He's not just into you. Well, my gun fires 7 different shades of shit. So what's your favorite color, punk? We can live without religion and meditation, but we cannot survive without human affection. Love is never supposed to hurt. Love is supposed to heal. To be your haven from misery. To make living fucking worthwhile. Traveling in the company of those we love is home in motion. Love is the kind of thing that's already happening by the time you notice it. That's how it works. And no matter how old you get, that doesn't change. Except that you can break it up into 2 entirely distinct types. Love where there's an end in sight and love where there isn't. Sometimes that mountain you've been climbing is just a grain of sand. And what you've been up there searching for forever is in your hands. When you figure out love is all that matters after all, it sure makes everything else seem so small. I was feeling insecure you might not love me anymore. You're sorry? I damn near drank myself to death. I could barely get out of bed. I shattered my phone into a million pieces on New Year's Eve to keep from calling you. And you're sorry? I bit my lip and nodded. Ashamed. I had no idea what he'd been through. And hearing his say the words made sharp pain twist inside my chest. I'm so sorry. You're forgiven, he said with a grin. Don't ever do it again. I won't. I promise. He flashed his dimple and shook his head. I fucking love you. Ang great love mo, hindi mo makakatulunan. Ang makakatulunan mo ay yung correct love. It suddenly made sense. Only twice in his life had he felt this inexplicable, almost mystical attraction to a woman. He'd thought it remarkable to have found two, when in his heart he'd always believed there was only one perfect woman out there for him. His heart had been right. There was only one. Love is what moves the world. I've always thought it is the only thing which allows men and women to stand in a world where gravity always seems to want to pull them down, bring them low, and make them crawl. She thought she was independent and strong. But she got one small taste of love and she was hungrier than anyone. She was ravenous. What is it I'll want from you? Not love. That would be too much to ask. Not forgiveness, which isn't yours to bestow. Only a listener. Perhaps. Only someone who will see me. Don't prettify me though. Whatever else you do. I have no wish to be a decorated skull. But I leave myself in your hands. What choice do I have? By the time you read this last page, that if anywhere is the only place I will be. He will love only once, but it will be for always. Let this hell be our heaven. Love is a fruit in season at all times and within reach of every hand. Far too many people opened their hearts and lives at the drop of a hat. Why give someone that power over you? Why endow them with the ability to hurt you that much? Let someone in and you were asking for an emotional kicking someday. It took me years to figure out that upset was upset. And tumultuousness was not the same thing as passion. Love isn't drama. I'd sell my soul to have you. In my whole life, you'll always be what I wanted most. Tilda Hardy Cates. You must learn to forgive a man when he's in love. He's always a nuisance. The process of falling in love at first sight is as final as it is swift in such a case. But the growth of true friendship may be a lifelong affair. You see, there are some people that one loves, and others that perhaps one would rather be with. Books are to me as homemade tattoos are to an inmate. Can't get enough of them. I've decided that I'm not going to try to squeeze myself into a friendship that hurts me anymore. I'm going to let her go and just be friends with people who make me feel good about myself. It's become impossible to deny he means something to me. Why is it that words like these seem dull and cold? Is it because there is no word tender enough to be your name? Say you'll marry me when I come back, or, before God, I won't go. I'll stay around here and play a guitar under your window every night and sing at the top of my voice and compromise you. So you'll have to marry me to save your reputation. Gaston was not only a fierce lover, with endless wisdom and imagination, but he was also, perhaps, the first man in the history of the species who had made an emergency landing and had come close to killing himself and his sweetheart simply to make love in a field of violets. You said, I love you. Why is it that the most unoriginal thing we can say to one another is still the thing we long to hear? I love you is always a quotation. You did not say it first and neither did I. Yet when you say it and when I say it, we speak like savages who have found 3 words and worship them. This is the true measure of love. When we believe that we alone can love, that no one could ever have loved so before us, and that no one will ever love in the same way after us. In his extreme youth, Stoner had thought of love as an absolute state of being to which, if one were lucky, one might find access. In his maturity he had decided it was the heaven of a false religion, toward which one ought to gaze with an amused disbelief, a gently familiar contempt, and an embarrassed nostalgia. Now in his middle age he began to know that it was neither a state of grace nor an illusion. He saw it as a human act of becoming, a condition that was invented and modified moment by moment and day by day, by the will and the intelligence and the heart. Visionary feminism is a wise and loving politics. It is rooted in the love of male and female being, refusing to privilege one over the other. The soul of feminist politics is the commitment to ending patriarchal domination of women and men, girls and boys. Love cannot exist in any relationship that is based on domination and coercion. Males cannot love themselves in patriarchal culture if their very self-definition relies on submission to patriarchal rules. When men embrace feminist thinking in practice, which emphasizes the value of mutual growth and self-actualization in all relationships, their emotional well-being will be enhanced. A genuine feminist politics always brings us from bondage to freedom. From lovelessness to loving. Marveling at his own boldness, he said softly, I would enter your sleep if I could, and guard you there, and slay the thing that haunts you, as I would if it had the courage to face me in fair daylight. But I cannot come in unless you dream of me. We have all known the long loneliness, and we have learned that the only solution is love, and that love comes with community. I know, and I love you. But I don't think we love each other in the same way. And I think keeping you near me would destroy me. Buy a gift for a dog, and you'll be amazed at the way it will dance and swerve its tail. But if don't have anything to offer to it, it won't even recognize your arrival. Such are the attributes of fake friends. Wow, said Adrian. He sat down on the bed and tested its bounciness, giving it a nod of approval. This is amazing. What do you think, Buttercup? I have no words, I said honestly. He patted the spot beside him. Want to try it out? Do you remember what you said to me once? That you could help me only by loving me? Well, you did love me for a moment and it helped me. It has always helped me. Love, that moves the sun and the other stars. And the two of them loved each other for a long time in silence without making love again. Love is the only future God offers. Suddenly it was too hard to be in his presence. Too painful to know that he would belong to someone else. Parents have this twisted belief that anyone under the age of about 20 simply can't know what love is. Like the age to love is assessed in the same way the law assesses the legal age to drink. They think that the emotional growth of a teenager's mind is too underdeveloped to understand love. To know if it's real or not, that's completely asinine. Way. It's natural to want someone you love to do what you want, or what you think would be good for them. But you have to let everything happen to them. You can't interfere with people you love any more than you're supposed to interfere with people you don't even know. And that's hard. Because you often feel like interfering, you want to be the one who makes the plans. My love affair with him had a wonderful element of romance to it, which I will always cherish. But it was not an infatuation. And here's how I can tell. Because I did not demand that he become my great emancipator or my source of all life. Nor did I immediately vanish into that man's chest cavity like a twisted, unrecognizable, parasitical homunculus. During our long period of courtship, I remained intact within my own personality, and I allowed myself to meet him for who he was. Love one another, but make not a bond of love. Let it rather be a moving sea between the shores of your souls. Fill each other's cup, but drink not from one cup. Give one another of your bread, but eat not from the same loaf. Sing and dance together and be joyous. But let each one of you be alone, even as the strings of a lute are alone, though they quiver with the same music. We were very different, and we disagreed about a lot of things. But he was always so interesting. You know? You are not lost, Kaylee. You can't ever be lost. Because I'll always know where you are. And if I'm not there with you, I'm on my way. And nothing standing between us will be standing for very long. Whoever loves much, performs much, and can accomplish much, and what is done in love is done well. When you have reached the point where you no longer expect a response, You will at last be able to give in such a way that the other is able to receive. And be grateful. When love has matured and, through a dissolution of the self into light, become a radiance, then shall the lover be liberated from dependence upon the beloved, and the beloved also be made perfect by being liberated from the lover. He didn't look like the same person who picked me up this morning. Noah, sarcastic, distant, untouchable Noah, cared, and that made him real. The worst thing, to give yourself away in exchange for not enough love. Was it all in my head? A lunar trick? Her stomach twisted. No, she shook her head, fervently. How to explain that she hadn't had the gift before? That she couldn't have used it against him? I would never lie. The words faded. She had lied. Everything he knew about her had been a lie. I'm so sorry, she finished. Nothing of real worth can ever be bought. Love, friendship, honor, valor, respect, all these things have to be earned. True friends will always push you towards the great possibilities of your future. False friends will always chain you to the mistakes in your past. The Eskimo has 50 names for snow because it is important to them there ought to be as many for love. There are betrayals in war that are childlike compared with our human betrayals during peace. The Eskimo, true friend, nothing of real worth. Ask for what you want and be prepared to. Nothing of real worth can ever be bought. Love, friendship,